Chapter 48-57. After arriving at the central region, the number of fiendish demons that Lin Fei encountered increased. These fiendish demons were at least at the war god level, so not everyone could deal with them. These demons basically had a fixed area. As long as one did not enter their area, they would not be attacked. Ordinary demonic beasts did not even have that ability. Lin Fei also knew why no one was in the mood to go to the land of 9 underworlds. They would probably be killed by the demons on the way before they could find the king of 9 underworlds. I smell the scent of humans. A tiger-shaped demon dashed out. As soon as he entered the next area, he saw a tiger-shaped demon charging directly at him. It was a 5-star war god. Blood rained down from the sky, and it turned out to be a 5-star war god. Coupled with its strong body, it was comparable to a 6-star war god. Lin Fei raised his hand and executed Space Crush. With a loud boom, the tiger-shaped demon was sent flying. Lin Fei grabbed forward with his hand. His 5 fingers were like mountains and directly grabbed the tiger-shaped demon. The tiger-shaped demon released a strong force in an attempt to break free. However, it was useless in front of Lin Fei. It was directly grabbed. 2 slaps on the left and right immediately filled the tiger-shaped demon with fear. It begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. Please spare me. I was just passing by. After 2 slaps, the tiger-shaped demon knew that it had encountered a great expert. This was definitely a top-notch expert who could easily destroy it. Lin Fei happened to be lacking a mount. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to reach the land of 9 underworlds. You're lucky. I happen to be lacking a mount. Send me to the land of 9 underworlds and then you can scram. Otherwise, I can destroy you right now. You choose. Lin Fei said calmly. The tiger-shaped demon nodded. I'm willing. I'm willing to be your mount. At this moment, the tiger-shaped demon naturally knew what to choose. Otherwise, it would definitely die. It hurriedly transformed into a tiger. It was a huge tiger. Lin Fei flipped over and sat on the tiger's back, directly rushing towards the land of 9 Nether. With this tiger, they didn't encounter any more trouble on their way to the 9 Hells. Although some demons came out along the way, the tiger-shaped demon just roared at them. Nothing happened after that. Just like that, Lin Fei smoothly arrived at the land of 9 Nether. This place was shrouded in darkness, so he couldn't really see anything. However, Lin Fei actually smelled a dangerous and terrifying aura inside. This should be the Netherworld Demon King. Sir, this is the place. I'll be able to find the 9 underworlds Demon King once I enter. Can I leave now? The tiger-shaped demon trembled as he spoke. Clearly, he was very afraid of the Netherworld Demon King inside. Lin Fei flipped over and with a wave of his hand, he flung this fellow away. How could the tiger-shaped demon dare to hesitate? In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei sized up the area in front of him and knew that this was the land of 9 Nether. What he had to do now was to find the Netherworld Demon King. If he could talk to him, that would be for the best. Seems like you're looking for the 9 Hell Frost Flower? I'm not the only one. I didn't expect more people to come. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He could already sense that there were other figures heading in this direction. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared nearby. Then they appeared in Lin Fei's field of vision. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, they wanted to find the Netherworld Demon King? But he wasn't the only one. Now, there was another person? That was very normal. It was normal for another person to come, but why did they come at this time? It would more or less cause a little surprise. Then, a few figures appeared in front of him. They saw Lin Fei too? He was more or less surprised. He didn't expect someone to come all the way to the land of 9 Nether. It seemed like they were also here for the Netherworld Demon King. I thought I was fast. I didn't expect you to be so fast. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be here for the Netherworld Demon King, right? Why don't we work together? I'm Lu Yu. The young man named Lu Yu laughed. The young men behind him were also sizing him up. Because they didn't know this young man at all. Logically speaking, people who came from the land of 9 Nether should more or less have some strength. Moreover, they had also received some news. But now that they saw this young man, he seemed very unfamiliar. Of course they were on guard. Lin Fei was also sizing up these people. They were all quite strong. Especially this Lu Yu, who was actually a 6-star war god. As for the rest, they were all 5-star war gods. With such a lineup, they actually dared to come to the Netherworld Demon King's territory? Weren't they here to die? No need. I'm afraid to go with you. When the time comes, I won't even know what happened. The Netherworld Demon King has the strength of a 9-star war god. Do you think you can beat him if you work together? Lin Fei shook his head. He directly rejected them. Liu couldn't help but laugh. It seems that you don't know about another thing. This Netherworld Demon King has already gone into death seclusion. He basically won't show himself. Therefore, if you want to obtain the 9 Nether Frost Flower, you just have to withstand the methods he left behind. Don't you know about this? It seems that you're also a newcomer. Lin Fei really didn't know about this news. Naturally, he was confident that he could fight this Netherworld Demon King. He never expected to receive such an unexpected piece of news. He knew that this Liu definitely wouldn't lie. Therefore, it was extremely likely that this Netherworld Demon King was really breaking through death seclusion. It was extremely likely that he had the strength of a 10-star war god. In this case, it would probably be easier to obtain the 9 Nether Frost Flower. Lin Fei quickly shook his head in his heart. It probably wouldn't be that easy. Otherwise, everyone would have come. There wouldn't be just a few people. Even so, I still prefer to be alone. Thank you. Lin Fei still shook his head and went straight in. After Lin Fei went in, the people behind Liu also began to talk. This person really doesn't know what's good for him. He went in just like that. Does he really think he can obtain the 9 Nether Frost Flower? Even we don't have much confidence in obtaining the 9 Nether Frost Flower. It's pretty good for him to go in like this. We'll have another cannon fodder if we let him scout the way. The others all burst into laughter. Only Liu Yu's expression was slightly different. This cannon fodder is not simple. Chapter 48-58. The land of 9 underworlds was filled with poison that was constantly spreading. When Lin Fei entered, he could already feel the presence of the poison. It kept seeping into his body. However, his infinite god body wouldn't allow the poison to seep in. He had some understanding of the Devil King of 9 underworlds. It seemed like this guy was an expert in using poison. Even the Tang Emperor didn't dare to let his guard down, let alone come here. Of course, the poison wasn't much to Lin Fei. As he walked, he was very careful. At the same time, he sensed if there were any super experts here. After all, even the Tang Emperor didn't dare to come here. It was highly likely that there was an ambush here. It was highly possible that such a thing existed. Very quickly, Lin Fei sensed a super strong aura. If he wasn't wrong, it should be the Devil King of 9 underworlds. It was indeed the strength of a 9 stars war god. Such a Devil King was a beast, so of course it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Even 2 or 3 9 stars war gods might not be a match for the Devil King of 9 underworlds. One must know that the Devil King of 9 underworlds was an expert in controlling poison. Just by looking at the poison that permeated the surroundings, one could tell. What interested Lin Fei the most was that there wasn't just one type of poison. Instead, there were several types of poison that were constantly wandering around the area. Every time they entered a small area, they would change to a different type of poison. One could imagine that along the way there would be a lot of poison in their bodies. At that time, once they were combined, it would become a kind of super poison. At this moment, Lin Fei understood the methods of the Devil King of 9 underworlds. It was indeed quite powerful. It was no wonder that ordinary people didn't dare to enter. For example, Liu Yu's group just now. He didn't know why they dared to enter. As for whether or not the Devil King of 9 underworlds was in seclusion, who could guarantee that? If it was just an excuse and it turned out to be fake, then they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Lin Fei wasn't that stupid. After sensing the aura of the Devil King of 9 underworlds, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed 2 more strong auras. Other than that, there seemed to be a super formation. His eyes lit up a lot. It seems that my guess is right. There is indeed a trap here, and I'm afraid it is aimed at the Tang Emperor. The Tang Emperor is also smart and did not come in person. If he comes, there will be trouble. Lin Fei's expression did not change as he slowly advanced forward. Along the way, some poisonous insects appeared, but their power was only average. Of course, the most terrifying thing was the poison. These toxins were not here, so it was impossible to guard against them. Lin Fei had lost count of the number of poisons he had encountered along the way. So far, none of the poisons had been able to penetrate his infinite god body. At this time, a good physical body was very important. Liu Yu and the others were probably going to suffer a huge loss. Unless they brought the corresponding treasures, even if they did, it would be very exhausting to activate the treasures all the way. It looks like it's just ahead. Lin Fei suddenly sped up a lot. So. Rays of cold light flew out. They were actually poisonous snakes. These poisonous snakes could instantly burst out with the power of a war god. However, when they got close to Lin Fei, they were killed by the power of the void collapse. Interesting. It's actually a one-time attack. It was rare to see such a one-off attack. Most importantly, they were all venomous snakes. These snakes all had one eye. They were very strange, but their methods were very cruel. In just a moment they could make people feel despair. In less than the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Lin Fei came to the end, and a palace appeared in front of him. A black palace. There was a huge statue in front of him. All of them had the body of a snake and the head of a human. It was obvious that this was the Devil King of 9 underworlds. Lin Fei also sensed that the formation was just in front of him. It was not far from him. Lin Fei did not have the intention to go up and give it a try. This was obviously a super formation aimed at the Tang Emperor. With his small arms and legs he should just forget about it. If he went in and got pinned down it would be really troublesome. At that time he would really not be able to get out unless he tried his best. Lin Fei did not want to experience such a thing again. He wasn't that free, so he directly went around the side. He entered the palace. Inside the formation, 2 figures stood with their hands behind their back. They had indeed sensed someone coming in. Soon they saw a young man. However, this young man was quite interesting. He was very careful and even seemed to have sensed something. I didn't expect a brat to dare to come to 9 underworlds. It seems like he sensed something. He should have a treasure on him. A middle-aged man in white said with a smile. He should have sensed something. It's a pity that it's not the Tang Emperor. Otherwise we wouldn't have to wait here. The other person was a middle-aged man in green. The 2 of them quickly retracted their gazes and didn't pay any more attention to it. Their target this time was the Tang Emperor. As for the others, they could just stand aside. Lin Fei had already entered 9 underworlds palace. There were skeletons everywhere, big and small. As for ants, there was not a single one of them. It turned out that this 9 underworlds demon king was actually a commander without an army. This was quite surprising to Lin Fei. Lin Fei began to search, but it seemed like there was nothing good here, not to mention the antidote. After an hour he didn't find anything at all. Lin Fei realized that if he wanted to get the antidote, he would have to find this 9 underworlds demon king and have a good talk. Lu Yu and his group seem to have come in. They aren't slow, but they are a little unlucky. They actually barged into the formation. As soon as Lin Fei stopped, he sensed movement outside. Such a commotion was quite big, and the first thing that came to his mind was the array formation outside. He could see it, but it didn't mean that others could. If there was no accident, they should have entered the formation. After all, there were 2 great experts in there. Everything had to be made clear. Lin Fei sighed. Without any hesitation he went straight to the 9 underworlds demon king. He knew where the other party was, so he naturally had to see if he was really in seclusion. If not, then he could have a chat. If he was in seclusion, then he wouldn't be polite and would just make a move. He didn't believe that he couldn't find this 9 underworlds frost flower. The closer he got to the 9 underworlds demon king, the more he could feel the so-called poison. This poison was more terrifying and overbearing than the poison outside. It seeped in quite fiercely. Chapter 48:59. When all these poisons were mixed together, it was really hard to defend against. Along the way, Lin Fei started to feel a little bit of pressure. This 9 Hell Demon King was indeed quite capable. Just these poisons alone were enough to form a barrier. Following which, the poisons became multicolored and even more poisonous. Lin Fei became more alert. At the very least, he formed a barrier around him to block out the poisons. While these poisons didn't look like much, each one of them was really terrifying. Lin Fei had never seen so many different kinds of poisons. No wonder the great Tang Emperor's daughter was poisoned. This fellow was definitely an expert in poisons. If this fellow didn't specialize in poisons, Lin Fei would have cut his head off. He definitely didn't believe that this fellow wasn't an expert in poisons. Hence he had a plan in mind. When he really met this 9 Hell Demon King, he had to be really careful. Fortunately, his infinite god body had already reached the 35th level, causing his toughness to become extremely terrifying. At the very least, the poisons wouldn't be able to seep in for a while. This was his biggest advantage. As he walked through the multicolored poisons, Lin Fei could feel how strong this 9 Hell Demon King was. At the same time, he could feel that the aura was getting closer and closer. If he was right, the 9 Hell Demon King should be right in front of him. Not long later. In front of him, there was a patch of darkness and bubbles started to appear. These bubbles were extremely poisonous, and they were incomparably poisonous. Lin Fei could feel it from far away. Following which, he squinted. Near these bubbles he actually saw many flowers. These flowers were the 9 Hell Frost flowers that he had been searching for. Looking at them, there were at least 15 of them and they weren't in the bubbles. Lin Fei didn't charge over right away. He knew that these bubbles weren't to be trifled with. If he wanted to get the 9 Hell Frost flower, he had to rely on other methods. At the very least, Lin Fei wouldn't be rash enough to pluck the 9 Hell Frost flower. If he did, it would be a huge problem. Any one of the 15 Abyss Frost Flowers would be able to save the daughter of the Great Tang Emperor. It was no wonder why the two experts would wait here for the arrival of the Great Tang Emperor. As for whether the Tang Emperor would come, Lin Fei himself did not know. No matter what, he had the chance to pick the 9 Nether Frost Flower. Lin Fei raised his hand and dashed towards the nearest 9 Hell Frost Flower. When the hand was in mid-air, the bubbles instantly turned into streams of light. It directly attacked Lin Fei's hand. Voila voila. The toxins that filled the sky instantly converged. It turned out that these bubbles were all formless attacks. This one attack had the might of a 9 stars war god. This was indeed a land of death. He knew that these bubbles wouldn't be easy to deal with. He didn't expect it to contain poison. A blow from a 9 stars war god was indeed very powerful. Not everyone could withstand such an attack. Even the toxins in the surroundings were mobilized by this attack. It seemed that anyone who came here would have their strength greatly affected after the toxins in their body were mobilized. They wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. The result was obvious. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and saw many skeletons around him. These skeletons were all colorful, which meant that they had been poisoned. As for how long they had been dead, he didn't know. But no matter what, there were still quite a number of people here. It seemed that the number of people who could pluck the 9 Hell Frost Flower could be counted on one hand. As for Lin Fei, he wasn't surprised at all. What Lin Fei had to do now was very simple. He just had to pluck the 9 Hell Frost Flower. That was it. He stretched out his arm towards the 9 Hell Frost Flower. Bubbles attacked him, but to Lin Fei these toxins couldn't break through his defense. And what Lin Fei had to do was to be quick. It was a simple task. The attacks from the bubbles were getting more and more frequent. Gradually, Lin Fei started to feel the pressure. Although he was getting closer to the 9 Hell Frost Flower, Lin Fei could feel that it was really difficult to pluck it. The void collapsed. There was a loud rumbling sound. The power of space collapsed and hit the bubbles. It affected them to a certain extent. Lin Fei's arm also sped up quite a bit. Finally, he grabbed the 9 Hell Frost Flower with one hand. However, just as he grabbed it, the 9 Hell Frost Flower turned into a green force that wrapped around his arm. In the blink of an eye, it was coming towards him. He vaguely saw an evil figure. He didn't need to guess to know that it was the 9 Hell Demon King. Not bad, not bad. There's actually a powerful kid today. Your physical body is quite strong. It's the strongest I've ever seen. It's a pity that you still fell for it. The sudden change of the 9 Hell Frost Flower caught Lin Fei off guard. He had really underestimated the power of the 9 Hell Demon King. He had actually set up such a move. So you're the Demon King of the 9 Underworlds? These 9 Underworlds Frost Flowers are your incarnations. Impressive, impressive. No wonder so many people died here. They probably fell into your trap because they were careless. A 9-star war god actually played this trick. At this moment, Lin Fei finally knew the origin of the 9 Hell Demon King. This fella had actually transformed into a 9 Nether Frost Flower, followed by a 9 Nether Frost Flower. The people who came here probably didn't have any precautions. When they picked the 9 Hell Frost Flower, their strength was greatly reduced. In the end, they fell for the 9 Hell Demon King's trick. Good plan. A top-notch plan. Lin Fei had also learned something new. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. When he had first picked it, he hadn't realized that the 9 Hell Frost Flower was the incarnation of the 9 Hell Demon King. No one would believe him even if he said it. It's a pity that you found out too late. The green figure instantly rushed towards the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. At this moment, Lin Fei stretched out his palm. With a light grab, he directly grabbed onto the green figure. Then he activated the Great Karma technique. With a loud bang, the green figure instantly turned into ashes. Lin Fei quickly retreated. This was the powerful effect of the Great Karma technique. Since he had formed karma with the 9 Hell Demon King, Lin Fei could instantly use his killer move and catch the other party off guard. Lin Fei was also out of danger. Then the 9 Hell Frost Flowers instantly collapsed. A figure walked out. It was filled with an evil aura. Chapter 4860. The figure that walked out was none other than the 9th Underworld Demon King. Lin Fei felt that something was wrong from the beginning. He didn't expect the 9th Underworld Demon King to have such means to cultivate such an incarnation. No wonder it was so difficult to get the 9th Underworld Frost Flower. Only a few people could get their hands on it unless the 9th Underworld Demon King personally handed it over. The possibility of this was very low. At the very least, the 9th Underworld Demon King was definitely not that easy to talk to. This was something that Lin Fei could still see. I didn't expect the famous Demon King of the 9 Serenities to play such a trick. It was really surprising. It's a pity that you still can't deal with me with such a trick. I don't know if it's a little regretful. Lin Fei looked at the ninth underworld demon king with a smile. This time, the ninth underworld demon king was also sizing up the young man in front of him. He didn't expect that the young man could escape from his trick. This kind of situation was really rare. You're also quite powerful. It's the first time you escaped. It's really not that easy for others. But even so, in front of me, you still have to be obedient and let me devour your essence and blood. I believe that after devouring you, it will be very nourishing. As soon as the ninth underworld demon king's voice fell, there was a loud rumble. The power of the void collapse directly rushed over. It turned out that Lin Fei had directly launched an attack. For the ninth underworld demon king, there was no need to be polite to such a guy. He could just directly attack. The power of the void collapse was indeed very strong. This attack did not cause any injury to the ninth underworld demon king. However, his expression was a little strange and the interest in his eyes increased. Interesting. I didn't expect you to have spatial means. It seems that you're quite famous. No wonder you dared to come here alone. As soon as the voice of the demon king of the netherworld fell, Lin Fei directly activated his spirit projection and instantly penetrated through the demon king's body. There was a loud rumble. It filled the body of the ninth underworld demon king. In the blink of an eye, the ninth underworld demon king was completely blown up. Following that, a figure condensed once again. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect to suffer such a loss. This brat actually had such a powerful secret technique. This move of mine isn't bad, right? This is something I left for you. Now it seems to be pretty good. However, your fleshly body is indeed quite tough. I wonder how many of my moves can you withstand? Another spirit projection was sent over. This time, the netherworld demon king had turned into a large mass of black fog. As a result, Lin Fei's attack had actually failed. This was rather rare. Poison world domination. The black poison instantly attacked and turned into a skull of death, swallowing Lin Fei in one gulp. The toxins that filled the sky converged and formed a series of blade lights and sword shadows that attacked Lin Fei. If he couldn't block it, he would be poisoned. Lin Fei's infinite godly body finally came in handy. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lin Fei punched out and instantly destroyed the toxins. The netherworld demon king also condensed once again. There was a look of disbelief on his face. This guy's fleshly body actually withstood it? What kind of fleshly body did you cultivate? You can even withstand my toxins. If it was a normal war god, they wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack and would have been hit by his poison. Even the toxins in their bodies were triggered. However, there wasn't even a trace of toxins in this guy's body. Even when he used poison world domination, it couldn't penetrate his body. Instead, it was destroyed by his opponent's punches and kicks. The netherworld demon king finally realized that this young man in front of him wasn't that easy to deal with. This guy wasn't very strong, but he still made him suffer. However, this guy's fleshly body was extremely tough. Lin Fei laughed. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeves, I wouldn't have come here. Lin Fei finally realized the gap between him and a war god of 9 stars. The opponent was indeed very strong, especially this poison world domination, which was filled with terrifying toxins. If it wasn't for his strong fleshly body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. He still had to put in some effort to increase his strength. Fortunately, his infinite godly body had reached the 35th level, which more or less allowed Lin Fei's strength to change. It was another spirit projection. This time Lin Fei didn't directly throw it over. Instead, he directly appeared in front of him. His punches and kicks turned into a fierce attack. He wanted to see how strong this netherworld demon king's fleshly body was. He wanted to see if it was his fleshly body that was stronger. I don't believe that your fleshly body is that strong. Watch my poison demon divine technique. The netherworld demon king laughed loudly and also used his punches and kicks. His punches and kicks were completely different from everyone else's, and they contained toxins that could easily kill a 5-star heavenly god. As for a 6-star heavenly god, even a 7-star heavenly god wouldn't be able to withstand it. After a long time they would also be killed. This exchange made the netherworld demon king realize that his opponent's fleshly body was very strong. When his toxins came into contact with his opponent's fleshly body, they were directly bounced off and couldn't seep in at all. It was like the indestructible diamond body, it couldn't seep in at all. Unless he could open up a wound on his opponent's fleshly body, otherwise it would be too difficult. On the contrary, his opponent's strength was also very strong. It had extremely strong penetrating power, and even a trace of the power of gravity came crushing down. The Netherworld Demon King finally understood why the other party dared to come here alone. He really had some tricks up his sleeves. Since when did the youngsters nowadays become so strong? This was completely different from what he had imagined. The two had already exchanged dozens of moves. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 100 moves. Of course, Lin Fei couldn't do anything to the Netherworld Demon King, but he had also let him know how powerful his infinite godly body was. The Netherworld Demon King was extremely speechless. His toxins were actually useless. Even with his strength, he couldn't do anything to this guy. Even though his opponent was injured and bleeding, he was still very strong. Such a guy was indeed a little difficult to deal with. It was giving him a headache. Whoosh! The Netherworld Demon King instantly retreated. Just then he was hit again and a series of cracks appeared on his body just like that. You actually have such an unconventional technique? Who on earth are you? Chapter 4861. The Devil King of the Netherworld was injured again, but this time he sensed a dangerous aura. This unknown young man was more powerful than he had imagined. Although his realm was not high, his means were indeed powerful. Moreover, he was a body cultivator, which was rare. My means are just SOSO. I really can't defeat a great expert like you. I just can't protect myself. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat? He had used the Great Karma skill just now. The Great Karma skill was indeed domineering. It directly injured the Devil King of the Netherworld. Lin Fei also laughed. The injury was not very serious. It could only be considered a minor injury. The Devil King of the Netherworld looked at this young man from head to toe. To be honest, he did not plan to fight anymore. This guy was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Who knew if he had other means? What if I say no? Do you think a war god of 9 stars like me will sit down and have a chat with you? The Devil King of the Netherworld said coldly. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If you don't want to sit down and chat with me, then let's continue fighting. However, I don't think your situation is any better. Anyway, you can't do anything to me. If this fight is seen by outsiders, they'll say that you, a 9-star war god, can't take out a little brat. I reckon that you'll be the one who'll be embarrassed. How dare you? The Devil King of the Netherworld did not expect this young man to be so shameless. As a war god of 9 stars, he actually couldn't take down a brat. To be honest, it was really embarrassing. There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, aren't there 2 9-star war gods nearby? If they see the situation here, they will probably laugh at you for not being strong enough, or that you are going easy on me. I know you are not going easy on me. However, I am not good at other things, but my life-saving skills are pretty good. Lin Fei laughed again. He did not believe that the Devil King of the Netherworld would be willing to continue fighting. Such a situation was absolutely impossible. The longer the fight went on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Lin Fei's infinite god body recovered exceptionally quickly. Therefore, if they were to fight, the unlucky one would be the other party. I think you're here for the 9 Abyss Frost Flower. If you help me with something, I'll give you the 9 Abyss Frost Flower. If you don't, there's nowhere else in the great world of gods where you can find it. The Netherworld Demon King didn't continue speaking. Instead, he spoke directly. He didn't believe that this young man wasn't here for the 9 Nether Frost Flower. And he was the only one who had the 9 Hell Frost Flower. This is a troublesome situation. Help the senior do something? Of course it's an honor, but I know it must be very difficult for you. Why don't we just forget it? I'm leaving now. From seeing the 9 Serenities Frost Flower to seeing the 9 Serenities Demon King, Lin Fei knew about it. In other words, it would be extremely difficult to obtain the 9 Nether Frost Flower. It wasn't that easy. Now, the Netherworld Demon King actually offered to make one for him. Thanks? It wasn't a small matter. It wasn't a good thing to risk his life for a 9 Serenities Frost Flower. It would be better for Lin Fei to just leave. This time, it was the Netherworld Demon King's turn to be dumbfounded. He couldn't understand. Did this guy not want the 9 Serenities Frost Flower? Apart from him, there was nowhere else he could get it. You can't leave. It wasn't easy for an expert to come. The Netherworld Demon King? How could he let him leave? This guy? He was definitely a suitable choice. Where could he find another person like him after he left? Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. He knew that the Netherworld Demon King had taken a fancy to his strength. This guy had actually run into a problem. I must leave. Do you think you can stop me? I might not be good at other things, but my escaping skills are top-notch. This was true. This caused the Netherworld Demon King's expression to turn even more unsightly. He didn't expect that he would actually be unable to handle this guy. His ability to survive was pretty strong? What if his escaping skills were also very strong? Others might not be able to do it, but this guy might really be able to do it? This was also something that the Netherworld Demon King was worried about. The thing that I need your help with isn't difficult. Don't you want to listen to it first? You can make your choice after listening to it. I think there's still time. The Netherworld Demon King was anxious. This guy was going to leave at this time? It would be difficult to find another person. In his opinion, this guy still had the ability to help him. Then tell me first. If it's too difficult, then forget it. Although I'm here for the 9 Serenities Frost Flower, it's not essential to me. It doesn't matter even if I can't get it. Don't you think so? There's no need to take risks for a life. The Netherworld Demon King was really unhappy that he had encountered such a guy. His realm wasn't high, but his strength was quite strange. He could control space in such a method. It was really unimaginable. In any case, he was a 9-star war god. Who knew how many people had entered, but they had all been killed in a few moves by him. However, this guy made him feel a little helpless. It was as if he had grown thorns all over his body. He was injured when he wasn't careful. He hadn't encountered such a feeling for a long time. The thing that I need your help with is simple. You and I will join forces to drive away the 2 war gods of 9 stars outside. It shouldn't be difficult, right? As long as you help me, I will naturally give you the 9 Serenities Frost Flower. The Netherworld Demon King stretched out his hand. A 9 Serenities Frost Flower actually appeared on his palm. This 9 Serenities Frost Flower was very beautiful. It was completely different from the previous one, but Lin Fei was sure that this was the 9 Serenities Frost Flower. It turned out that this guy had put it away. The 2 experts outside, could it be that you're not with them? That's interesting. It seems like you, the Demon King of the 9 underworlds, are really at a disadvantage. You're actually threatened by 2 9-star war gods. Previously, Lin Fei thought that the Netherworld Demon King had joined forces with the 2 war gods outside. However, the situation now seemed completely different. It was as if he was at a disadvantage. No wonder he wanted to join forces with me. This is quite troublesome. You also know that there are 2 war gods of 9 stars outside. I'm just a small guy with small arms and legs. I really can't beat them. Wait. I can give you the 9 Serenities Frost Flower first. You just need to help me hold back one of them. That should be fine, right? I'm very sincere. The Netherworld Demon King was even more anxious. If he left, it would be even more troublesome. Chapter 4862. Lin Fei was naturally interested in the 9 Nether Frost Flower. After all, this was what he had come here for. It would be best if he could bring it back. At the very least, he would be able to have a good chat with the Great Tang Emperor and find out the location of the God's Restaurant. He had no choice. The God's Restaurant was quite mysterious. Since the Great Tang Emperor knew about it, he definitely knew about it. Perhaps this 9 Nether Demon King knew about it too. Lin Fei had no way of asking about it. The 9 Nether Demon King did not seem like an easy person to deal with. Unless the 2 of them had a pleasant cooperation, it would be really dangerous. From the moment the 9 Nether Demon King took out the 9 Nether Frost Flower, Lin Fei knew that this 9 Nether Demon King had suffered a lot at the hands of the 2 war gods. That was why he wanted to cooperate with him. The 9 Serenities Frost Flower is dispensable to me. If it's just this, it's still not enough. After all, those 2 are 9-star war gods. With my small arms and legs, how can I defeat them? Lin Fei shook his head. He would not agree to the 9 Nether Demon King so easily. Then I gave you the 9 Hell Frost Flower in advance. I'm already treating you pretty well. Don't push your luck. Don't think that I can't deal with you. The 9 Nether Demon King was a little unhappy. If it was not for the fact that this fellow was quite capable, he would not have taken the initiative to take out the 9 Nether Frost Flower. Lin Fei turned and left without another word. Then come and deal with me if you can. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. It's just the 9 Nether Frost Flower. At most, I don't want it. Just treat it as a holiday and broaden my horizons. At least I know that the 9 Nether Demon King is not as strong as I thought. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the 9 Nether Demon King's expression changed. Why did this fella not follow the script? At least give me a condition. If I leave just like that, when will I see such a promising young man? As for those 9 stars war gods, forget about it. They did not have the guts to enter at this time. The 2 9 stars war gods were not easy to deal with. Wait, tell me what you want. As long as I can take it out, I will naturally fulfill your wish. The Netherworld Demon King flicked his finger, and the Netherworld Frost Flower floated over. He walked all the way to the front of Lin Fei. This fellow was actually very straightforward, directly sending over the 9 Nether Frost Flower. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. This guy was a little different from what he had imagined. He was a guy with a bit of courage. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 nether demon flower. This 9 nether frost flower was indeed filled with the aura of the 9 nether. At the same time, it contained a terrifying chill that attacked him in an instant. However, Lin Fei's physical body was already very strong. Therefore he was able to withstand it easily. This also proved that the 9 hell frost flower was genuine and not a scam. The Netherworld Demon King was indeed quite sincere. That's right. At least I saw some benefits. Otherwise I would have turned around and left right now. At least we can have a good talk now. The Netherworld Demon King instantly heaved a sigh of relief after getting the 9 nether frost flower. This guy was really difficult to deal with. However, a 9 hell frost flower made him stay. It was quite worth it. This guy could still be communicated with, although he had a bit of a temper. I have taken the thing, but I still have to make 3 small requests. As long as you can fulfill them, I will naturally help you to hold back one of the 9 stars war gods, so that you can deal with the other war god calmly. This is what I said. I am quite a trustworthy person. I am not like some people who cultivate an incarnation and specialize in ambushing people. The Netherworld Demon King's face instantly turned ugly. He stared at Lin Fei coldly. Lin Fei did not take it seriously. It was just a stare. It would not hurt him at all. He could stare at it for as long as he wanted. He did not have any other thoughts. 3 requests, just 3. No more. Otherwise, I would rather not cooperate with you. Isn't it just waiting for someone? I can wait for them sooner or later. This was the limit of the Netherworld Demon King. If there were a few more requests, he would definitely not be happy. After all, he was a 9 stars war god, a powerful existence. He had already put down his pride by making such a compromise. After all, this guy in front of him was indeed capable. The first request is quite simple. I want to know the location of the god's restaurant. Do you know where it is? Lin Fei asked directly. The god's restaurant? The Netherworld Demon King's face instantly changed. His entire body trembled. He looked at the young man in front of him from head to toe. I did not expect you to know about the god's restaurant. That is not simple. However, it is a pity that I am not very familiar with this place. There are very few people who know about the god's restaurant, and I do not have the qualifications. I am unable to fulfill your first request. This time it was Lin Fei's turn to be a little shocked. It was hard to believe that he did not know the location of the god's restaurant. You are a 9 stars war god after all. However, I can give you a small hint. The location of the god's restaurant might only be known by the emperors of the 3 super empires. This news was more or less good for Lin Fei. At the very least, it was very likely that the great Tang Emperor knew the location. I will believe you this once. If you don't know, then so be it. Then my second request is even simpler. I want the power of faith. Lin Fei did not forget what was the most important part of his cultivation. That was the power of faith. With enough power of faith he could do a lot of things. You actually want the power of faith? You want to become a god in a different way. The Netherworld Demon King's expression changed again. He did not dare to imagine that this guy was actually trying to become a god in a different way. Does he not know that it is a dead end? I am interested in the power of faith. As long as you give me the power of faith, everything is negotiable. Don't say that you can't fulfill the second request. If that is the case, we can forget about this cooperation. The Netherworld Demon King could not see through Lin Fei at all. He even wanted the power of faith and the location of the god's restaurant. This young man must have some background. I really did collect some power of faith. I can give it to you now. Balls of golden energy flew out. After flying out, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It was the genuine power of faith. This 9 stars war god of the Netherworld Demon King did have some status. It was not a bad thing to be thick-skinned. Chapter 4863. Lin Fei's heart leaped with joy when he saw the balls of faith power flying out of his body. Sure enough, this Hades Demon King still had some foundation. After collecting so much power of faith, it was not a good thing for the Demon Kings of the Netherworld. It was an existence of little value and it was dispensable. But for Lin Fei it was of great use. Actually, the Netherworld Demon King was quite happy in his heart. He did not expect this guy to want this faith power. If it was something else, it would be hard for him to say. This thing was really useless to him. He had only destroyed some natives' god of faith. He had seized their faith power. He did not expect it to come in handy today. There was no pressure on the second small condition. Lin Fei put away the faith power. It instantly turned into honor points. His honor points instantly skyrocketed again. Although this guy did not have much faith power, it was actually quite a lot. A ding-dong sound rang out. Lin Fei's infinite god body directly rushed from the 35th level to the 36th level, which was an increase of 1 level. Such a rapid increase caused Lin Fei's physical body to change greatly. Although it was just a simple increase, the effect was still very obvious. The Hades Demon King was slightly stunned. He could clearly feel that the young man in front of him seemed to give him a trace of dangerous aura. It was much heavier than before. He was secretly puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that he was wrong? Logically speaking, it was impossible. Could it be that this guy was hiding his strength? Good heavens, this guy is not as simple as I thought. He is still hiding a lot of secrets. Fortunately, I discovered it. Therefore, he was even more glad that he did not fight with this guy. Otherwise, he would have been the one to suffer. Thank you for your faith power. The power of faith allowed Lin Fei's infinite god body to improve by another level. Of course, he had to thank the Hades Demon King. This way, he would have a greater chance of restraining the war god of the 9 stars. What about your third small condition? He had completed the second small requirement, but he didn't need anything to complete this requirement. It was quite a sense of accomplishment. As for the third small condition, Lin Fei really hadn't thought of what he wanted. In fact, he still hoped for the power of faith. He also knew that it would be very difficult to get the Demon King of the Netherworld to give him the power of faith. He didn't want the Netherworld Demon King to think that the power of faith was of great use to him. This last small request is actually not that difficult. When I want to deal with the war god of 9 stars, you can just attack once. What do you think of this small request? Lin Fei also quickly said. This was the fastest method he could think of. The Netherworld Demon King furrowed his brows slightly. This was beyond his imagination. He didn't expect that this guy would actually ask him to help deal with the 9 stars war god. Speaking of which, such a small request wasn't difficult at all. It sounded very simple, so he agreed without much thought. No problem. It's not difficult to help you once. A piece of scale fell and directly flew in front of Lin Fei. This is my token. As long as you push it, I will be able to sense it and come over immediately. Lin Fei directly put it away. He believed what the Netherworld Demon King said. Although this guy was quite shameless, as long as he had the strength, he would definitely help him once. It was indeed not easy for the war god of 9 stars to find a helper. It's a pleasure working with you. I can help you now. Lin Fei was very straightforward. The Netherworld Demon King finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally reached an agreement. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't lose anything. He only paid a Netherworld Frost Flower. Even some useless power of faith in addition to helping him once felt that it was a good deal. The Netherworld Demon King felt that he had gained a great deal. Lin Fei also felt that he had gained a great deal. In this way, the two of them cooperated for the first time. The 2 9-star war gods we have to deal with this time, one is called San Yuan, the other is called Si He. These two people are quite capable, they belong to 2 empires. The Netherworld Demon King directly left this place. The two of them walked side by side. While walking, he explained the situation. In the blink of an eye, the two of them approached the range of the formation. At this time there was a huge movement there. The battle seemed to have begun. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. It seemed that the situation inside was a little different from what he had imagined. At first, he thought that Lu Yu would definitely be in big trouble if he broke into the formation. But now it seemed that he had underestimated these people. He didn't expect that there was a hidden expert here. Song Bai, I didn't expect that the most trusted confidant of the Tang Emperor would come here. It's a pity that you met us. This time you can't escape. Under our cooperation you can't escape. I believe that the Tang Emperor will feel sorry for you for a long time if we kill you. After all, you are a great war god of the Tang Empire. You can be regarded as his right-hand man. Two people's voices came from inside the formation. They sounded very proud. The Netherworld Demon King said, this Song Bai is the confidant of the Tang Emperor. He can be regarded as his right-hand man. He is a war god of 9 stars and a very powerful machete man. I didn't expect that he would come here in person. It seems that he wants the Netherworld Frozen Flower. Lin Fei knew that he had misjudged them. He didn't expect that there was such a hidden expert. They were really different. I will choose one of the 2 war gods at random. You can deal with the other one. With Song Bai, you should be able to suppress this war god. Maybe you can even kill him. Lin Fei laughed and directly rushed into the formation. The Netherworld Demon King also followed him in. Lu Yu and the others had passed out. They were protected by a treasure. In addition, 2 war gods were besieging a machete man. The macheteman's saber turned into layers of defense in his hand. For a moment, the 2 war gods couldn't hold him. Lin Fei could see that Song Bai's machete man seemed to be injured, and the injury was getting more and more serious. Netherworld Demon King, why are you here? What do you mean by this? The Trinity War God's gaze landed on the Netherworld Demon King. The other war god fixed his eyes on Lin Fei. Nothing. I just want to kill you here. This is my territory. It's not your place to be presumptuous. Chapter 48-64. The hatred of the Devil King of the Underworld was not ordinary. As soon as he saw the two war gods, he immediately made his move and locked onto the Six Unity War God. The Six Unity War God was also very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the two of them started fighting. The Three Origin War God's gaze fell on the young man. Previously he thought that there was a young man who went in. He did not expect that this guy would be able to negotiate a cooperation with the Devil King of the Underworld. He was really capable. Are you going to surrender obediently, or do you want me to kill you? How dare you join forces with the Devil King of the Underworld? I really don't know who gave you such courage. The Three Origin War God sneered and waved his hand. A ray of light shot over. This ray of light was called the Divine Light of Destruction. It was very terrifying. As soon as it came over, it shrouded the area where Lin Fei was, turning it into nothingness in the blink of an eye. A technique like this had already reached the might of a 9-star war god. Any war god would be killed in the face of such a radiance. It was too difficult to survive. I'm sorry, there are some men who want to kill me. Although you are a 9-stars war god, I'm not good at other things, but I'm good at staying alive. Lin Fei's figure came over with a whoosh and directly surrounded the Three Origin war god and attacked. Unlike others, Lin Fei's attack was purely a close-range method. He threw one punch after another. Only in this way could his fist technique be domineering, fierce, and penetrative. The Three Origin war god was careless and suffered a loss. He really underestimated this guy's ability. He finally understood why such a ruthless guy like the Devil King of the Underworld would choose to cooperate with such a person. It was really hard to believe that they would directly surround him. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, Lin Fei unleashed his technique. One punch after another, there was no pause at all. The Three Origin war god kept retreating. Even though some of his methods were blasted over, they were all destroyed by the opponent. Not far away, war god Songbai was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the Netherworld Demon King would join forces with a young man to launch an attack. Moreover, that young man was someone he didn't know. Since when did such a powerful expert appear in the younger generation? He had originally thought that he would die here, but now it seemed that not only would he not die here, but he would also be able to give these two fellows a heavy blow. Young man, let me help you. Songbai, the god of war, shouted and came over. However, halfway through, he saw a force spread across the sky and stopped him. I don't need you here. I haven't fought with the 9-stars war god in a long time. I want to see how strong he is. If you want to help, go play with the demons of the underworld. As soon as the power came, Songbai felt some resistance. This barrier was also filled with a terrifying chill, and it kept seeping in. This caused his eyes to light up. This young man really has a lot of means. Without any hesitation, he directly joined the battle of the Netherworld Demon Kings. Lu Ho was originally able to suppress the 9 Underworld's Demon King by himself. Now that battle god Songbai had appeared, the situation was completely different. Sanyuan couldn't free his hands either, because the opponent's means were really powerful. From time to time he launched some physical attacks. For example, the move of mind projection had made him suffer a few times, and he couldn't resist it at all. If he wasn't the war god of 9 stars, he would definitely be defeated by this guy, and he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. How about it? My means are pretty good, right? I advise you to behave yourself and watch the show. Lin Fei performed mind projection again. This time, Sanyuan was prepared, so the injury wasn't very serious, but it still made his face very ugly. At the same time, he didn't have time to free his hands at all. This guy's attacks were endless and his strength didn't weaken at all. This was the most difficult thing to bear. He knew that it was too difficult to deal with this young man today, even if he killed the Netherworld Demon Kings. If things went wrong, the two of them would suffer a big loss. Brat, I'll remember you. You ruined our plan today and you'll regret it sooner or later. Sanyuan War God directly took out a scroll and tore it open. With a whoosh, he fled and disappeared without a trace. On the other side, the War God of 6 Directions did the same. After a feint, he also took out a scroll and left. However, before he left, he stared at Lin Fei fiercely, and then left just like that. In the blink of an eye, the two great experts left, and at the same time, Lu Yu and the others were also taken away. The surroundings became empty. Netherworld Demon Kings, I've helped you restrain them, but it's a pity that you couldn't kill the War God of 9 stars. Do you feel regretful? Lin Fei turned around and smiled at the Netherworld Demon Kings. At this time the Netherworld Demon Kings felt very satisfied. Of course, they also felt a little regretful that they didn't kill one of them. Otherwise they would definitely be greatly injured. It's really a pity, but it's not bad to let them leave in embarrassment. After all, the War God of 9 stars is not so easy to kill. The Netherworld Demon Kings turned into a large mass of black fog, which spread to the surroundings. Only a rumbling sound could be heard. The array that was set up here was destroyed by him. Then all the parts of the array flew over and landed in his hands. Since everything is settled, I'll leave now. We'll talk about other things in the future. Lin Fei also used teleportation and with a whoosh he left. This time, the Netherworld Demon King didn't stop him and just let Lin Fei leave. War God Songbai didn't leave. This time he came for the Netherworld Frost Flower. Songbai, I know you are the confidant of the Tang Emperor. If I'm not mistaken, you are here for the Netherworld Frost Flower. War God Songbai did come for the Netherworld Frost Flower. He thought he had no chance this time because he was blocked by the two great experts. He didn't expect that the Netherworld Demon King actually took action and drove them away. Our Emperor said that as long as you can give us a Netherworld Frost Flower, he will owe you a favor. War God Songbai said. The Netherworld Demon King laughed heartily. A favor from the Emperor of the Great Tang is indeed very valuable, but you're too late. The 9 Nether Frost Flower has already been taken by that young man. You should also know that the 9 Nether Frost Flower is no ordinary flower. Since I've given you one, I won't give you a second one. What did you give to that young man? Chapter 4865. Lin Fei exited the 9th secluded land and came out with a few greater teleportation techniques. For him his speed was quite fast. As soon as he stepped out, a figure caught up with him. His speed was quite fast. Lin Fei didn't need to guess to know who it was. Should be War God Songbai. He didn't expect him to be so fast. He probably knew from the Devil King that he had the 9 Hell Frost Flower. It was absolutely impossible to obtain a second 9 Hell Frost Flower from the Demon King of the 9 Hell. Lin Fei could more or less understand the temper of the Demon King of the 9 Hell. Young man, wait a minute. Young man, wait a minute. Songbai, the God of War, chased after him and almost lost him. This young man's movement speed was also quite fast. Fortunately, he finally caught up. He knew from the Devil King that the 9 Hell Frost Flower was with this young man. He didn't dare to stay any longer and directly caught up. He was afraid that if he delayed for a while, he wouldn't know where this person was going. The 9 Hell Frost Flower had a magical effect on detoxification. If this person didn't take it to the Great Tang Empire, it would be a big trouble. Young man, wait a minute. Young man, wait a minute. Lin Fei stopped. In the blink of an eye, War God Songbai also caught up. He stopped not far away. I heard that the 9 Hell Frost Flower is with you. What conditions do you need to be willing to hand over the 9 Hell Frost Flower? Songbai was very straightforward. He had to be straightforward at this time. Otherwise, if the other party had any ideas, it would be difficult to get the 9 Hell Frost Flower. This guy's strength was also unfathomable. So far he couldn't think of such a powerful expert in Jiangnan. This person was definitely a 9 stars war god. Even if he wasn't, he was at least an 8 stars war god. I have other uses for the 9 Hell Frost Flower. Anyway, the Devil King has a lot of it. Why don't you ask him for it? Of course, Lin Fei would use the 9 Hell Frost Flower to save the princess. However, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't say that at this time. He had to make sure that the 9 Hell Frost Flower was important. The God of War Songbai's heart skipped a beat. This was not good news but definitely bad news. Thinking about it, it made sense. Since the other party had taken the 9 Nether Frost Flower, it was impossible for him to really save the palace master. Although the princesses of the Great Tang were worth a lot of money, with their strength and cultivation, they naturally wouldn't be interested in such a princess. Just look at how he dared to make a move against a 3-origin war god. One could only imagine what kind of situation he was in. The other party was confident in his own strength. Snatching the 9 Nether Frost Flower from him was too difficult. Our Great Tang Empire sincerely wants the 9 Hell Frost Flower? What if I can get another one from the Demon King of the Netherworld? Naturally, I wouldn't come looking for you. I really had no other choice. Could you please state a condition? Our Great Tang Empire will definitely accomplish it. This was the only thing Songbai could say. Lin Fei also laughed. Your Great Tang Empire really cares about the 9 Nether Frost Flower. It's not very useful to me. I heard that the princess of your Great Tang Empire was poisoned and needed the 9 Nether Frost Flower to detoxify her. I wonder if it's true. To tell you the truth? It's true. Our palace master was indeed injured and poisoned. So I came to get the 9 Nether Frost Flower, but I was trapped by the 3 origin and 6 direction war gods. If you didn't help me, I'm afraid I would be dead now. The god of war Songbai started to tell Zhang Tai sincerely. No matter what, the other party would stop. Then it was very likely that he could get the 9 nether frost flower. If you think it's not reasonable here, you can go to the Great Tang Empire with me. At that time, let the Emperor of the Great Tang, namely His Majesty, talk to you about this matter. I think he will definitely give you something that will satisfy you. Now that the negotiation was not good, Songbai certainly couldn't rob it. So the best way was to invite this young man to the Great Tang Empire as a guest, and then let His Majesty talk to the young man. This was more likely. The Emperor of the Great Tang was a great master in the Jiangnan area. He was a top master. Which of those who could meet His Majesty was not a real god's favored one? The top master. Wasn't Lin Fei's ultimate goal to meet the Emperor of the Great Tang? He knew the location of the god's restaurant from him. I heard that the Emperor of the Tang Empire is a top master. I wonder how much stronger he is than the 3 origin war god and the 6 direction war god? I'm in the mood to have a fight with him. Lin Fei laughed. That war god Songbai was shocked again. It turned out that this young man was a martial arts fanatic. No wonder he dared to fight against the 3 origin war god alone. As a result, the 3 origin war god suffered a loss and was injured. What if this news spread out? The whole Jiangnan area would be shocked. If His Majesty knows that you went there, he will be very happy. Anyway, war god Songbai was a little relieved. It seemed that this young man was not so difficult to deal with. He could still talk to him. Okay, then I'll go to the Great Tang Empire with you. I heard that the Great Tang Empire is one of the 3 super empires in the Jiangnan area. I've always heard about it, but I've never been there. After a laugh, Lin Fei went to the Great Tang Empire with war god Songbai. The Great Tang Empire was very big and there were many masters. They arrived at the capital of the Great Tang Empire. There were countless experts there. Furthermore, there was also a super array formation. Even Lin Fei couldn't help but give it a thumbs up in his heart after taking a look at it. The Great Tang Empire was really powerful, especially the capital. Even 7 or 8 9 stars war gods couldn't break this super formation. With this super formation, the capital was as stable as Mount Tai. At the same time, Lin Fei also felt a super strong aura. The strong aura surpassed that of the 3 origin war god and the 6 unity war god. Even the Devil King of the 9 Serenities was far inferior to him. This was a top master. It seems that I should be able to get a lot of power of faith in this trip to the Great Tang Empire. At that time, I will be able to reach the 40th stage of the infinite divine body in one go. The chances are still very high. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't seen the person yet, but he was already thinking about the power of faith. War god Songbai led Lin Fei into the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was also full of masters. Many hidden auras were in the void. Anyone who came in would be attacked directly, even if it was a 9 stars war god. Chapter 4866. Along the way, Lin Fei knew that the Great Tang Empire was indeed very powerful. It was no wonder that it could become one of the 3 super empires in the Jiangnan region. Not only were there many experts, but there were also a few super experts. Coupled with the super array, the influence was naturally different. Lin Fei was taken to the royal palace by Songbai. They arrived at a very luxurious and honorable place in the palace. There were many palaces here. Sir, please rest here first. I will report to His Majesty and come back to inform you when the time comes. The god of war Songbai didn't take Lin Fei to see His Majesty. After all, this was not a small matter, and Her Majesty was very busy every day, so she had to report it first. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Just like that, he stayed in this palace for a while. The interior and exterior of this palace were very luxurious, and the spirit energy was especially rich. If there was no accident, this should be used to entertain distinguished guests. Not long after Lin Fei arrived, someone came up. There was a young man in the next palace. He had a head full of white hair and seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. However, his strength was indeed quite strong. He was actually an 8-star war god. That was quite rare at this age. My friend, I'm sorry to disturb you so abruptly. I hope you don't mind. I see that you've just arrived. Don't tell me you're here to participate in the Imperial Secret Realm with me. The white-haired young man took the initiative to speak as soon as he came over. He also had a friendly smile on his face. This was a misunderstanding. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that this young man had misunderstood. He wasn't here to participate in the Imperial Secret Territory, but since it was called the Imperial Secret Territory, it couldn't be a small place. He knew better than anyone else why this white-haired young man would come looking for him. If nothing went wrong, he was going to get a helper for himself. People nowadays were getting smarter and smarter. Even an 8-star war god was thinking of recruiting people. It seemed that the Imperial Secret Realm was not as simple as it seemed. You've misunderstood. I'm not here to participate in the Royal Secret Realm. The white-haired young man was a little surprised. After all, not everyone could live in this place. Without any status or background, they could only live outside. They were all distinguished guests, but they weren't here to participate in the Imperial Secret Territory. The East Rising War God was indeed surprised. Sorry. I thought you were here to participate in the Imperial Secret Realm. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Hearing that he was not here to participate in the Imperial Secret Territory, the East-coming war god bade farewell and prepared to leave. It also gave him a little impression of this young man. It was indeed rare for someone so young to be able to come to this palace. I've just arrived as well and I'm feeling bored. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Who knows, we might be able to kill some time. Lin Fei had come here to obtain the power of faith. He wasn't very concerned about other things, but he was very free at the moment. Since someone had come over, he might as well chat with them. The East Rising War God was slightly stunned. He smiled, cupped his hands and sat down. I am the East Arrival War Immortal. Lin Fei also laughed. Lin Mu. It was more or less necessary to use a fake name when going out. Even if there was a huge commotion over there, Lin Fei still used it. This name was quite common. Last time he used Yi Xian. This time Lin Fei directly used the name Lin Mu. The Southeast War God didn't remember any young man called Lin Mu, but he didn't think too much about it. I saw that there were people in the surrounding palaces. Are they all here to participate in the Imperial Secret Realm? Lin Fei also asked casually. The Southeast War God didn't have anything to do either. Just now he saw people move in, so he came over. So the two of them chatted and laughed. Mr. Zilong, this is the palace I've arranged for you. What do you think? This is the best palace in the Imperial Secret Territory. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside. Then they heard voices and then a group of people walked in. As soon as they walked in, they saw that there were two people chatting and laughing. Someone scolded them on the spot. Who are you? Who's here? This is for VIPs. This voice interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Lin Fei was really happy. He didn't expect to hear so many secrets again. This East Rising War God was indeed interested in befriending him, so the two of them seemed to be having a pleasant conversation as they chatted. Suddenly interrupted by someone, the East Rising War God immediately turned around with a cold look in his eyes. Who are you? Who let you come here? The East Rising Battle God said coldly. With a glance, the hearts of everyone present trembled a little. The person who scolded him just now also recognized him. You are the East-coming War God. The East-coming War God had a great reputation. After all, he had reached the level of an 8-star War God at such a young age. It could be said that he was the idol of the younger generation. I am the third prince. I arranged this place for Mr. Zilong. I don't remember it being arranged for you, the East-coming War God. A young man in a yellow robe came up and greeted the East-coming War God. Although this person's level was not high, only at the level of a 7-star War God, with his identity as the third prince, it was different. Even the purple-robed young man called Mr. Zilong stared at the East-coming War God. The East-coming War God had obviously heard of the third prince. This guy could be considered a martial arts fanatic, and his strength was also very strong. He was a 7-star War God, and it was said that he had cultivated the unique skills of the royal family. He was very powerful, and even an 8-star War God might not be able to take him down easily. Indeed, I am not staying here. But because of what I said just now, I am a little unhappy. Is the third prince going to kick me out? Then I would like to ask your majesty, we are here to participate in the royal secret realm. Can't we just drop by? Although the East-coming War God was afraid of the third prince, he did not play along with him. Instead he asked directly. They were all here to participate in the royal secret realm. As the third prince, he was not qualified to say such things. Haha, as expected of the East-coming War God, you have a temper. I have heard of you for a long time. I hope I can have a chance to learn from you this time. My name is Zilong. The purple-robed Mr. Zilong stared at the East-coming War God with an eager look. Lin Fei just sat there quietly. The accommodation arranged by War God Song Bai was a little unreliable. It was obvious that someone was eyeing this palace. How could it be possible for Lin Fei to leave? Hey, Battle God Song Bai allowed me to live in this palace. Are you going to kick me out? If so, you'd better ask Battle God Song Bai for permission first. Lin Fei stood up as well. Chapter 4867. Hearing Lin Fei's words, both the third prince and Child Zilong slightly changed their expressions. Of course they knew War Immortal Song Bai, who was a top master in the Tang Empire. They didn't expect that this young man lived here because of War Immortal Song Bai. Even the third prince's expression changed slightly, and he was a little suspicious. War Immortal Song Bai was so elusive that it was hard for them to see him on normal days. What was the background of this guy? They wanted to refute, but the third prince knew that if this guy was really arranged by War Immortal Song Bai to stay here, they would offend War Immortal Song Bai if they kicked him out. If they really caused trouble, they would definitely suffer. Lin Fei continued to laugh. I know you won't believe me. Anyway, I'm here. Either you leave or you kick me out. You have to be prepared for what will happen next. Don't say I didn't warn you. The East arrival Immortal Song Bai was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this young man actually lived here because of War Immortal Song Bai. Everyone knew that War Immortal Song Bai was a 9 stars War Immortal. He was a top master in the Tang Empire, and also the right-hand man of the Emperor. Everyone knew him. The third prince and Child Zilong both looked terrible. What's your name? I'd like to get to know you in case I make a mistake. The third prince obviously didn't continue to ask. No matter whether this guy was War Immortal Song Bai or not, he couldn't continue to ask. But he could remember this guy's name and his background. He could arrange someone to check it out as soon as possible. You're not qualified to know my name. Get out. Lin Fei smiled faintly and poured himself another cup of tea. He poured himself another cup of tea. The third prince had never thought that he would be ignored by a young man like this. The blue veins on his hands were slightly bulging and he took back his hand. Child Zilong, I'm sorry, I'll change a place for you. They didn't say anything and directly walked out. The third prince didn't forget one important thing, which was to arrange someone to keep an eye on this place. He wanted to see if this guy was sent here by the god of war Song Bai. If not, then he would have to face the wrath of the third prince. Brother Lin, you're amazing. You drove the third prince out just like that. This guy is quite narrow-minded. You have to be careful. And that Zilong is the same. The East Rising War God reminded with a smile. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of ants. When it's time to make a move, I'll just slap them to death. Lin Fei said casually. In his eyes, both the third prince and young Master Zilong were just ants. Of course, it was just a matter of strength. The war god of the southeast had to give in to this Lin Mu. He really had a lot of guts. The more he looked at him, the more mysterious his identity and background became. He even managed to get close to war god Song Bai. The East Rising war god sat there for a while before leaving. He had to investigate Lin Mu's background. If he didn't have a certain background, he probably wouldn't dare to offend the third prince. And he even offended young Master Zilong. Both of them had a high status and background. In the evening, war god Song Bai came over. He didn't let Lin Fei wait for too long. He knew that war god Song Bai wouldn't delay him. I've already told His Majesty. His Majesty wants to see you and have a good talk with you. Please come with me. Lin Fei and war god Song Bai left the palace just like that. As soon as they left, the third prince received the news. He didn't forget about this matter. It was because of this guy that he lost his face. If he didn't find out this guy's background, he would never be able to vent his anger. So after he came back, he really did investigate. The more he investigated, the more he felt that this young man had a very mysterious background. There was no record of him at all. However, many people said that he came in with war god Song Bai. Could it be that this guy was war god Song Bai's new disciple? If this was the case, it could be explained. After all, war god Song Bai didn't have many disciples. If he was a talented disciple, it would be a different story. This made the third prince very unhappy. If he was really a disciple, it would be very difficult to deal with him. Although war god Song Bai didn't talk much, he was very resourceful. His father especially appreciated him. These things couldn't be confirmed yet. Only after receiving the news could it be confirmed. Hearing the news, the third prince smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that this guy really had a relationship with war god Song Bai. He left in a hurry. It would be difficult for the third prince to vent his anger, so the third prince decided to give up. At most, he would slowly collect this guy's information. This was also the third prince's favorite thing to do. Lin Fei and war god Song Bai went all the way to the garden. This place was very big. Lin Fei even heard the sound of water. Then a huge lake appeared in front of him. Good heavens, a big trick was used to put a lake here. There seemed to be many monsters in the lake, which were the so-called fish monsters. All of them were not weak. That's Your Majesty. Your Majesty's favorite thing to do is fishing. War god Song Bai said in a low voice. In front of Lin Fei's sight, there stood a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. He was fishing quietly with a pole in his hand. There was no bait on the pole, but when he lifted it, a fish monster really came out. It looked fierce. With a tap of the pole, the fish monster completely calmed down. "Your Majesty, he's here." War God Songbai walked over and said in a low voice. The middle-aged man waved his hand and the fish monster went back into the water. It was like an amnesty. Then he turned around. Lin Fei also saw this middle-aged man. His entire body was brimming with a dense and boundless aura. This was a top-notch expert. He was even stronger than the 9 Underworlds Demon King and the 2 9-star war gods from before. He was definitely at the peak of the 9 stars war god. He was even half a step away from the level of 10 stars. He was still powerful. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lin Fei also cupped his hands. Lin Fei did not address them as seniors. In terms of lifespan, Lin Fei was not inferior to these people. In fact, he was even older than them. "You're young and promising. No wonder you could get the 9 Serenities frozen flower from the Devil King of 9 Serenities. Just tell me what you want. There are many good things in the Tang Empire." Chapter 48-68. The Tang Emperor was quite straightforward. Of course, Lin Fei liked straightforward people. After all, this was the Tang Emperor, a top expert. He was straightforward and so did Lin Fei. "I like straightforward people. Since Your Majesty has told me so directly, I won't stand on ceremony. This 9 nether frozen flower is really useless to me, so it's not a problem for me to take it out." Lin Fei laughed, and a 9 nether frozen flower appeared in his hand. It was the 9 nether frozen flower that the Demon King of the 9 nether gave him the most. The Tang Emperor laughed. "You're quite interesting. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your 9 nether frozen flower away? After all, this is my territory." Great Tang Emperor, as one of the top experts of the Jiangnan region, you definitely won't make a move on a 9 Hellfrost flower. You can't afford to lose that much face. Moreover, even if you did make a move, you might not be able to snatch it away. Even though the Great Tang Emperor was a top-notch expert, Lin Fei still spoke as usual. The Tang Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. Even War God Songbai on the side admired the courage of this guy for daring to say such words. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of the Tang Emperor. "What I want is quite simple. Your Tang Empire definitely has it. That is the land of faith." Lin Fei laughed. "The power of faith?" The Tang Emperor was a little surprised. He had already calculated what the other party wanted, but he never expected that this guy only wanted the power of faith. This was something of little value. Could it be that this fellow used the power of faith to cultivate? If that was the case, it would make sense. "You're really different. Others want cultivation methods or top treasures, but I can get them easily. You're different. You want the power of faith. You're quite interesting." Even Songbai didn't expect that this guy wanted the power of faith. This thing was indeed rare, but in the Tang Empire, the power of faith was really not a rare thing. There was such a thing in the treasure house. Then we can cooperate happily. I believe the Tang Emperor won't let me down. Anyway, the power of faith is useless in your treasure house. You might as well give it to me. Maybe you can get a future ally. The Great Tang Emperor burst into laughter once more. "It seems that you are very confident in your own strength." Balls of golden light flew out just like that. It turned out that the Tang Emperor carried the power of faith with him. The power of faith that flew out arrived in front of Lin Fei. It was very dense, much denser than the power of faith that he had obtained from the Demon King of the 9 Underworlds. There was no way to compare. The Demon Kings of the Netherworld were different from the Great Tang Emperor. He had already founded the Great Tang Empire, the Super Empire of Jiangnan. Accumulation and foundation were naturally different. The Great Tang Emperor is indeed straightforward. I am quite satisfied with the power of faith. I hope there will be such good things in the future and we can continue working together. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei collected the power of faith and followed the 9 Hellfrost flower. He was not afraid that the Great Tang Emperor would play any tricks. Now that the power of faith was in his hands, there was nothing for him to worry about. In the blink of an eye, the power of faith turned into a large amount of honor points. It was rising rapidly. The corners of his mouth also rose slightly. The 9 Hellfrost flower was also in the hands of the Great Tang Emperor. With a flip of his hand he kept it. "I heard that you can withstand the attack of a 3-element war god. I wonder if you have any thoughts of helping me with something. I think you won't reject this as a reward." The Great Tang Emperor stretched out his hand, and balls of power of faith flew out again. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Good Lord, the Great Tang Emperor is indeed the Great Tang Emperor. I actually fell into a little trap unknowingly. This guy did not give me all the power of faith. Of course, this was also within Lin Fei's expectations. He was indeed a cunning old fox. If it was anything else, Lin Fei would not be interested. However, the power of faith was different. For him, the power of faith would definitely be of great help. The power of faith that he had just obtained could improve his infinite divine body. It could improve by at least 2 levels. Close to 3. In other words, his infinite divine body had improved from 36 levels to 38 levels, close to 39 levels. If he took all the power of faith from the great Tang Emperor, it was highly likely that he would be able to break through to 40 levels. He had reached a new height. There was probably no one in the history of the Infinite Sect who had such an achievement. Great Tang Emperor, you're so boring. You actually held back. Do you know that I'm very unhappy? Lin Fei said with a smile. The great Tang Emperor burst into laughter again. He felt that this young man was more interesting. In the blink of an eye, the power of faith that was sent out lost connection. A terrifying force had directly cut off the connection. There was no resistance at all. However, the great Tang Emperor could not see anything. This young man did not do anything from the beginning to the end. He was filled with many secrets. As long as you do one thing for me, I can give you all the power of faith first. I believe you have no objections, right? You're the first person who can make me say something like this. This time it was Lin Fei's turn to be surprised. This great Tang Emperor was really different. Such boldness was rare. No wonder he could become a top-notch expert. He actually dared to give the power of faith to Lin Fei first. To Lin Fei, if he really gave the power of faith to Lin Fei, his infinite divine body would reach 40 levels. By then, his physical strength would be even stronger. It would be easier for him to fight against 9 stars experts. Basically, ordinary 9-star war immortals were no match for him. Even if he were to face 2 or 3 ordinary 9-star war immortals in one go, it would still be a piece of cake. Even if he encountered a top-notch expert, he would not be defeated. This was the power of the infinite divine body. I'm really interested in the power of faith. However, I have to hear what it is about. Don't tell me that you want me to fight with a top-notch expert or help you restrain him. I can't do that. I'm afraid that the top-notch expert will kill me in a few moves. My bright future will be gone. Of course, Lin Fei had to get to the bottom of it first. This matter is actually quite simple. There is no one in Jiangnan with your strength at your age. Even if there are only a few who can compare to you. Therefore, I hope that you can escort my little daughter to a place. I don't think it's a difficult thing to do. Yes. Chapter 4869. That's it? Lin Fei was surprised. Did the Tang Emperor come to give him the power of faith? For a moment, Lin Fei wondered if he had heard wrongly. The power of faith was too easy to get. What was the point of escorting the daughter of the Tang Emperor to a place? It was definitely a piece of cake. Now that he had the 38th level of infinite divine body, his physical body was strong and powerful. If he could get this batch of power of faith, he would definitely reach the 40th level. His physical body would be strong enough to break any attack. The Tang Emperor smiled. It's such a simple task. I don't think anyone else can do it, but you definitely can. I just don't know if you're willing to do it. The power of faith can't be obtained anywhere. Other than the Jiangnan region and the 3 empires, there are almost no other places that can be ignored. Perhaps it was to let Lin Fei know that the power of faith wasn't that easy to get. The Tang Emperor said with a smile. Back then, in the Jiangnan area, all the people who became gods with the power of faith were wiped out by us emperors. So, if you want to kill them and seize the power of faith, it's impossible. Almost all the power of faith is gathered in the hands of our 3 empires. Alright. This wasn't good news at all. Lin Fei understood what was going on. The Tang Emperor was determined to get him. If he wanted to get the power of faith, they would probably send each other his daughter. Just because of what you said, I have to help you. After all, I'm a helpful person. Since we've met, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I'll accept this task. Lin Fei accepted the task seriously. The power of faith in the Tang Emperor's hand flew over. It appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and kept it. He had to get the power of faith first. As for other things, he would think about it later. Once the power of faith was in his hand, it was instantly converted into honor points. The infinite divine body broke through to the 40th level in one go. Fortunately, Lin Fei had not removed the seal on his physical body. Otherwise, he would have given the Tang Emperor a huge fright. In just a short period of time, his fleshly body had improved by leaps and bounds. Anyone would suspect that obtaining the power of faith would be of great use to Lin Fei. After all, the strength of the war god realm that was cultivated from the power of faith was only average. It was far from being as powerful as Lin Fei. If they knew about this, they would probably be tempted and come up with all kinds of methods. The Tang Emperor was indeed a little surprised. I didn't expect this young man to accept the task so readily. Isn't he afraid that I've set a trap for him? He was still extremely confident in his own strength. In any case, he had solved a small problem for the Tang Emperor. Song Bai, take him to our little daughter and tell her to listen to this young man. By the way, what's your name, young man? I'm called Lin Mu, a very simple name. Lin Fei naturally gave a fake name. Lin Fei and war god Song Bai left in the blink of an eye. A black figure appeared in the sky above the lake and walked over the water. This guy called Lin Mu is very dangerous. You found the right person. But you're also very courageous. A person like you will most likely become a peak expert in the future. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be very surprised. Who would have thought that there would be another expert in the lake that didn't leak even the slightest bit of his aura? A peak expert is good. Our great world of the gods has not had a peak expert for a long time. It has become a pool of stagnant water. The Tang Emperor's gaze became profound. His escort this time will be very interesting. It's just the right time for me to show off my skills. Lin Fei and war god Song Bai went to the other side and were also in the imperial palace. Brother Lin, you're really courageous. You're the only one who dares to speak to His Majesty like this. War god Song Bai didn't know how many geniuses he had seen and how many experts he had seen, but he had never seen anyone like Lin Mu, which was really surprising. Everyone is different. I'm naturally different from others. I dared to speak to His Majesty because I have the confidence and strength. If His Majesty were to act against me, I would have a way to deal with it. But at that time, it would not be a good thing for anyone. How great is it now? He got it and I got what I wanted. Originally, Lin Fei was prepared to ask about the god's restaurant. But after some consideration he suppressed that thought. He should first earn the power of faith before anything else. The god's restaurant would find out sooner or later. There was no need to rush. Moreover, he had already obtained the power of faith. If he asked about the god's restaurant again, it might raise some suspicions. After all, he wanted to know about the god's restaurant and how to obtain the power of faith. From the Tang Emperor he more or less got a general idea. The other places did not have the power of faith. Only the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire had it. These two empires still had quite a lot of power of faith. As for how to get it, it would depend on Lin Fei. But if his infinite god physique reached the 40th layer, then it would be different. Lin Fei's strength had greatly increased. His physical body had become stronger. Who is this princess that I'm escorting? Don't tell me it's the poison one. Lin Fei asked with narrowed eyes. War god Song Bai shook his head. It's not the poison one but the other one. But this one is not easy to deal with. She can be considered a little devil. She is also the most difficult daughter of His Majesty. You have to be mentally prepared. So it was a little devil. This surprised Lin Fei, but he was really looking forward to this escort mission. He knew better than anyone else that this escort mission was not a small one. It should be a big one. Who knows what might happen along the way. Not long after, war god Song Bai brought Lin Fei to the front of a palace. This palace was quite luxurious. There were also experts standing at the entrance. There were a total of 4 experts in the 7-star war god realm. When they saw war god Song Bai, they stood up straight. The princess should be inside. She has never come out. But she has tamed quite a number of animals. Lord Song, you have to be careful when you go in. Lin Fei knew that this princess would cause trouble. Outside there were even 7-star war gods helping to keep watch. One could imagine. Chapter 4870. This also made Lin Fei very interested in the princess inside. Even the 7-star god of war was guarding outside. Obviously, the Emperor of Tang didn't let the princess go out. She was probably really a little witch. Escorting such a little witch was truly an interesting matter. As soon as Lin Fei came in, with a loud rumbling sound, a black shadow rushed over. It turned out to be an evil beast. It was very fast, but unfortunately, its strength was ordinary. Lin Fei raised his hand and directly caught the evil beast. With a casual toss, the demonic beast scurried away, trembling in fear. Song Bai, who was next to him, also said, "This little princess has such a temper. In our eyes, she is a little witch. These should be some new evil beasts she raised. She has raised many evil beasts in this palace." In fact, Lin Fei could feel it even if Song Bai didn't say it. There were indeed many evil beasts in this palace. These evil beasts were very powerful. I'm good at dealing with little witches. I don't think the Emperor of Tang will do anything to me, right? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Your Majesty, since you are assigned to this escort mission, you will naturally be in charge. So, if the little witch does something wrong, you can help her. Of course, Song Bai knew what he meant. After all, not everyone could control this little witch. Moreover, this little witch's strength was also very powerful. Along the way, many evil beasts rushed out. These evil beasts were strong and weak, but they all had one thing in common, which was that they had mastered certain abilities. Some were fast, some were strong, and some were good at sneaking and ambushing. There were all kinds of evil beasts. It was really like a small dragon's pool and tiger's den. Of course, these were no obstacles for Lin Fei at all. He went all the way to the main hall. "Uncle Songbai, why are you here? Is my father willing to let me out?" As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a girl who was about 17 or 18 years old. She smiled as soon as she saw War God Songbai. "His Majesty is indeed planning to let you go, but he is not going to send you to the sacred land of reincarnation," Songbai said. When the little princess heard this, her face turned pale and she became anxious. "I'm not going to the reincarnation base. That place is too dangerous. I'm not going to suffer there. I'm going to tell my father that I'm definitely not going." Songbai shook his head. What kind of temper does His Majesty have? If he says he won't let you go, then he definitely won't let you go. You should just obediently listen to him. That's right, this is Lin Mu. He will escort you to the sacred land of reincarnation this time. Lin Fei had already obtained a scroll. Naturally, he knew that he was escorting the little princess to a place called the sacred land of reincarnation. He had never heard of this sacred land of reincarnation. It was obviously a place to gain experience. Anyway, his task this time was to escort the little princess to the sacred land of reincarnation. It was that simple. Although the little princess looked a little unruly and seemed to have a bit of a temper, he didn't think much of it. If she wasn't obedient, he would teach her a lesson. Get lost, get lost. I don't need you to escort me. I won't go to the sacred land of reincarnation. The little princess roared in an unruly manner. With a wave of his hand, a cold wind directly flew over and turned into a storm, instantly enveloping Lin Fei. Song Baijian just stood there without making a sound. Then the storm disappeared. A figure walked over with quick steps. He arrived in front of the little princess. "This kind of power is not bad, but you can't even move my body. You should just obediently listen to me. Now, I will escort you to the sacred land of reincarnation." He reached out his hand. The little princess felt that she couldn't move and just followed behind him. "I won't go. Uncle Song, quickly make him stop, quickly make him stop." But no matter how the little princess struggled, it was useless. Just like that, she was brought out of the palace by Lin Fei. Even the 7 Stars War God at the door didn't stop them. In the blink of an eye, the two left the Great Tang Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty, there shouldn't be a problem with Lin Mu escorting the little princess to the sacred land of reincarnation. No one can stop them." Just after the two left, the Great Tang Emperor walked out. Of course, he knew what kind of temper his little daughter had. Not everyone could deal with her. At the very least, the experts of the royal family couldn't do it and couldn't do it. But this Lin Mu was different. He could cooperate with the Netherworld Demon King to deal with the other 9 Stars War Gods. Naturally, one could imagine that his temper wasn't something that anyone could compare to. The little princess really couldn't do anything in front of him. It's good to let her suffer a bit. It's also good to let those guys experience what despair is. War God Songbai naturally knew who the little princess was. That was the sacred physique of reincarnation. This was one of the top sacred physiques. Many people had their eyes on this sacred physique of reincarnation. This was also the reason why His Majesty didn't let the little princess go out. Once she went out, her reincarnation bloodline would be dug out. Without the reincarnation bloodline, the princess would no longer exist. So this time, he let Lin Mu escort the little princess to the sacred land of reincarnation to stimulate the little princess bloodline again. However, many people had their eyes on the sacred physique of reincarnation, so this time he asked Lin Mu. On this side, the little princess kept struggling, but it was useless. The other side was like a mountain pressing down on her. "You don't need to struggle. Since I said I would escort you to the sacred land of reincarnation, I will definitely send you there. Obediently follow behind me and you won't suffer. Otherwise, when I make a move later, you will suffer." Lin Fei looked back at the little princess. The little princess's face turned pale. "You dare? My father is the Emperor of Great Tang. If you dare to touch me, I will let Lin Mu destroy you." Even at this time, the little princess still maintained her domineering attitude. After all, her father was a top expert in Jiangnan, a super expert of the 3 empires. She was really not afraid of not being able to deal with this stinking brat in front of her. Lin Fei slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "It seems like you don't want to listen to me. Fine, then I will teach you a little lesson." Lin Fei was not so polite. He reached out and grabbed the little princess. His strength directly penetrated her. In the blink of an eye, the little princess trembled with fear and uneasiness. This guy really dared to make a move. Chapter 4871. There were a few people sitting in a small room. Under the dim light, their silhouettes seemed unusually strange, adding a bit of coldness to the atmosphere. I just received news that the little princess went out and was taken away by a young expert. If I'm not mistaken, she should be going to the sacred land of reincarnation. The one who spoke was an old woman who was trembling. However, no one dared to underestimate this old woman. She was very strong and was an 8-star war god. It seems that we can make our move. This is a big deal. As long as we capture the little princess and obtain the reincarnation bloodline, it will naturally be a big deal. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and make your move. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. This time, many people are eyeing us covetously. The people present were all professional assassins. These assassins specialized in doing big deals. If there wasn't a certain big deal, they wouldn't make a move at all. Once they made a move, they would basically succeed. There would never be a time when they failed. This time, the reincarnation bloodline was a big deal. Someone had paid a high price for the reincarnation bloodline. Once the reincarnation bloodline was refined, one's strength would greatly increase and they would be able to cultivate the reincarnation realm. Once the reincarnation realm was activated, it was truly terrifying. It was said that when the reincarnation realm was activated, it could easily reincarnate a 9-star war god's strength. It turned into nothingness. Therefore, the reincarnation sage physique was very terrifying. Once such a person grew up, he would become a top-notch expert. The Great Tang Empire was originally a super empire. If there was another top-notch expert with the reincarnation sage physique, no one would be able to defeat them. This was not a good thing for the Great Zhao Empire and the Great Qin Empire. Therefore, no one was willing to let the little princess activate the reincarnation bloodline. The sacred land of reincarnation was a relic that no one could enter. It was said that only people with the reincarnation bloodline could open the sacred land of reincarnation. Even if they wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult. The sacred land of reincarnation had a powerful force. Even if a top-notch 9-star war god went there, he would also suffer a great loss. Therefore, they could only scheme against the little princess. For example, they had kidnapped the little princess on the way and seized her reincarnation bloodline. Such incidents had happened countless times in this place. Unfortunately, they failed every time. With the Great Tang Emperor in the capital, it was useless no matter who tried. They were directly obliterated. This time, they could not understand why the Great Tang Emperor would allow the little princess to go to the sacred ground of Samsara. Moreover, it wasn't him who was escorting them. Could it be that this was a trap? Although they were very interested in this big deal, they also knew that this kind of thing must be understood clearly. If they were not careful, they would suffer a big loss. Do you think this is a trap? The Great Tang Emperor has always been a scheming person. He might have arranged a top expert to deal with us somewhere else. What's there to worry about? We just have to go. Anyway, it's not just us. There are many others. Let's see how big a hole he can dig. The news spread like wildfire. When Lin Fei came out, he didn't pay much attention to his whereabouts. Therefore, it was very normal for others to know about it. The Great Tang Empire was very big. Lin Fei brought the little princess out. The little princess was starting to behave herself. Although she used a few tricks, she couldn't stop Lin Fei at all. After being taught a lesson, she couldn't even be disobedient. To the little princess, this guy in front of her was really a nightmare. How would he dare to teach her a lesson? Even the people in the palace wouldn't dare to teach him a lesson. Even her father was the same. But now she felt that she was too pitiful. She had to follow behind him all the way. Actually, I really don't want to go to the sacred ground of Samsara. I think you don't have to escort me there. Why don't you escort me back? Since my father asked you to come, he must have taken a liking to your strength. But escorting me is much more dangerous than you think. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the escort this time would not be simple. Otherwise, the Great Tang Emperor wouldn't have given all the power of faith to him. Fortunately, he used the power of faith to raise his physical body to the 40th level. It was an earth-shattering improvement. Of course, I know that escorting you is not easy. It's not that easy to take your father's things. Unfortunately, I've already taken it and can't return it to him. Therefore, I can only escort you to the sacred ground of Samsara. If it was anything else, it would be easy. But the power of faith was hard to say. At the very least, it would be too difficult for Lin Fei to get it. The Great Tang Emperor probably didn't have much power of faith in his hands. No matter what, he had to complete this escort mission first. He still had a chance to earn more power of faith. This was a good deal. No, it should be cooperation. But along the way there will be many people who will attack me. They want to take my reincarnation bloodline. Once my reincarnation bloodline reaches great success, I can activate the reincarnation realm and grind a person's strength into nothingness. It's scary, isn't it? If you escort me back now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. The little princess said again. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the reincarnation holy body was really powerful. It could actually grind a person's strength into nothingness. Of course, his infinite divine body wasn't that easy to grind. He really didn't believe it. Since he had already taken the things, he couldn't go back. He said calmly. Just follow behind me obediently. I guarantee that when I send you to the reincarnation holy land, you won't lose a single hair. This is what I said. If others want to deal with you, they will have to deal with me first. Along the way, Lin Fei didn't use the greater teleportation technique. It was fine for him to use it, but the little princess wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, the greater teleportation technique wasn't ordinary. If her body wasn't strong enough, she would be turned into ashes. Lin Fei didn't want to turn the little princess into ashes with his greater teleportation technique. The great Tang Emperor wouldn't be easy to deal with. He still wanted the power of faith. When they were out of the great Tang Empire's territory, Lin Fei felt a figure appear. It was faintly discernible. It seemed like they had their eyes on the little princess. Everyone was looking forward to the reincarnation holy body. They were probably worried that another top-notch expert had appeared. Indeed, the great Tang Emperor was good at doing business. Lin Fan didn't show up and asked him to escort her. He really thought highly of Lin Fan and wasn't afraid of any accidents happening. Chapter 4872. Just like that, Lin Fei brought the little princess to the sacred land of reincarnation. After leaving the great Tang Empire, Lin Fei felt that someone was watching them. It seemed like these people had designs on the little princess. In other words, they were plotting against her. They probably all wanted the reincarnation bloodline of the little princess. This thing was really like a shark that smelled blood and it ran over from afar. They were getting further and further away from the great Tang Empire. Lin Fei also started to fight with some people. These people's strength was average, but they were all at the war god realm. It was obvious that they were spies. Using the war god as a probe was quite a good idea. It was a big investment. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He killed one after another. The 5-star war gods were killed as many as they came. Of course they gained a lot. At the very least they still had some money. After killing another 2 5-star war gods, Lin Fei took their storage rings. The little princess said, "Aren't you going to give me some of the benefits? You've killed many war gods along the way. As the saying goes, everyone should have a share. No, I should say that everyone who sees it has a share. You should give me a share. I can't be a free tool for you." This time it was Lin Fei's turn to laugh. The little princess was quite interesting. She actually wanted to ask for some benefits. She casually threw one of the rings over. "Since you want benefits, I'll take this ring. I haven't seen what's inside. It's all up to luck. When the big guys come, I'll give you a good ring." The little princess also accepted it with a smile. At least she gained something. Forget about the big shots. I'm afraid that once those big shots come out, I'll lose my life. They're here for my reincarnation bloodline. Just don't throw me away and run away. Even though Lin Mu seemed to be quite capable, he was quite strong. However, the little princess didn't believe that a true expert would come. She was afraid that she would be left alone. Even if his father, the emperor, had an expert in the dark, he probably wouldn't have the time to save him. "Don't worry, if such a great master really comes, I will definitely protect your safety. Your father's things are not that easy to take. I know that." Without any rest, the two of them continued moving forward. Of course, his probing along the way had also been seen by many people. All of them were testing the strength of this young man. Because from the beginning to the end, they had no idea where this guy came from. He was extremely unfamiliar, as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was extremely likely that this person had come from the outside. Maybe they came from the west, the north, or the east. It was not certain. Even Zhongzhou State was very likely. After all, the gods' continent was too big. Quite a number of war gods had died, but they had more or less found out that this kid's strength was indeed quite formidable. It was extremely likely that he was a 7-star war god or an 8-star war god. There was no other way. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not reveal any realm. He was like a mystery from head to toe. It was not easy for everyone to guess. Since they had more or less confirmed his realm, they could not help but attack. They were getting closer and closer to the sacred land of reincarnation. What if the little princess entered the sacred land of reincarnation? Then they could only watch helplessly. Therefore, some of them could not wait any longer and were ready to attack. When Lin Fei and the others passed through a forest, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. A series of formations rose into the sky and turned into a cage, trapping the two of them. In this cage, the power of the five elements instantly attacked them. It was vigorous and vigorous. It was a destructive attack. In an instant, the void and the ground were smashed into powder. It could be said that this attack was very terrifying. Of course, they knew that the power of such a formation could not be killed in one go. But as long as they could injure them, they would naturally have completed half of the mission. The rest of the matter became even simpler. They have finally made their move. The evil king's people can't help but make their move. Is this good? Let them test this young man's ability first. It's best if both sides are injured. Then we'll be able to reap the benefits. There were quite a lot of people along the way. Of course, they had all stopped far away. After all, they were all experts. How could such a short distance be considered a big deal? They immediately knew that this was the evil king's attack. A few silhouettes appeared in the formation, and the leader was a bald man. This person was the evil king. His whole body was filled with evil energy. The attack disappeared without a trace in an instant. The entire void collapsed and the ground turned into a sinkhole. I know that such a large formation can't injure you. Come out and let's have a good talk. Anyway, you can forget about leaving this place. Two figures appeared. It was Lin Fei and the little princess. The little princess was already standing behind Lin Fei. She also recognized this person. It was the famous Evil King War God. Evil King War God, how dare you attack me here? Do you believe that my imperial father will wipe out the entire Evil King Palace once he makes a move? The little princess was very bold at this time. She stared at the Evil King War God and transmitted her voice to Lin Fei at the same time. This Evil King War God is an 8-star War God expert. I didn't expect him to be so bold. He dares to attack me. I must kill him. How could Lin Fei not sense this person's realm? Moreover, he could also feel that there were many people in the void staring at this place. It seemed that they all knew what was going on. I don't think it's a good thing for you to besiege the little princess here. I advise you to leave as far as possible. Otherwise, you will regret it when I make my move. Lin Fei didn't make a move directly. He said indifferently. The Evil King War God laughed loudly. He was an 8-star War God. He knew that there were many people watching here. Therefore, he was the first to make a move. When the time comes to snatch the reincarnation bloodline, they will regret it. He was just a young expert. He had already observed that there were no experts sent by the Great Tang Empire hiding in the surroundings. Therefore, he was absolutely confident that there would be no accidents. Haha, I, the Evil King, have never been afraid since I started cultivating. It seems that you don't want to hand over the little princess. Fine, I will make my move directly. Chapter 4873. The Evil King was indeed going to take action. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson. He had to capture the little princess and take her reincarnation bloodline. It was that simple. Let's do it. The attack of the 5 elements came again, and the few of them instantly disappeared into the array. This was a high-level formation. It was very powerful. Even if a god of war was trapped inside, he wouldn't be able to get out in a short time. This was the Evil King's method. He wanted to exhaust his opponent's energy in the formation first. He could be completely unharmed. He had used this method to deal with many gods of war. This was what the Evil King was proud of. This guy was the same. Even if his strength was unfathomable, so what? He was still trapped in this combat method. This Evil King is really cunning. He's using this method again. I'm afraid this guy can't take it at all. What a pity. Let's wait and see. If this guy can't take it, then we have to take action. We can't let the Evil King take advantage of us. Amidst the 5 elements attack, many figures instantly attacked Lin Fei. These people were really good at coordinating with the power of the formation. In addition to their own strength, they would attack from time to time. The Evil King was hiding behind these people. He was probably waiting for an opportunity to give Lin Fei a fatal blow. You guys want to kill me? Let's talk about it in 100 years. With a loud bang, the force of the void collapsing instantly hit the bodies of these people. They were already hiding in the surroundings and kept moving. This formation was really high level. It almost wiped out all traces. Even experts of a higher level wouldn't be able to see it in a short time. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fei. Cause and effect. It directly locked onto them. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Just as the blood splattered everywhere, a figure suddenly appeared. The Evil King directly took action. He also felt that something was different in the array. He knew that if he didn't take action now, it would be too late. A bloody palm instantly arrived and directly landed on Lin Fei's back. This attack was very strange. It was impossible to detect it at all. When he was close to Lin Fei, his power could no longer reach him. Following that, a torrent of power rushed up and landed on Diablo's body. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he instantly walked out of Diablo's body. The evil king remained motionless. Cracks appeared all over the evil king's body, and his face turned pale. With a whoosh, his entire body shattered into pieces. I told you not to fight, but you didn't listen. Now you're sending yourself on your way. But it doesn't matter. At least your subordinates can accompany you on your journey. I'm quite considerate of them. Just like that, he was trapped in a formation. To be honest, no matter how many of these people came, they would be annihilated. The closer it got to Lin Fei, the stronger the explosive power. It wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Therefore, it could only be said that this guy was quite unlucky to have met someone like Lin Fei. The people in the void sucked in a breath of cold air. They could no longer feel the evil king's presence. As for the remaining subordinates, it was the same. In other words, the evil king and the others had disappeared without a trace. They were completely annihilated. The evil king is dead, an 8-star war god. We have to be careful of this guy. His close combat skills are too powerful. They quickly realized what was going on. No one expected that the 8-star war god evil king would be killed just like that. It was really unexpected. They had originally planned to let the evil king exhaust the opponent's strength, but now it seemed that it was too stupid. This guy was directly killed. This also confirmed one thing. This mysterious expert was most likely an 8-star war god, or even a 9 stars war god. This was really hard for them to accept. This was really not good news. Should they do anything? Everyone began to think. If they didn't do anything, it would be difficult to capture this guy. Just as they were thinking, a huge net appeared in the sky, like a dark cloud, and shrouded them. It turned out that another 8-star war god had made a move. Since the evil king was useless, they would do it themselves. This time they couldn't let the opponent escape. Otherwise they really couldn't capture this guy. Everyone was here. There was strength in numbers. It was really useful. I have my eyes on the little princess. No one can take her away. Just after the inescapable net appeared, someone instantly made a move, turning into a torrent that directly swept over. So it was a treasure that was used. One treasure after another flew out. No one was polite and they didn't have any other ideas. They were ready to fight head-on. No matter what, they had to capture this guy first. They didn't believe that with so many people here, they couldn't deal with this brat. A loud rumbling sound. All the treasures were blocked by a layer of energy when they were within a certain distance. They saw a figure directly penetrate through. A punch was earth-shattering. The dark cloud was blown away. All of them groaned and blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. This punch was super powerful. Lin Fei also displayed the true power of the infinite god body. The true power of 40 stacks. This was the only way to blast away all the attacking treasures. Otherwise, it would really be a little difficult to deal with. This formation is still very safe for the time being. You just stand here first. I'll go and deal with these guys first. Lin Fei smiled at the little princess and stepped out of the formation. The attack launched. It didn't touch the formation at all. I thought you guys would keep holding back and not make a move. Since you guys have made a move, then I don't have any worries when I kill. I can kill all of you for me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The cause and effect relationship directly unfolded. Spiritual projection. It descended into a figure. Bang. An 8-star war god was killed just like that. Then it appeared in the body of another 8-star war god. Another loud rumbling sound. Another 8-star war god was killed. Everywhere it passed, the gods of war would explode one after another. The little princess in the formation covered her mouth in disbelief. This mysterious expert was more terrifying than she had imagined. He killed 8-star war gods as if they were ants. My god, just how high is this realm? Doesn't that mean he has reached the level of a 9 stars war god? Even an ordinary 9 stars war god might not be so fierce. Could it be that he is a peak 9 stars war god expert? If that's the case, then it's completely understandable. Why is father so confident? Chapter 4874. Bang 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 bang. Wherever Lin Fei passed, the war gods would explode one after another. The danger of death instantly filled the air. Those who originally planned to observe secretly had their expressions changed. They didn't expect this guy to be so strong. Killing war gods was like killing ants. They were filled with fear and unease. Run, run. This guy is too invincible. We can't beat him. He's a 9 stars war god super expert. Run, run. Run as far as you can. Otherwise you'll die. The great Tang Emperor has tricked us to death. At this moment they didn't have any more thoughts. They finally knew why the great Tang Emperor sent such a young man. It turned out that this young man was a super expert. Where did this guy come from? They didn't even get any information. Now all of them had been annihilated. The 8-star war gods couldn't even withstand a single move and their physical bodies were blown to smithereens. For experts like them, once their bodies were destroyed they would be completely hopeless. Since you're here, why leave so quickly? Lin Fei laughed heartily as he continued moving forward. He used the greater teleportation. One circle after another. The projection continued to strengthen. One expert after another was instantly killed. It didn't take long before the surroundings became quiet. All the experts were annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. Now there's no more trouble. I reckon that no one will come for a while. We can go. When Lin Fei returned, he directly broke the formation. His punch pierced through the center of the formation. He completely destroyed the formation. The little princess suddenly cried out, You're so powerful. You're much more powerful than I imagined. So many war gods and even an 8-star war god were killed by you. Those proud sons of heaven are so weak compared to you. The little princess was especially excited. She didn't know how many experts and geniuses she had seen. However, he had never seen such a powerful person who could easily destroy these 8-star war gods. It was really unbelievable. They're just ants. There's no sense of accomplishment in killing them. Alright, this is for you. Everyone has a share. I remember it clearly. 3 storage rings flew over and landed in the little princess's hand. Lin Fei left with the little princess. Not long after they left, a group of figures arrived at this place. These figures all had expressions of anger on their faces because the life cards of the experts of their sects were broken one after another. In other words, their war gods were all dead. When they arrived and saw each other's experts, they were all dumbfounded. After chatting for a while, they instantly understood and their expressions became even colder. The great Tang Emperor is so shameless. He actually arranged a super expert. My sect lost 2 8-stars war gods and 1 war god. What is this? My side also lost 2 8-stars war gods. The great Tang Emperor is too evil. This time we've suffered a great loss. That brat can only be a 9-stars war god. It's even possible that he's at the late or peak stage. No matter which factions people came here, after smelling the trace of blood in the air, they all understood that they had been dug a hole by the great Tang Emperor. They all understood that they had been dug a hole by the great Tang Emperor. No one had any idea how to deal with that super expert for a while. This kind of person was too strong. Unless they sent out their sect's 9-stars war god, but some sects didn't even have a 9-stars war god. The death of an 8-stars war god was a great blow to the sect. Not to mention dealing with him. It was already good enough that he didn't come to take revenge. The great Tang Emperor also received the news immediately. He wasn't surprised at all. This young man's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Your Majesty, this Lin Mu is much stronger than we imagined. I never thought that even those 8-stars war gods would be killed. No wonder the 9 Hell Demon Kings were willing to cooperate with him. It seems like escorting him to the reincarnation sacred land was no problem at all. Of course War God Songbai knew how strong Lin Mu was. Working together with the 9 Hell Demon Kings, they were able to suppress the 3-element 6-direction war gods. Killing these 8-star war gods was like killing ants. The Great Zhao Empire and the Great Qin Empire have a headache. I think everyone knows his background. The Great Tang Emperor gave a rare laugh. Following this, there were no more experts that came. After the news spread, it was unknown how many people were shocked. This was because this news couldn't be hidden. There were always people following them from afar. They were just a few survivors. After seeing this scene, they were scared to the point of sweating. Luckily, Lin Fei didn't make a move against them, so they spread the news as soon as possible. When the news spread, all the factions were shocked. Since when did another super expert appear? Reaching the 9-star war god level was basically a super expert. This was because it was too difficult to reach the 10-star war god level. Almost no one could do it. At the very least, the 3 empires didn't have a 10-star war god. Now that such a super expert had appeared, had a good relationship with the Great Tang Emperor, and even escorted the little princess, it naturally made the other 2 emperors feel uneasy. They arranged for people to gather information. No matter what, they had to get information about this kid. Just like that. Lin Fei smoothly escorted the little princess to the vicinity of the sacred land of reincarnation. In this place, even Lin Fei could feel the extremely terrifying aura. It was no wonder that those people dared to intercept him halfway. If they didn't intercept them halfway, they wouldn't be able to do anything in these places. This was because the little princess had the reincarnation bloodline and could use her power. Therefore, in these places, the little princess seemed to be invincible. This was a very troublesome matter. The sacred land of reincarnation is indeed different. I hope the little princess will gain something from this trip. Lin Fei smiled. With a light push of his hand, the little princess flew out. Following that, the power of the sacred land of reincarnation was guided over. A ray of light enveloped the little princess, and she flew directly into the depths of the mountain. At this time, no one could stop her. I'll definitely look for you when I come out. The little princess's voice could still be heard from afar. Lin Fei also shook his head. This little princess was really quite interesting. The little princess was successfully escorted. Lin Fei started to think about where he could get the power of faith. The Great Tang Emperor should have some. However, this Great Tang Emperor was quite thoughtful. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Great Tang Emperor, you came here quietly. It's easy to scare people. Chapter 4875. The Tang Emperor appeared silently beside Lin Fei. Actually, he already knew what was going on when the Tang Emperor came out. Don't you want me to show up? It's all thanks to you that my daughter could enter the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Lin Fei smiled. For the Great Tang Emperor to appear here at this time, he understood one thing better than anyone else, and that was that the Great Tang Emperor had come to find him for something. I don't know why your majesty has come all the way here. Could it be that you're here to cooperate with me? If it's cooperation, I'm quite interested. Otherwise, I'll just slip away. There will probably be a lot of experts coming here. I'm not interested in fighting with them. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. The Tang Emperor had not figured out the background of this young man. Anyway, his strength was unfathomable. At the very least, he was a 9-star war god. He was definitely one of the best in the Jiangnan region. For the Tang Emperor, this was a great help. The methods he used were also unimaginable and especially difficult to resist. Of course, I'm here to cooperate with you. Only someone like you is qualified to cooperate with me. I just wonder if you're interested. The Tang Emperor laughed. Lin Fei shook his head decisively. At my level, there's nothing that can attract me. As for adventures, I'm not interested. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Lin Fei left. With a whoosh, he left. This time, it was the Tang Emperor's turn. He was slightly stunned. Good lord, he left before he even said anything. He hurriedly chased after them. Wait. Lin Fei did not use the greater teleportation technique. Otherwise, the Tang Emperor would not be able to catch up. After all, this was a long-range technique. The Tang Emperor was not slow either. He caught up in a few breaths. The two had already reached a distance. I've already said that I don't want to cooperate with you. Don't look for me. I'm not suited to do that. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, the Great Tang Emperor directly sent an item over. Balls of Jianghu flew over. It turned out to be the Land of Faith. Good lord. Sure enough, the Tang Emperor still had some power of faith. Lin Fei knew that it wouldn't be so easy to use it all, and he wouldn't say that he gave it all to himself. I have a lot of things here, but it's hard for you to be interested in them. As for the power of faith, I can give it all to you when the time comes. It's useless anyway. The power of faith flew over one by one. Lin Fei missed a glance even more than the last time. Sure enough, the Tang Emperor was rich. If it were him, he didn't know when he would be able to obtain so much faith power. Escorting your daughter is indeed a matter of great importance. Therefore, the more cooperation with you this time, the better. Otherwise, I'm not interested. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to voice his opinion. I'm begging you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get so much faith power. Lin Fei didn't even bother collecting the power of faith that was flying towards him. His goal was simple. This time, he had to squeeze all the power of faith from the Tang Emperor to improve his unlimited faith god body. 40 infinite god bodies were indeed very powerful. Especially when used in conjunction with the mind projection, it was really successful. Because the opponent couldn't withstand the attack from Lin Fei's physical body. His physical body would not be able to withstand the bombardment. It was the same for the 9-star war god. If it could be upgraded further, its power would be even stronger. Lin Fei felt that it was even more satisfying to punch the opponent. No problem. This time, I'm here to give all the faith power to you. Anyway, it's useless to keep it by my side. You can be considered a top expert. I hope we can have a chance to work together again. The power of faith flew over again. This time it was indeed more than twice as much as before. Previously, he thought that the Tang Emperor didn't have much faith power on hand. But now it seemed that he had thought too much. The Tang Emperor really had a lot of faith power on hand. This time Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He collected all the power of faith one by one. Once he kept it, the first thing he did was to convert it, and his honor points rose rapidly. Without a second word, he started to upgrade the Infinite God Body. Ding, Infinite God Body 41. Ding, Infinite God Body 42. Ding, Infinite God Body 43. This time, the upgrade of the Infinite God Body was much more ferocious than Lin Fei had imagined. In one go, it went from Infinite God Body 40 to 45. In one go, it went up by 5 levels. Lin Fei felt that the power in his physical body was even stronger. Sure enough, the power of faith came quickly. The great Tang Emperor was still the best. He came all the way here to work together. Seeing that he was so sincere, he definitely had to work together. As a promising person, I am naturally interested in working together with the Tang Emperor. I wonder what we are going to work together on this time. Lin Fei was more confident about his own safety now. Increasing his strength by 5 levels definitely gave his Infinite God Body a huge boost. Let's change places, let's change places. Lin Fei laughed and left with the Tang Emperor. Both of them were extremely fast. Perhaps the great Tang Emperor also wanted to test his speed. Their speed was much faster. Now that Lin Fei's physical body had been upgraded, it didn't affect him at all. He appeared beside the Tang Emperor steadily. Then they came to a mountain range. At the center of the mountain range, the great Tang Emperor stopped and jumped into an abyss in an instant. Lin Fei followed him into the abyss. This abyss turned out to be a formation. Instantly, the two of them came to a small secret realm. Old Bai, I have brought people here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome me? The moment he entered, the Tang Emperor laughed. His voice spread in the secret realm. Then another voice floated over. Oh, your majesty has arrived. What a rare guest. I have already brewed some tea and was just waiting for you. After a while, the two of them came to a garden. 2 experts sat under the pavilion. Both of them had the aura of a 9-stars war god. They were not much weaker than the Tang Emperor. Good lord, they were also top-notch experts. The eyes of the two people floated over and landed on Lin Fei. Your majesty, did you bring a newcomer here again? No, this is not a newcomer. He is also a 9-stars expert. He is most likely at the peak. Chapter 4876. The two powerhouses also instantly felt that this young man was different. He was definitely a 9-star expert. Otherwise he wouldn't have such a dangerous aura. You guys have good eyes. This kid isn't a normal person. Don't think that he's a nobody. His battle prowess isn't as simple as you think. Even you might not be able to take him down. The great Tang Emperor smiled as he sat down. Lin Fei also sat down next to him. The two people were indeed sizing up Lin Fei. No matter how they looked, they couldn't tell who this person was. But the aura he gave off was very obvious. This one is Lin Mu, a nobody. It's not as exaggerated as the great Tang Emperor says. Lin Fei casually introduced himself. The two couldn't think of any expert called Lin Mu, but no matter what, the great Tang Emperor had brought an expert. Fellow Lin, this one is 9 Clouds. I'm White Bird. Both of them introduced themselves to each other. They didn't have any ill intentions towards Lin Fei. In fact, they had a very good impression of him. With this kind of strength and this kind of age, he was brought here by the great Tang Emperor. Naturally, he was different. This time, I brought Brother Lin here to join us in exploring the secret realm. You and I, with 4 9-star experts working together, we should be able to go to that place. The great Tang Emperor put down his cup as he spoke. Martial God Juyun also said, with another fellow Taoist Lin, our plan this time will be even more successful. With one more person, our strength will increase by quite a bit. After all, the 3 of us have gone to that secret realm several times and failed every time. This time we should be able to succeed. The two looked towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a bit confused. He didn't know what was going on. Although he knew that they were exploring a secret realm, he wasn't sure what kind of secret realm it was. The great Tang Emperor smiled as he spoke. This time we are going to explore a secret realm. This secret realm was left behind by a 10-star war god. The great Tang Emperor's words caused Lin Fei to be slightly surprised. Could it be that breaking through to the realm of 10 stars war god is very difficult? Right now, as long as Lin Fei could raise his infinite god physique, his strength would increase as well. Therefore, there was no longer any bottleneck for him. Naturally, he was a little surprised to hear this. The 10-star war god realm is indeed quite difficult to reach. War god Jiyun said. This time, the mystery realm we're heading to belongs to a 10-star war god. He's a true invincible war god, and he's already connected to the second world. He's just short of completely transforming the power in his body. Unfortunately, he was plotted against. The Tang Emperor also had a look of pity and regret on his face. Back in the day, the great world of gods was much more glorious than it is now. There were many experts as well. The 10-star war god was schemed against, and a great war broke out. In the end, countless powers were uprooted. Lin Fei seemed to be listening to a story, but he also realized that it was no wonder there were only 5 top-notch war gods in the gods' continent. The 5 war gods have barely reached the level of 10 stars. However, they weren't as strong as the previous experts. Fellow Lin isn't interested in other things, but he's interested in the power of faith, the Tang Emperor suddenly said. He wasn't interested in the treasures in the mystery realm, but if someone could provide him with the power of faith, that would be great. Lin Fei didn't mind taking some benefits first. As for the things inside, whoever wants it can take it. It was that simple. Your Majesty is right. I'm not interested in other things. If I find the power of faith inside, it belongs to me. I don't want the other things. If you too have the power of faith, I can buy it. It was rare to meet such a great expert. Lin Fei obviously wouldn't miss this opportunity. Furthermore, what the Tang Emperor said. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell. These 2 experts should have the power of faith. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still the power of faith. War God Jiyun and War God 100-Bird laughed. So fellow Lin likes the power of faith? That's not a problem? We still have some power of faith, right? We can give it to you now? It's useless to keep it anyway. Clumps of faith power flew out one after another. It couldn't be compared to what the Tang Emperor gave to Lin Fei. All the power of faith accumulated together would be difficult to break through one level. But no matter what, it would still be of great help to Lin Fei. Then I'll thank the 2 of you. I haven't even started and I've already collected some stuff. Lin Fei also looked at the 2 gods of war gratefully. Otherwise, I won't be interested in other things. So don't worry, I'm just here to watch the show. So don't worry, I'm just following everyone to watch the fun. Anyway, he didn't believe in the things inside. It was good that he had the power of faith. If he could obtain more power of faith, accumulate more, and break through a few more levels, he would really be able to compete with the invincible war gods. Only when he reached the level of a 10-star war god could he be called an invincible war god. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder the forces in the gods' continent were defeated so quickly. With so many invincible war gods, it was indeed difficult to deal with them. Everyone's attitude towards Lin Fei had changed a lot. At least this person didn't seem to be interested in other things. The Tang Emperor said, "Then let's get ready to go to this secret realm. I hope we can succeed this time." Everyone didn't have any objections. They packed up and left this place. The 2 of them headed towards the border of the south. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the border. It was an endless sea. However, the outside world was a little different from what Lin Fei saw. Dark clouds shrouded everywhere, forming storms and whirlpools. This is the Black Sea. The place we are going to is above the Black Sea. So when we go, we have to be careful. Don't expose our whereabouts. The Sea clan is quite temperamental. Lin Fei had read a lot of information. So when he saw this sea region, he knew where it was. Black Sea. An incomparably huge sea region. The Sea clan lived there. The Sea clan was also very petty. No matter who came to the sky above the Sea clan, it was fine if it was a small fight. However, if they caused a big commotion, they would be chased and killed. Not to mention taking away these treasures under their eyes. They had to be careful. This was because the Sea clan had always treated the treasures under the sea as their own. Anyone who dared to move would be attacked by them. Chapter 4877. The Black Sea was indeed more dangerous than he had imagined. Lin Fei had read a lot of information and naturally knew that the Black Sea was different. The environment was dangerous and there were all kinds of attacks. Thus, the Black Sea was a special place. Even the experts of the human race might not come here. Because if they were careless, they might be ambushed by the experts of the sea race. After all, the experts of the sea race were very shameless. Once they attacked, they would kill every last one of them, not leaving any clues behind. Even if they knew that the sea race had lost or gone missing, they could not find any evidence. It was that simple. They would not dare to do anything to the sea race. Although the sea race did not have any top experts, it was said that the patriarch of the sea race could use a powerful treasure to increase his strength by leaps and bounds, comparable to a top expert. The Black Sea was very strong, very valiant, and very powerful. Lin Fei's group of 4 traveled for about half a month. They were still on the Black Sea. It was pitch black in front of them. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. From time to time, some sea beasts would attack. These were all very powerful sea beasts. A casual move from them would be hundreds or thousands of feet long. Every flip of his body and every attack was filled with a terrifying might. Lin Fei finally understood that the strength of the sea race was not to be underestimated. If these powerful existences were to really fight, the scene would be incomparably sour. They had been very careful on their journey. Along the way they avoided as far as they could. They would absolutely not stop because they were afraid of being discovered by the experts of the sea race. After all, they were going to the secret realm this time. We're finally here. When they finally saw an island, the great Tang Emperor smiled. They had finally reached their destination. It really wasn't easy to travel for half a month. This is the place. The secret realm is on this island. It's very inconspicuous and there are dozens of islands like this in this area. If we hadn't spent so much time, we really wouldn't have found it. Lin Fei naturally remembered when he had first arrived. There were quite a few islands here, and he had never imagined that these islands would have something different about them. They had already seen it and it was indeed very ordinary. When the four of them arrived at the island, they went straight into the depths. The great Tang Emperor undid the formation. A cave appeared in front of him and he walked right in. The formation was also sealed away. Just now, Lin Fei did not feel that there was an array formation in this place. After he unlocked the formation, he knew that the secret mirror below was indeed quite different. There was a possibility that such a formation would appear here. Such a formation was a very high-level formation. It was very suitable to hide the clues. Otherwise, if it was seen by others, it would be very easy to snatch it away. They went all the way down the cave entrance and finally came to the depths of the ground. There were also array seals. It could be seen that the great Tang Emperor had put a lot of thought into this matter. Don't get too close. There's a lot of death energy here. Once you touch this death energy, it will corrode your body. It's extremely terrifying. When they arrived underground, the first thing they saw was a huge hexagram array formation. This array formation was much stronger than the array formation outside. Wisps of black fog could be seen coming out of it. It was this black mist that made Lin Fei frown slightly. After hearing the great Tang Emperor's words, he completely understood. So this was the death energy? No wonder it was so terrifying. He was pondering in his heart. Would he be able to withstand the death energy? Even though he had never tried such death energy before? However, this was indeed what Lin Fei thought. After all, his infinite god body had reached level 45. The array formation hasn't been touched. It seems like the things inside haven't been touched? Let's get ready and go in. White Bird War God laughed. I hope we can succeed this time. Otherwise, this array won't be able to be maintained for long. It's too dangerous. Martial Immortal Juyun also joined in. The two of them were still fearful of this place. They had lost a lot of treasures here and they had almost lost their lives here. This is our only chance? If we miss this chance, it will be too difficult the next time. The oceanic race might have found something. They weren't really worried about the others. However, it was different for the oceanic race. Once they came, they would come in groups. Furthermore, they had received many blessings from their races in the Black Sea. Hence, it was very difficult to deal with them. The door opened slowly. Lin Fei also got a treasure. This treasure was a pearl, and after pinching it, it could form a kind of defense that could resist the death chi. This pearl could only be maintained for a few days. Once the time was up, it would shatter. If they didn't leave this place, it would be very dangerous. The moment they entered this secret realm, they saw death energy everywhere. It kept surging over. The aura of death was constantly moving around their bodies. It seemed like it wanted to drill into their bodies. How is it? This death energy is different, right? This death energy is very vicious? It specifically destroys the physical body? The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets. The treasure we want is here. This 10-star war god is called the Death War God. As they walked, the Tang Emperor explained. This 10-star war god was an invincible war god. He was called the Death War God. He controlled a terrifying death energy. When he attacked, there was no one left alive. Even if a war god fought with him, his physical body would be destroyed if he wasn't careful. Hence, the Death War God was very terrifying. He was a very powerful existence among the invincible war gods. Lin Fei didn't try to test the power of this death energy. When he came out, he had to experience it properly. Along the way, there were traces of bone erosion everywhere. He didn't need to guess to know that the people from the outside must have cast the death energy here. The Tang Emperor and the others were very powerful, but they were still very careful. One could imagine how powerful this death energy was. So, they saw a huge door. Death Palace. These 3 words appeared directly. The Tang Emperor sent some energy over and opened the door. There was a huge palace inside. It appeared just like that. Then there was a stairway that extended deep into the palace. It was mysterious and dangerous. This was the place they yearned for, and this was the last time they would be able to do so. Chapter 48-78. Voila voila. One figure after another rushed out of the sea. They appeared outside the island. These people had human heads and fish bodies, but their aura was very strong. They also had water energy protecting their bodies, forming layers of defense. This was the oceanic race. At this moment, a few experts from the oceanic race were surrounding a young man. Our people have received news that they have entered. It seems like they are going to collect the treasure of the death god of war. One of the experts behind the young man smiled and said, "He probably doesn't know that our oceanic race has their eyes on the treasure. The treasure of the invincible death god is definitely very powerful." The young man was a young master of the oceanic race. In other words, they were part of the so-called royal family. His status was quite high. Since they have entered, let's seal the island and set up the ocean god formation. When they come out, we will kill them and take all their treasures. They deserve to die for stealing treasures in front of us. The young man's eyes were very cold. The people behind him immediately went to set up the formation. The huge formation was set up. In an instant, the island disappeared without a trace. At the very least, it looked empty from the outside. Apart from the sea, there was nothing else. In fact, it was already trapped by the formation. Plus, with the effect of invisibility, no one knew. The inside of the Death Palace was indeed very terrifying. After they entered, many figures condensed out. According to the Tang Emperor, these were the more powerful Death Warriors. These Death Warriors were almost unkillable. Every time they would be stopped by these Death Warriors. This time they hoped that Lin Fei would be able to restrain them. This way they were confident that they would be able to kill them. Perhaps they would have a chance to snatch the treasure. No wonder the Tang Emperor and the others are so careful. This death energy is really bad. Moreover, these Death Warriors are filled with the smell of death. It's really hard to defend against them. Even though there were 3 Death Warriors around Lin Fei, they were attacking relentlessly. One slash followed by another. However, his deathly aura was blocked by a force. Lin Fei's infinite divine body wasn't a joke. It could form an inconspicuous gaseous defense. If the death chi wanted to enter, it would have to break through the gaseous defense. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Furthermore, it was even more difficult for the death aura to corrode them. This also made the Tang Emperor and the others realize that it was the right choice to bring them here. From the beginning to the end, they didn't pay too much of a price, just some power of faith. Exchanging these useless things for such a powerful young man was indeed the biggest gain. If I want to kill these Death Warriors, I'll have to kill them dozens of times. Otherwise, it'll be too difficult. The great Tang Emperor transmitted his voice over. Each of them had to deal with 3 Death War Gods. Lin Fei was also dealing with 3 of them. In the distance there were 3 Death War Gods. They did not move at all and seemed to be the final guardians. One could only imagine how strong they were. Only by killing all of them can we enter and obtain the treasures inside. They had been here many times and were stopped at this place every time. Therefore they had a lot of experience with these Death Warriors. Lin Fei sent the Death Warrior flying with a punch. Following which, the power of death seeped over as though it wanted to hit his arm. With just a thought, the death chi was shaken away completely. This punch did not kill the Death Warrior, but it caused some cracks to appear on its body as though it was about to collapse. Lin Fei followed closely behind and threw out punch after punch. The Death Warrior finally turned into a black fog. "Nice to meet you, but you have to be careful. Sometimes the black fog will burst out with terrifying attacks." War God Juyun laughed. The pressure on them had indeed lessened. Lin Fei went for another Death Warrior. Just now he had gone all out. The strength of his physical body was much stronger than the power of their magic treasures. There was a loud rumbling sound. One by one the Death Warriors were scattered. Even the Death Warriors surrounding the great Tang Emperor and the others were the same. This made them even more shocked at Lin Fei's strength. What level was his strength at? The Death Warriors were actually so easy to kill, but it wasn't so easy for them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei killed the last Death Warrior. The remaining 3 Death Warriors came over with a whoosh. The 3 of them surrounded Lin Fei. "Be careful, Lin Fan. These Death Warriors are much stronger than the previous ones. Their weapons can easily break through your defense." The 3 Death Warriors instantly broke through Lin Fei's defense. They were much stronger than the previous Death Warriors. Even the great Tang Emperor and the others felt a sense of danger. This was because when the Death Warriors attacked, they all slashed at them. This slash caused them to retreat. They didn't dare to take it head-on. In the past, they thought that these death warriors were easy to deal with. Now that they clashed, they realized that the difference was too great. They had directly crushed them. It was too difficult to kill the three of them unless they ganged up on one. Unfortunately, they couldn't find a way to do that. This time, he had asked for Lin Fei's help in hopes of breaking the combined attacks of these three death war gods. But they didn't expect that the three death warriors would instantly attack Lin Fan. It was unprecedented for three of them to attack one. Did they think that he was the strongest? The defense broke. The three of them tensed up. If the death energy entered their bodies, it wouldn't be easy to suppress. They had more or less suffered from it before. 3 streaks of light slashed onto Lin Fei's body. There was a loud rumbling sound. Flames appeared on Lin Fei's body. The death suffocation instantly seeped over. How dare this measly death energy seep in? Lin Fei growled in a low voice. With a rumbling sound, the deathly energy was blasted apart. The weapons in the hands of the 3 death war gods were also sent flying. Following which, the energy directly landed on their bodies. They were directly sent flying. The moment the 3 death warriors appeared, the space instantly froze. Lin Fei used the Great Ice technique. Even though it was only for an instant, it was enough for Lin Fei. His fist landed on the death war god's body. It turned into a black fog that filled the sky and no longer existed. The other 2 death war gods also followed in his footsteps. Chapter 4879. Just like that, the death war god was killed so easily. The Tang Emperor and the other 2 had different expressions on their faces. They had underestimated Lin Mu. He was more powerful than they had imagined. The death war god was killed just like that. They had thought that Lin Mu would be able to restrain them. At least they would be able to negotiate with him. It seemed that they had misunderstood. Lin Mu was the real expert. His strength was probably much higher than theirs. No one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Even the 3 of them might not be able to defeat him. The Tang Emperor was really grateful to War God Song Bai. He had never expected that he would be able to invite such a powerful expert. It was highly likely that he was a powerful expert from other places. He definitely didn't know about him. Fortunately, Lin Mu didn't mean him any harm. It seemed that he was here to collect things. Taoist Lin, with your unfathomable strength, you've really cheated us. We've been on tenterhooks all the way here. If we had known this would happen, we would have let loose. The 100-bird war god said immediately. When we go back, we must have a few drinks with the leader. It seems that we will definitely be able to dig out all the treasures of the death war god. He was really grateful to the Tang Emperor for bringing such an expert. This expert seemed to be very amiable and approachable. He didn't have too many thoughts. I can only say that the bodies of the death war gods aren't that strong. I'm not good at other things, but my body is strong. I'm not as good as you guys in other aspects. Don't flatter me. Let's see what's in front of us first. Lin Fei laughed. These death war gods and death warriors indeed had very strong physical bodies. However, it was not easy to kill them. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strong body, he wouldn't have been able to kill them. Now the problem was finally solved. It was time to see what the death war god left behind. After all, he was an invincible war god. A 10-star war god could be called an invincible war god. Invincible war gods were quite terrifying. Moreover, this death war god could control death chi. He had an absolute advantage in battle and could suppress his opponent's strength by 30 to 40%. Yes, let's see what treasures there are. Don't waste this trip. Everyone didn't hesitate and moved forward, ascending the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven wasn't very long, but the further he went, the more pressure he felt. Voila. A figure appeared at the end of the road. It was a figure dressed in a warrior's attire. He swaggered in front of them. The great Tang Emperor exclaimed. It's the divine sense left behind by the invincible war god. Everyone be careful. Although it looked as if it would dissipate at any moment, it was like a phantom formed from a single thought. However, their strength wasn't something they could handle. A 9-star war god was already very strong, but compared to a 10-star war god, it was still a far cry. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called an invincible war god. Only an invincible war god could deal with an invincible war god. Even the 9-star war gods didn't have the qualifications to do so. They would be suppressed the moment they made a move. I didn't expect that someone would come again after such a long time. If you want my treasure, it's very simple. As long as you can withstand one of my moves, you'll be qualified to enter the treasure vault to choose an item. If you can't, then sorry, you'll get nothing. The great Tang Emperor and the rest had come for the treasure of the invincible war god. However, when they heard this, they couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. This was a little different from what they had imagined. Let me test out the opponent's strength first. The 100-bird war god was the first to step out and charge towards the phantom. Streaks of golden silk threads wrapped around the phantom like a meteor shower, trying to wrap around it tightly. These golden silk threads were blocked the moment they flew over. They couldn't go any further. The divine sense phantom struck out with its palm and turned into a ray of light. The 100-bird war god let out a groan and was sent flying. He landed heavily on the heaven stairway. The 9-cloud war god hurried over to help him up. 100-bird, how are you? The 100-bird war god got up as well. There were many wounds on his body. I'm fine. He showed mercy. I don't think he intended to kill us. He just wanted to defeat us. He's very strong. I'm not his match. The white bird war god thought that he was going to die after that strike. However, he survived. One could imagine how strong the opponent was. Then let me test out the strength of your phantom. The 9-cloud war god immediately released his treasure. A golden flying dagger instantly appeared behind the opponent. It pierced through. The treasure indeed pierced through. However, the phantom didn't seem to care. With a flick of his finger, the flying dagger was sent flying back to him. The 9-cloud war god's expression changed. He was sent flying by the flying dagger. 2 consecutive strikes. 2 9-star war gods were defeated just like that. The great Tang Emperor realized that it wouldn't be so easy to get the treasure this time around. As expected of the last resort left behind by the invincible war god. We really thought too much. It seems like this thing isn't that easy to get. Even the 2 of them couldn't handle it. I'm afraid I won't be able to either. The great Tang Emperor laughed bitterly. As soon as he released his aura, a golden dragon flew out instantly. Mighty heavenly dragon, dragon soars to the heavens. The moment this golden dragon appeared, it let out a series of roars, causing the entire void to collapse in an instant as it charged forward. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. He thought that the phantom wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the golden dragon. Even he could feel that this golden dragon was different. It was indeed very strong. With this roar, even the physical body was visibly shaken, let alone the phantom. A finger slowly stretched out from the void. It tapped on the body of the golden dragon. With a loud rumble, the entire dragon collapsed instantly. Following which, the finger moved forward and landed on the body of the great Tang Emperor. A shield appeared. With a crack, the shield shattered and the great Tang Emperor was sent flying. You have lost too. The people nowadays are getting weaker and weaker. Now you are the only one left. After I get rid of you, I can send all of you out. That's because none of you are qualified to get the treasure that I left behind. The void returned to normal. The phantom stood at its original position as though it hadn't moved at all. It looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei also looked at the phantom. As you wish. I would also like to see how powerful the invincible war god is. If the phantom was the real body, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't think much of it. However, it was a different case if it was the divine consciousness. He threw a punch. The phantom also tapped with a finger. Boom. Chapter 4880. The great Tang Emperor and the other 2 instantly felt the earth-shattering damage. The 3 of them hurriedly retreated. They propped up their defensive treasures one after another. In total they propped up 6 treasures. If I had known that this phantom was so powerful, I would have brought the strongest defensive treasure over. I would have been able to pick a treasure then. What a pity, what a pity. We missed a great opportunity. If we had such a chance again, we would definitely have brought along a powerful defensive treasure. Now that it's gone, it's all up to Taoist Lin. They weren't too optimistic about it. After all, this was a divine will left behind by the invincible god of war. Even if it was the weakest divine will, it was still the most invincible existence among the 9 stars war gods. They were well aware of this. It was a pity that after spending so much effort, they didn't manage to get the treasure left behind by the invincible god of war. It probably wouldn't be so easy next time. They had more or less heard some rumors. The oceanic race had made some moves. However, they hadn't discovered them yet. The Black Sea was so huge. Trying to find traces of them was like finding a needle in a haystack. What's more, they had been very careful along the way and any clues had been wiped clean. A huge torrent of energy came crashing down. The pressure caused their chi and blood to churn and blood to flow. Lin Fei, who was standing at the very front, suddenly stamped his foot, and a wave of power rose up, forming a barrier that instantly blocked the power. One after another, the power was completely intercepted. The divine will was torn apart. One must know that Lin Fei had given it his all in that punch. The power of the infinite god body level 45 didn't stop. It was compressed into a point and instantly pierced through the phantom. This was also the method that Lin Fei used most often. He compressed his energy into a point. It was definitely terrifying and unbearable. Everything was as Lin Fei had imagined. The other party couldn't take it anymore. He looked at the mark on his shoulder. One could imagine how strong the divine will was. It was indeed unimaginably strong. It was no wonder that the great Tang Emperor and the others couldn't take it. Even he was injured by a single finger. However, it did not pierce through his physical body. If his main body was here, he would not be able to withstand this attack. It seemed like his infinite godly body still needed to be improved. Fellow Taoist Lin, you're too fierce. You actually destroyed my divine sense. Haha, that's great. The divine sense has finally been destroyed. Looks like we have a chance to enter the treasury. As soon as he finished speaking, balls of light descended from the end of the stairway. Their hearts were filled with joy. It seemed like this was the treasure left behind by the invincible war god. It didn't seem like much, but it was definitely the best. When he arrived at the end of the heaven stairway, there was indeed some light left. The spirit didn't come out again. There were actually 7 treasures here. These 7 treasures all moved the hearts of the great Tang Emperor and the others. When he saw it, he exclaimed in surprise. Invincible weapons, good heavens, there are a total of 7 invincible weapons. Even if it is the weakest level 1 invincible weapon, it can still be compared to any war god weapon. The great Tang Emperor knew a lot and was moved when he saw it, but no one went to take the inorganic weapons. They all looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei could also feel that these weapons were different. They were genuine invincible weapons. Above the war god weapon were the invincible weapons, and each invincible weapon had terrifying power. There were a total of 7 invincible weapons, which surprised Lin Fei. He only wanted the power of faith, but unfortunately he didn't get it. Instead, he got invincible weapons. Everyone has come a long way, so each of you can choose one. Although I only want the power of faith, there isn't that much here, so I can only exchange the rest for the power of faith. If you have it, you can also help me collect it. I don't mind exchanging all the invincible weapons in my hands. Lin Fei said casually. But to the great Tang Emperor and the others, they were very grateful. It should be known that this was an invincible weapon. 4 9-stars war gods like them, if they got an invincible weapon, they would naturally be able to display 60 to 70% of its power. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Unless they encountered an invincible god of war, no one would be able to do anything to them. They didn't expect that Lin Fei would give each of them an invincible weapon. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, they wouldn't be qualified to get these invincible weapons. Not to mention the death war gods and death warriors that were blocking their way, and the shadow was even more powerful. Fellow Taoist Lin, thank you for letting us choose an invincible weapon each. The 3 of us will definitely help you gather enough faith power. We'll plunder all the places in the Jiangnan region for you. The 3 of them began to talk seriously. At this moment, Lin Fei became extremely powerful in their eyes. Lin Fei, of course, knew that his punch just now gave them a lot of pressure. Then I'll have to trouble you guys. The 3 of them immediately chose an invincible weapon, the one that was suitable for them. As for the rest, Lin Fei put them away. However, he didn't leave. He wanted everyone to refine the invincible weapon first. After all, it was the Black Sea outside. Who knew what they would encounter? After hearing what Lin Fei said, they felt that it was a good idea to refine the invincible weapon first. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the remaining 4 invincible weapons. He felt that although the invincible weapons were powerful, they weren't as powerful as his physical body. However, he still refined one of the invincible weapons. It was a long staff, but it was quite heavy. Even with Lin Fei's physical body, he felt that it was extremely heavy. An ordinary 9-star war god might not even be able to hold it firmly, let alone unleash it. This was quite compatible with Lin Fei's strength. So this staff is called the Heaven Destroyer Staff. Its name is quite domineering. Just based on its weight and the fact that it can change its size, it's almost the same as the Golden Cudgel. Lin Fei refined it the fastest. After waving it for a while, he could feel the power of the Heaven Destroyer Staff. Wherever it passed, the void would collapse. It was too convenient and easy for Lin Fei to use. With such an invincible weapon in hand, it could be long or short, big or small. It was truly a handy weapon to wield. At the same time, it was a rank 3 invincible weapon. Rank 1 invincible weapons were the lowest. The strongest was rank 9. Chapter 4881. The time they took to refine the invincible weapon wasn't slow, it was fast too. However, compared to Lin Fei, there was a huge gap. Therefore, when they looked at Lin Fei, they were even more shocked. Of course, they were even more polite. He was definitely a ruthless person. They had never seen such a ruthless person before. If it wasn't for Taoist Lin, they wouldn't have had the chance to obtain the invincible weapon. They also knew that they had met a super big shot. At the very least, he had unlimited potential. Who knew when he would break through to the invincible war god realm before them? Since there's nothing else here, let's go. Lin Fei thought that there would be some good stuff here. However, he was quite disappointed. There wasn't even the power of faith. However, it made sense. The power of faith was pretty useless. Even the invincible war gods might not be interested in it. They weren't like Lin Fei, who had a special liking for the power of faith. However, it didn't matter. At least the Emperor of Tang, the war god of 100 birds and the war god of 9 clouds owed him a favor. With their strength, they would definitely get it for him. Finally, he had some connections in the Jiangnan area. This was a good piece of news. I know of a place that has the power of faith. After we leave the Black Sea, I will bring Taoist Lin there. I guarantee that he will hand over the power of faith. The war god of 9 clouds said a piece of good news. No matter what, he had to let Taoist Lin obtain the power of faith. With this invincible weapon, his strength would naturally increase greatly. He would be able to crush anyone in the same realm. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would be severely injured. This was the power of the invincible weapon. His strength had been greatly boosted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone went back the way they came. They came out of the island. Instantly the sky darkened. Lightning bolts struck down. These lightning bolts were extremely powerful. Each of them had the strength of a 9 stars war god. This meant that someone had set up a super formation here. Damn it. Someone actually set up a formation here. Watch how I destroy them. The war god of 100 birds had a bad temper. He waved the fan in his hand at the void. There was a loud rumbling sound. This was an invincible weapon. He directly displayed it without any hesitation at all. The huge formation instantly made a loud crashing sound. In the void, the expression of the young master who was prepared to see them in a sorry state changed instantly as he stared at the fan. Not good, damn it, they actually obtained an invincible weapon. The power of this fan was simply too strong. Even this formation was shaken. If it wasn't an invincible weapon, what was it? Originally they were already quite strong. Now that they had this invincible weapon, their strength naturally increased by quite a bit. That one move was enough to make them feel pressured. Young master, if this continues, I'm afraid the situation will be quite bad. Our formation might not be able to hold on much longer. For such a super formation to encounter the war god of 9 stars, who possessed an invincible weapon, there would naturally be a problem. The young man snorted coldly. All of you kill your way in. At most, they will get an invincible weapon. The young man had brought a lot of experts. Just the 9-star war immortals alone had brought 3 of them, and they had also set up this super formation. This was to catch them off guard. They had never expected that there would be an invincible weapon in the treasure land of the war god of invincible. Moreover, it was refined by the opponent. If they had known earlier, they would have directly killed their way in. After all, the weapons left behind by the war god of invincible were very powerful. At the beginning, they did not expect the existence of an invincible weapon here. Now they actually made a wrong move. Even this ferocious formation was shaken. It should be the people of the Sea Clan. In this Black Sea, only the people of the Sea Clan can detect our whereabouts. I wonder which young master it is. The great Tang Emperor said coldly. He reacted faster than the others and realized that there was definitely an expert of the Sea Clan here. This formation was indeed very powerful. Even the war god of 100 birds, who had used an invincible weapon, was unable to break this formation in a short period of time. Tang Emperor, 100 birds, war god of 9 clouds, welcome to the Sea Clan. You dare to search for treasures right under my nose? You are looking down on me. A voice floated in from outside. It was filled with sharpness and anger. So it's the young master of the Sea Clan. Since you know who we are, do you think that this formation can trap us? I advise you to open this formation and mind your own business. The Tang Emperor said coldly. If you wait for us to come out of this formation, you might not have a good ending. Although the Sea Clan is powerful, we are not that easy to bully. Although the people of the Sea Clan were here, the Tang Emperor and the others did not have anything to worry about. If it was in the past, they would indeed be afraid of the Sea Clan. However, it was different with an invincible weapon. Their strength had been greatly improved. Unless the war god of invincible came, it would be impossible to capture them. This was where their confidence came from. So. More than 10 figures charged in directly. The leader was a war god of 9 stars and the rest were war gods of 8 stars. It was a very impressive lineup. The experts of the Sea Clan used the power of water at the beginning, and their strength was also improved. Tang Emperor, how dare you say such words to our young master? I wonder how much strength you have left after entering this secret territory. These 9-star war gods who had come up had their eyes on them. As for Lin Fei, he was also targeted by a group of war gods of 8 stars. After all, Lin Fei's cultivation level had always been very low. Therefore they felt that Lin Fei was easy to deal with. The Tang Emperor and the others saw this and shook their heads. It seems that people with low cultivation levels are easy to bully. A group of war gods of 8 stars besieged me. Lin Fei laughed. His physical body rumbled, and with a loud sound the void collapsed. It directly sucked the war gods of 8 stars into it. The collapse of the void was very powerful. It was also very powerful. In the blink of an eye, not a single one was left. The pupils of the 3 war gods of 9 stars shrank. The most inconspicuous guy was actually so strong. He killed so many war gods of 8 stars with one move. Even they might not have the ability to do so. Oh no, there is a great expert here. In just a brief moment they felt what danger was. Chapter 4882. The most inconspicuous young man among them was actually a great expert. He killed all the 8 stars war gods directly. On the spot, the remaining 3 9-star war gods felt their hearts skip a beat, and they immediately retreated. This was the only way to avoid danger. We can't let them go. We have to keep them here. Otherwise, if the news gets out, everyone will be in trouble. The Tang Emperor's reaction was the fastest. He immediately chased after them. He wouldn't let the 3 war gods leave this place. It was the same for the Avian war god and the 9-cloud war god. Lin Fei activated the void collapse at this moment. This move stopped the 3 9-stars war gods on the spot. They were already prepared, but they still couldn't withstand the ferocious crushing force. The Tang Emperor and the others immediately chased after them. Once again they were stopped. Meanwhile, the young man in the void outside had an even uglier expression on his face. He knew that he was in big trouble this time. Gather the great experts of the Sea clan immediately. There is an invincible weapon here. We have to take it down no matter what. We can't let them leave. I suspect that they have more than one invincible weapon with them. The young man was prepared to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone. An invincible weapon. By then he would be almost invincible among those in the same realm. Even if he was facing an expert who was a small realm higher than him, he would be able to fight them. However, he didn't expect that there would be a great expert here. His attack was so powerful. He realized that he was in trouble. It was probably impossible to take down this invincible weapon. Therefore he could only find someone else. The young man turned into a stream of light and flew out immediately. With the formation blocking them, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up with him for a while. Oh no, the guy outside seems to be leaving. He is definitely going to call for help. The 9-cloud war god had a treasure that immediately sensed the movement outside. Someone was going to leave. He didn't have to guess to know that it was the young man who spoke just now. If he left, there would definitely be big trouble. Leave the guy outside to me. Lin Fei replied immediately. Then he flashed and left the formation just like that. The great Tang Emperor and the others looked at each other. This Taoist Lin gave them a different sense of mystery. They could also feel the power of this formation. It was very powerful. It was a famous array formation in the sea race. Who would have thought that the other party would be able to leave so easily? In other words, he was very powerful in the Tao of space. Otherwise he would not have been able to leave. They were also glad that they didn't have any ideas at all. Otherwise they really didn't know what kind of trouble they would have gotten into. If such a person wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Of course, Lin Fei knew that these people must have gone to find helpers after they left. The sea race wasn't that kind-hearted. He was afraid that they were going to find experts to take back this invincible weapon. With an invincible weapon he was practically invincible in the same realm. That was how powerful he was. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei sensed a stream of light flying into the distance. As soon as the void collapsed, the subordinates who were originally outside were directly turned into ashes. Not a single one was left. With 2 great teleportations they caught up to him. It could be said that he only used 2 great teleportations to appear in front of them. Your speed is quite fast. Come down and have a chat. Lin Fei smashed over with a punch. This punch was like a meteor shower, directly smashing into the stream of light. Even if the stream of light had a certain level of defense. Gotcha. The stream of light broke? A figure directly fell into the bottom of the sea. My flying treasure was broken just like that. Hai Wuxin directly fell into the depths of the sea. Such a punch made Hai Wuxin experience a different feeling. This person was really strong. What he couldn't accept the most was how the other party could come out of the array. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. Did I tell you? Let's have a good chat. Why didn't you listen? Why are you in such a hurry? A figure followed closely. Hai Wuxin waved his hand and directly mobilized the power of the sea. A huge torrent of water surged over. Then it followed him and escaped again? This time its speed was even faster than before. It was as if its entire body was about to merge into the water. Just as he was about to move, a silhouette dashed out. Kacha kacha. Cracks appeared on Hai Wuxin's body and he had no ability to struggle at all. Lin Fei stood quietly in front of him just like that. Just now, he directly used spiritual projection. This move was quite useful. It could be said to be a top-notch blow to those with weak physical bodies. No one would be able to withstand it. This was even when Lin Fei held back his strength. Otherwise this guy would definitely die. I'm asking you now, are you still leaving or not? Hai Wuxin was completely terrified. A fragment fell from his chest. That was a top-notch defensive treasure. He actually couldn't withstand it. Just now he felt that he was going to die for sure. He was gasping for air. He panted heavily and kept shaking his head. I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. I'm the young master of the Ocean Clan, Hai Wuxin. What do you want? Just say it. No matter how stupid Hai Wuxin was, he knew that this person in front of him was really strong. He was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. His top-notch defense couldn't even withstand a single attack? His physical body was almost destroyed? His entire body was covered with cracks. He knew that if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fan had a use for him, he would have definitely been turned into pieces. This was a top-notch blow. No wonder those 9 stars war gods realized that they couldn't defeat this guy. They were even able to come out of this formation. He stretched out his hand and pulled Hai Wuxin over to his side. Then he returned to the original island. At this moment, the formation outside the island was rumbling loudly. Then the entire formation was broken. Just now, Lin Fei had already used his methods. Therefore, when he returned, he was able to break the formation. The 3 9 stars war gods inside had already been killed. With invincible weapons, they went all out and killed the 9 stars war god. Their strength had greatly increased. The moment they came out, they saw Lin Fei return. He even brought the young master out. The great Tang Emperor recognized the young man at a glance. Hai Wuxin, you are quite daring. You actually set up a formation to kill us. I wonder how the Ocean Clan will explain this. When they saw Hai Wuxin, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were so close to being in big trouble. Chapter 4883. Hai Wuxin knew that he had completely failed this time. He didn't think that this young man would be so strong, being able to catch up from so far away. He had only just begun his attack when he was caught. It wasn't going to be easy to survive now. He didn't know how this fellow would take care of him. It was a good thing that he was a member of the sea race. If he really made a move on him, he would have to think about the consequences. This was the only thing that he had some confidence in. I'll pretend that I didn't see what happened today. You guys can just leave the Black Sea and turn a blind eye to it. I can swear that I won't spread the news of what happened today, and no one else will know about it. This was the only thing that Hai Wuxin could think of. Young Master Hai, that's not what you said earlier. You said that you wanted to catch all of us in one fell swoop. I don't know if I heard wrong or not. The great Tang Emperor coldly said. It was a bit difficult to take care of this fellow. Killing him would be offending the entire sea race, but letting him go would be even more troublesome. After all, they would know that they had obtained an invincible weapon. This was not a good thing. An invincible weapon was enough to attract everyone's attention. Not to mention that the 3 of them had an everlasting weapon, not to mention Lin Mu. He also had quite a few invincible weapons on him. When the time came, the commotion would be huge. Those 9-star experts that didn't have an invincible weapon would all move. Even some old monsters would be the same. Don't look at how few old monsters appeared, they were all in closed-door cultivation, hoping to break through to the invincible war god realm. That was the realm of a 10-star war god. Therefore they wouldn't care about what happened outside. To them this was a small matter. Breaking through to the next realm was what they wanted to see the most. How about we take care of this fellow? Otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. The 100-bird war god regretted taking out the invincible weapon. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used another weapon. Then he wouldn't have been noticed. Now they were thinking about how many people knew about this invincible weapon. Did the others know? Although fellow Taoist Lin had killed all of them, who knew if the news would leak out? Hai Wuxin's complexion changed slightly. He was indeed quite frightened. If it was really destroyed, then he would be dead for sure. I really didn't spread any news, even those subordinates. They were killed before they could spread the news. I'm the only one who knows the news. Hai Wuxin quickly said. If he didn't say anything, he would be killed in one hit. Then there would be no hope left. It's not appropriate to kill him. I heard that the young masters of the sea race have a special power in their bodies. Once they are killed, this power will be activated. At that time, it will be very difficult for us to leave this place. Once that person makes a move, it will be very terrifying. He couldn't kill them, but he also couldn't not kill them. It was indeed quite a headache. Lin Fei smiled. This is my first time here. Why don't you leave first and I'll take this guy for a stroll around the sea race. I'll take a look to see if there's anything I want. Lin Fei's words? The Great Tang Emperor and the others were slightly stunned. This was the sea race. It wasn't like they were anywhere else, so they were quite worried. Are you still not assured with my strength? I can take a stroll around the sea race? Perhaps I'll have a harvest? I'll leave the matters outside to you three. Since Lin Fei had said this, the Great Tang Emperor and the others thought that it was fine. No one was clearer than them on how powerful Lin Mu was. Even if this Hai Wuxin had any ideas, it would be useless in front of fellow Taoist Lin. Then we'll be leaving first? Fellow Taoist can come to our place after you come out. When we return, I'll definitely help you collect those things. I won't disappoint you. The three of them quickly spoke. After all, they owed each other a large favor, so they had to find the power of faith when they returned. After Lin Fei nodded, the three of them left. It was time to use a long-range treasure. A treasure like that? They were usually reluctant to use it, but this was the Black Sea, so they had no choice but to treat it seriously. When they left, Lin Fei smiled at Hai Wuxin. I'm not interested in your background, nor am I interested in destroying you. But if you can make me happy, then anything can be discussed. A seed of power was condensed? It directly entered Hai Wuxin's body and quickly took root, turning into a terrifying power. Hai Wuxin instantly knew that if this seed of power exploded, then his body would be torn to pieces. If that happened, his body would definitely be torn to pieces. No treasure would be able to withstand it. I think you should know how powerful my method was, right? You couldn't withstand it? Because your body was too weak? But as long as I'm happy when I leave, I'll naturally take this seed of power with me. What do you think? You've already planted this seed of power in me, what else can I say? Of course Hai Wuxin wouldn't say this out loud. Senior, what do you want me to do? Just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate. Hai Wuxin would still say such words. He knew that if he didn't behave himself, he would definitely be in big trouble. Those 9 stars war gods actually listened to this young man. This made him even more aware that this person was definitely a great expert. He might even be an old monster. After all, old monsters had many treasures that could make them younger. This wasn't something rare. Of course it was just rare. I want to know if the Marine clan has the power of faith. Don't tell me that you don't. I don't believe you. The Marine clan doesn't interfere with the matters of Jiangnan, but that doesn't mean that you don't have any tricks up your sleeves. Am I right? Lin Fei was very direct. This guy would either say it or not say it. If he didn't say it, then it would be simple. He would just send him on his way. Lin Fei didn't care how strong that expert was. If he really came, he would definitely think that he could catch him. In this Jiangnan area, there probably weren't many experts that could catch him. This was Lin Fei's greatest confidence. You want the power of faith? This is a very useless thing. I'm not sure if it exists. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold. You just have to confirm whether it exists or not. If it doesn't, then I'll send you on your way. Wait. I remember. There seems to be the power of faith. I can take you to find it. Chapter 4884. As for where the power of faith could be found, Lin Fei felt that a place like the Sea Clan would definitely have it. As for how much there was, Lin Fei didn't know. Anyway, it wouldn't be a small amount. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei. Moreover, he had captured Hai Wuxin this time. This guy was planted with a seed of power. As long as he didn't want to die, he would be obedient. Even if he played any tricks, Lin Fei could turn him into ashes with just a thought. Of course, Hai Wuxin was aware of this. Therefore, he was very obedient. He couldn't wait for this guy to get the land of faith and leave. If it was something else, he might not be able to get it. However, if it was the power of faith, he was confident that he could get it. After all, this thing wasn't the most expensive. It was just of little value. Although Lin Fei didn't know why this guy wanted the power of faith, it didn't matter. As long as the other party took the power of faith and left, it was that simple. Senior, if you want the power of faith, I think there's a place that should have it. That's the treasury of our Sea Clan. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This wasn't a good thing. The power of faith was in the treasury. Did he want to break into the treasury? Although Lin Fei's strength had improved rapidly, it wasn't that easy to break into the treasury. He was afraid that he would be besieged by powerhouses before he could enter. Moreover, there were many powerhouses in the Sea clan. If he was besieged by them, although it wouldn't be dangerous, it would still be a headache. He didn't want to be chased by the entire Sea clan. If that happened, everyone would know that he was coveting the power of faith. Otherwise, why would he break into the treasury alone? As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to tell. From what you've said, I can only go to the treasury if I want to obtain the power of faith. However, isn't your idea a bit too whimsical? If I go to the treasury, I might be killed by the experts of your oceanic race. Hai Wuxin's expression changed slightly. Senior has misunderstood. Although our sea race's treasury is heavily guarded, there is a chance to enter it this time. Hai Wuxin didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly said. As soon as he said that, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. It turned out that there was a competition within the sea race. Whoever won would be able to choose something from the sea race's treasury. Hai Wuxin was one of those who was qualified to participate. This was a pretty good method for Lin Fei. It's obviously your internal affairs. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to get involved. Hai Wuxin shook his head and said, this time it's a little different from before. This time we don't need to go on stage. Instead, we'll rely on the strength of the people behind us to take action. With senior strength, it won't be a problem to sweep them away. I'll tell them that you're the external help that I've invited. It sounded a little interesting. It sounds quite interesting. Then tell me in detail. I'll see if it works. However, are you sure that there's the power of faith in the treasury? Don't make me come here for nothing. Otherwise, your body won't be able to withstand the explosion of the power seed. You'll be turned into ashes. How could I dare to lie to Senior? I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. I'll tell Senior what's going on this time, so that Senior can understand. Hai Wuxin sincerely want to help Senior obtain the power of faith. Unfortunately, I'm too lowly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain the power of faith. After listening for a while, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. There really was such an opportunity. At the very least, there was a high possibility that there was a land of faith in the Sea Pearl Treasury. After all, the sea race had never participated in the affairs of Jiangnan. Who knew if they had collected the power of faith? Even if it wasn't much? Even if it wasn't a lot, it was definitely not a small amount. This was definitely an opportunity for Lin Fei to take a gamble. With the power of faith, wouldn't he have an unlimited divine body? There was hope for him to break through to the 50th layer or even higher. As for when the Tang Emperor would get the power of faith, Lin Fei could not guarantee it. If they wanted to obtain the power of faith, they would have to use some tricks. Now that the sea race was here, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity to leave like this. He might as well go and take a look. Seeing that you've said so much, it would be a pity if you don't go. Let's go and have a look. No matter what happens to your brothers and sisters, I'll go and have a look. As long as I can enter the treasury? That's naturally not a problem. Lin Fei brought Hai Wuxin away from the island. At the same time, Lin Fei turned around and instantly sank the island. It sank directly to the bottom of the sea, so naturally no one would notice it. After all, there were so many islands around. It was normal for one island to be missing. The sea race's territory was very large, but with Hai Wuxin leading the way, naturally it would save them a lot of trouble. Along the way there were no huge sea beasts. There was no movement at all. It was completely unimpeded. Only the sea race could achieve such a feat. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the deep sea. One could imagine how powerful the sea race was. Amidst the lightning, Lin Fei saw a city. Senior, that is the only big city of our sea race, Sea God City. It is hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, and there are many cities of various sizes built inside. There are even more experts here. Experts from the human race would come to our Sea God City from time to time to trade. Therefore, when Senior appeared in our Sea God City, no one would think much of it. They would treat it as an ordinary matter. Not long after, in the harsh environment, they saw a huge city. It was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, and they couldn't see the border. The two of them entered Sea God City one after the other. Inside, just as Hai Wuxin had said, there were indeed many people of the human race moving around. Apart from them, there were also various experts of the sea race. They were doing a lot of business in Sea God City. As for the super experts, Lin Fei also felt countless auras. These auras were not obvious, and he didn't need to guess to know that they should be in seclusion. Senior, this is my mansion. Please come in. In the central area of Sea God City, Hai Wuxin brought Lin Fei into a mansion. As soon as he came in, the people inside all greeted him. Hai Wuxin didn't care at all and directly stopped in his study. This is the invitation this time. Only this invitation is qualified to participate. There are many brothers and sisters in our sea race. I'm afraid there will be at least 40 to 50 brothers and sisters participating this time. Therefore, everyone will invite some external help so there won't be any doubts. Chapter 4885. Of course, Lin Fei knew that Hai Wuxin didn't have the guts to lie to him. In that case, this matter was definitely true. His brothers and sisters would probably look for these experts. The higher-ups probably wanted to see how capable his brothers and sisters were. No matter what, it was a good opportunity for Lin Fei. As long as he could get the power of faith, he might really be able to break through to the 50th level of the infinite God body. The possibility of this was still very high. How would he know if he didn't try? Just like that. Now that Lin Fei had settled down in the mansion, Hai Wuxin continued to collect information and information. He couldn't wait to settle this matter as soon as possible. After all, there was such a seed of power in his body. Who knew when it would explode? If that happened, he would really be dead. Thinking about it, he couldn't sit still. This was quite normal. In the blink of an eye, a lot of time passed. This matter was also spreading like wildfire. Many of his brothers and sisters looked for powerful experts to help. Hai Wuxin also brought a lot of information over. However, Lin Fei didn't really look at it. To him, it didn't matter which expert he invited. Could there be someone whose body was stronger than his? No, absolutely not. Senior, my big brother is holding a small banquet today. He's here to show how strong he is. I wonder if Senior is interested. Hai Wuxin came over to invite him. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in such a banquet. He was just waiting for the final time to come. My big brother has collected a lot of good things. Maybe there's power of faith. I think Senior can go take a look. If it was something else, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be interested. However, if it was the power of faith, he was more or less interested. Are you sure your big brother has the power of faith? Don't make a wasted trip. Hai Wuxin nodded seriously. It's possible. After all, my big brother is the favorite of my father. He has a lot more than us. We don't have the power of faith, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have it. Therefore, it's very likely that he does. This was not bad news for Lin Fei. Then let's go and take a look. Anyway, we've been here for so long and we haven't gone out yet. Lin Fei was different from the others. He had a clear goal this time, which was the power of faith. That was all. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin left the mansion. She rushed towards Hai Wuxin's eldest brother. Hai Wuxin's big brother is called Hai Feng. It was a rather ordinary name, but it was given by that person herself. The implication was that it meant a bountiful harvest. It could be imagined that he still had high expectations for his eldest son. And this Hai Feng didn't disappoint. Ever since he was young, he amazed the world. It could be said that out of all the siblings, this Hai Feng was definitely the one that his father doted on the most. Even Hai Wuxin and the others couldn't compare. Therefore, if his big brother has the power of faith, then it's very likely that he has the power of faith. When they arrived in front of his big brother's mansion, quite a few people had arrived. Apart from them, there were even a few important people from Ocean God City who came. Looks like your big brother's influence isn't low. So many experts have come. Just the 8-star war gods alone are here. This kind of realm is actually very high. Most war gods are at a very low realm. An advanced level war god like this isn't something that just anyone can invite. Could be imagined that this Hai Feng has a lot of influence. Lin Fei was full of expectations for this. If there was the power of faith, then it couldn't be better. When Hai Wuxin came in, quite a few people came over to greet him. They were all his siblings. Lin Fei stood beside him and didn't say anything. Being quiet, he was naturally treated as a follower. This was exactly the feeling that Lin Fei wanted. Just now, Lin Fei had already glanced around. There were quite a few experts here. Even 3 of the 9-star war gods had come. They weren't very strong. They were still 9-star war gods. Coming here was already giving them enough face. Lin Fei also heard them discussing. The most discussed topic was that their big brother still had points. It seemed like he had roped in quite a few experts. This time he might be able to take first place forever. He heard that this time his father organized this small event on a whim. He even took out quite a few rewards for everyone. It all depended on who had the ability. The more Lin Fei listened, the less interested he became. Fortunately, Hai Wuxin also knew the purpose of this visit. He didn't say too much to his siblings. He casually found a place to sit down and sat down quietly. Everyone didn't pay much attention. After all, these siblings might speak in a friendly manner. In their hearts, they wished that the other party would die a violent death. That way there would be one less competitor. Scheming against each other would be the norm. Not long after, a figure walked in. He had a strong aura. All of a sudden the entire hall became quiet. Lin Fei also looked over. He knew who this person was. Was that Haifeng? Young master was indeed quite capable. With one look he was also quite strong. He had actually reached the 8-star war god realm. This realm wasn't low. Moreover, in his body Lin Fei also discovered a very dangerous aura. In other words, there was a sealed power in his body. It seemed like that person had also placed a power to protect him. Whoever wanted to deal with young master would probably be obliterated by this power before they could even kill him. Only someone like Lin Fei could sense such a power. As for the others, they could only stand aside. It was impossible for them to sense it at all. This caused Lin Fei's eyes to narrow. He felt that this trip wouldn't be in vain. This guy definitely had a lot of faith power on hand. Even Hai Wuxin's brothers and sisters would have some faith power to some extent. The marine race was different. It was rare for humans to come here, especially those experts. In this case, something as useless as faith power was dispensable. It was highly likely that they would keep it in their hands and not value it. Everyone's here so early. Haifeng smiled at everyone. However, his face was still filled with arrogance. Big Brother has already invited us. Why can't we come? I put down everything to come. I haven't been to Big Brother's residence for a long time. It seems like Big Brother has obtained a lot of good stuff. He's ready to show off his skills today. These were all to please this Big Brother. Everyone knew that if there were no accidents, this Big Brother would most likely become the future ruler of the marine race. Chapter 4886. This Haifeng was quite powerful. As soon as he arrived, many people came up to greet him warmly. One could imagine that he was quite powerful among these brothers. No wonder he held such a small banquet. It's rare for everyone to come here today. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat and drink well. There will be a small activity later. I believe everyone will enjoy it. Of course, no one would have any thoughts about it. However, the small activity later would be different. They clearly understood what Xiao Xiao was trying to say. After all, this Big Brother was very different. Whoever treated his Big Brother as an ordinary person would definitely be in big trouble. It seems that my Big Brother must have found some powerful external experts and is preparing to show off his skills. In this way he can suppress everyone. When that time comes, no one will dare to fight against him. Hai Wuxin said in a low voice. He had a good understanding of his Big Brother. Just now he saw the 2 black-robed men beside his Big Brother. These 2 black-robed men were very conspicuous in their black robes. It was hard not to notice them. Lin Fei also laughed. Your Big Brother is really powerful. Compared to him, you guys are really far behind. Only these 2 black-robed men are quite powerful. Most importantly, they are not humans but puppets. Hai Wuxin was slightly stunned. His pupils shrank. He knew what puppets they were. My Big Brother actually got these puppets. It seems that he has obtained support from someone again. Of course, Lin Fei could tell that they were puppets. These puppets were different from other puppets. They were refined by a living expert. It could be said that they were not much different from humans. However, they were puppets. They were immortal, impervious to swords and spears. They had strong defense and strong attack power. They were very powerful. In Lin Fei's opinion, even if 8 to 10 8-star war gods attacked these 2 puppets, it would be useless. They couldn't stop them at all. These 2 puppets were so powerful. This made Lin Fei even more excited. He guessed that the activity later would be related to these 2 puppets. It seems that everyone is destined to be disappointed this time. Hai Wuxin wasn't too disappointed. After all, he had come on this trip to bring his senior along. As long as senior can obtain the power of faith, there won't be a problem. As for the rest, he really didn't care much about it. He didn't really care about it. No one ate much. Big Brother, I heard that you have a small activity later. I wonder what kind of activity it is? Let us broaden our horizons. A tall man spoke up. He was one of the siblings. So it's Helen. It seems like you're quite interested in this. Since everyone wants to know, I'll talk to everyone. Haifeng laughed. Everyone stopped and wanted to hear what this Big Brother had to say. I've just found 2 helpers from outside. I want everyone to help me test their strength. If anyone can defeat them, I'll give everyone a strand of the sea god's bloodline for free. I wonder if everyone is interested. As soon as the word sea god's bloodline came out, everyone's expressions clearly changed. Even Hai Wuxin spoke in a low voice. Senior, this sea god's bloodline is unique to our sea race. I heard that the higher the refinement, the higher the compatibility with the sea. In the end, the more powerful the power of the sea, the stronger it will be. In the end, I heard that it can reach the level of immortality. As long as it's in the sea, no one can kill it. With such an item, it was no wonder that everyone was so energetic. Big brother, you're not lying to us. It really has the sea god's bloodline. You're really generous. I heard that the sea god's bloodline is getting harder and harder to find. I didn't expect Big brother to be so awesome. You can even get it. It just so happens that I've also brought my subordinates today. I can give it a try. Big brother, don't be offended. A ball of blood appeared on Haifeng's hand. This ball of blood was golden and full of a noble aura. As soon as he took it out, everyone's expression changed again. This was the genuine sea god's bloodline. They didn't expect it to be so big. If they refined it, it would greatly improve their strength. I never lie. If there's something good, I definitely have to share it with everyone. Haifeng smiled. If everyone is not interested in these things, of course, you can also tell me some things that you are interested in. As long as it's not too precious, I'll be happy to take it out to satisfy everyone. Taking this out would be very attractive to everyone. Big brother, then I'll go first. Immediately, someone jumped out. This won't do, we have to change places. Everyone followed their big brother to the training field at the back. This was a very large training field. As the formation was activated, a light barrier was formed. The two puppets instantly rushed in. One of them stood at the side. The other one just stood there quietly. I got these two puppets. No matter which one it is, as long as you can defeat them or withstand 10 moves from them, it will naturally be your win. When everyone heard the word puppet, they were a little surprised. After all, puppets were still very destructive. However, they still believed that they could defeat these puppets and obtain the sea god's bloodline. This way it would be of great help to increase their strength. Big brother had made a lot of contributions this time. Without saying a word, one of them came up. Naturally, it was these experts that came up. The realm of war gods. It would be embarrassing to come here today without a war god by their side. The one who just came up was a 5-star war god. He was quite strong and his first move was a thunderous strike. However, this puppet warrior turned into a black fog and instantly defeated him. There was no trace of it at all. In an instant, everyone felt that these puppets were different. They could actually use such a method. After this 5-star war god was defeated, another war god immediately came in. However, each time they couldn't block a single attack from these puppet warriors. They either released the black fog or instantly used a strange divine ability. It was truly extraordinary. This made everyone's expression even more unsightly. It seemed that the sea god's bloodline wouldn't be so easy to obtain. If it was anything else, it would be fine. However, these puppets really weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from the side. His brothers and sisters probably had no chance. They couldn't defeat these puppets at all. Even if 10 of them went up, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Those who hadn't made a move knew that if they really did, they probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. Chapter 4887. These two puppets were rather powerful. Just one of them was enough to defeat most of the war gods. Their injuries weren't light, but they weren't heavy either. However, it also made everyone realize that the puppet was definitely showing mercy. This puppet is too hard to deal with. It's indeed quite hard to deal with. I was almost done for just now. With such a puppet, I'm afraid Big Brother won't be able to defeat it. This time he took all the benefits in front of Father. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come today. It would have been a wasted trip. No matter to any of the brothers and sisters, they were really at a disadvantage this time. Who would have thought that Big Brother would actually find two such powerful puppets? They didn't know where these two puppets came from. In any case, they couldn't deal with them. Even if they went to look for external help now, they might not be a match for these two puppets. This really made them feel helpless. At this moment, Haifeng was smiling more than anyone else. There was a faint smile on his lips, and he seemed quite proud of himself. He brought these two puppets over to let everyone know that no one could compete with him this time. Is there any brother or sister who is prepared to come up and give it a try? Don't stand on ceremony. I have quite a lot of sea god's bloodline and other things here. Don't miss this opportunity. Even though Haifeng's things were quite attractive, everyone present knew that the strength of these external help experts really couldn't compare to these two puppets. Haifeng had also achieved his goal this time. Big brother, I'm prepared to give it a try. I heard that you have everything here. Is that true? I'm not interested in this sea god's bloodline. At this moment, Hai Wuxing took a step forward and looked at Big Brother. Of course, Haifeng knew about Hai Wuxing. He was a rather high-profile guy. He didn't expect this guy to be so unhurried. He was probably a little embarrassed. This was good too. Since he was defeated, he would let him know that no one was a match for him this time. I wonder if little brother is interested in this sea god's bloodline? If so, feel free to tell me what you are interested in. Big brother has quite a lot of things here. When Hai Wuxin stood up, the other brothers and sisters were a little surprised. They had seen Hai Wuxin before. He was one of the more troublesome ones among the brothers. Who would have thought that he would only make his move now? Sure enough, he was very calculative. Big bro, do you have any faith power here? I've been researching this faith power recently and I've gained some insights. It's a pity I don't have enough of it. The power of faith? Everyone was stunned. One must know that the power of faith was indeed something of little value. He did not expect that Hai Wuxin would actually want the power of faith. It was quite unexpected. I thought it was something. It's actually the power of faith. I have it and I've collected quite a lot of it. As long as you can defeat my puppet, the power of faith won't be a problem. Hai Feng laughed heartily and casually took out a lump of something. Jingguang smiled brightly. I still have quite a few lumps of this power of faith. As long as you can defeat the puppet, I can give them to you. Anyway, it's useless to keep them. So, you have to work hard. Lin Fei just looked at it quietly. Of course he could see it clearly. This was the power of faith. It was really like what Hai Wuxin said. His big brother really had the power of faith. If he could get his hands on this power of faith, then this trip would not be in vain. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Hai Wuxin laughed. Then I won't stand on ceremony. It's not easy to come across this power of faith. Big bro, you're so polite. Lin Fei walked out expressionlessly and directly entered the battlefield. As soon as he entered, the puppet made its move. It turned into a huge black fog and rolled over. Everyone had seen such a method before, but they really couldn't think of a way to break it. They also didn't think that this guy would have the ability to break the puppet's attack. Whoosh! The void collapsed in an instant. Wave after wave of energy crashed into the black mist. Just like that, the black fog was isolated. The black fog instantly turned into the shape of a puppet. At this moment, Lin Fei took a step forward and punched the puppet. The step was really fast. No one could make it in time. The puppet was sent flying by the punch. Kacha, cracks instantly spread all over its body. The entire puppet was like a work of art. It seemed like it would break into pieces with a light touch. Big bro, this subordinate of mine is not bad. It's not easy to find him. He's not good in other aspects, but he's pretty strong. I didn't expect Big bro's puppet to be so weak. Hai Wuxin laughed. Of course he knew that his senior was strong. Even he wasn't a match for him, let alone these puppets. Hai Feng's expression did change a little. He naturally knew how strong the puppet was. He didn't expect that the expert that his little brother found would have some ability. He could actually cause cracks with a punch. Just as the puppet was about to retreat, another figure appeared and punched out again. The puppet was sent flying again. Then another punch. 3 punches in a row. With a bang, the puppet turned into pieces on the ground. Big bro, I'm really sorry. My subordinate was a little reckless. He broke your puppet. I'm really sorry. I don't know where you bought it. Let me know. I'll buy you another one. In such a short time, a puppet was destroyed just like that. Not only was everyone shocked, but even Hai Feng's heart was bleeding. This was a puppet that he had gone through a lot of trouble to get. In the end, it was finished just like that. It's okay. It's just a puppet. It's nothing. I said that if I lose, I'll give you the power of faith. Take it. The other brothers and sisters smiled even more brightly at this moment. Just now their faces were bitter. Now all of them were smiling brightly. No one wanted Big Bro to lose more than them. As expected, Hai Wuxin's little brother was really awesome. With just a single move, he had caused his big brother to lose a puppet. If such a scene were to happen again, it would really be quite satisfying. The power of faith flew over. It was kept by Hai Wuxin. Big Bro, I think you wouldn't mind sending the second one up quickly, right? One puppet was enough to make Hai Feng's heart ache. If the second puppet was broken, although the possibility was low, Hai Feng didn't dare to take the risk. But in front of his brothers and sisters, if he really didn't go, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of Hai Wuxin? Chapter 4888. One puppet was already in such a state. If another one appeared, he might not be able to handle it. He braced himself and went forward. Otherwise he would probably be laughed at. Today he originally wanted to show his strength. These 2 puppets were just a part of his strength. It didn't matter if they were destroyed. However, the helper that Hai Wuxin found was quite powerful. He was actually very strong without any warning. He could also see that the other party's strength was purely in close combat and physical strength. It was really difficult to find such an expert. He really didn't know where he got it from. It's just a puppet. If it's broken, it can only be said that it's useless. At most, I can just find another one. Don't feel sorry for me. Hai Feng laughed as if he didn't care about the puppet at all. However, Hai Wuxin had noticed a slight change in the puppet. This puppet was still quite valuable. The second puppet moved again. This time it turned into a black fog as usual. However, when it turned into the black fog, a figure instantly appeared behind it. It turned into a stream of light as if it was going to penetrate the opponent's body like a spiral. This method was indeed quite powerful and people couldn't defend against it. Many people broke out in a cold sweat. What a terrifying move. The black shadow instantly attacked the opponent's back. However, after the attack hit the opponent's back, it didn't continue. Instead, the opponent turned around and punched the puppet directly. Following that, his figure flashed. Bang 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 bang. After a series of sounds, the puppet was instantly covered in cracks. Then, it turned into fragments all over the ground. Haifeng's pupils shrank slightly. Of course, he knew how powerful the attack just now was. It was a killing move that specialized in penetrating the physical body. In the end, this guy was actually more powerful than he thought. His physical body was very strong, but he didn't suffer any damage. This younger brother of his was quite capable. He had found such an expert. This was not a small problem. Big brother, I'm really sorry. I broke your puppet again. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let the puppet fight. This way your puppet will be gone. What a pity. Hai Wuxin spoke seriously. He could feel that many of his brothers and sisters were looking at him with gazes filled with worship. This was also a chance for him to hold his head high. Big brother, you're just unlucky this time. If Senior wants this faith power, then I can only jump out. It's fine. Aren't they just two puppets? If it's gone, then it's gone. I'll give you the power of faith. Anyway, we should keep the goodies to ourselves. I know that better than anyone else. Everyone burst into laughter. Big brother was pretending not to be angry. His heart was probably bleeding. A puppet like this was worth a lot. Perhaps it was even obtained from somewhere. In the end, both of them were damaged. It was a huge loss, but he couldn't get angry. After all, this was a small banquet hosted by his big brother. Everyone was having fun. Now they were indeed having fun. Big brother, why don't we just let it go? Hai Wuxin smiled and said. At this time, how could Haifeng be willing? This brat destroyed two of his puppets? What if he didn't heavily injure him? At that time, it would be an invisible danger. Fortunately, he was able to use two puppets to test Hai Wuxin. Did he find a powerful expert? What if that day really came? He would definitely be caught off guard. This Hai Wuxin. He really wasn't anything. Haifeng was angry, but he was more or less relieved in his heart. In any case, it was a foresight. He wanted to cripple this guy first. At the same time, he sent a ball of faith power over. Another big ball fell into Hai Wuxin's hands. Thank you for the power of faith, big brother. I think it's better to end it like this. Hai Wuxin suddenly shouted at Lin Fei. You can come out now. How could Haifeng bear to let him out? After all, the other party was so powerful. What if they really let him out? It wouldn't be so easy to make a move next time. Maybe it would be a strong enemy. Now that he found one and dealt with the other, it couldn't be any better. Big brother, you've already destroyed two puppets. Let's forget about it. I already have enough power of faith. Haifeng understood what he meant. His brother didn't intend to play anymore. That wouldn't do. Wait. It wasn't easy for you to come here. I have to play to my heart's content. Isn't it just the power of faith? I can take out some more. This much should be enough, right? After all, you study the power of faith. How can you do it without the power of faith? Although there were two balls just now, it digested quite quickly. Of course, Haifeng wasn't happy. He hurriedly took out some power of faith. More than before. Hai Wuxin glanced at the power of faith. Indeed, he revealed his greedy thoughts. However, he quickly put them away. I think it's better to forget it. I already have enough power of faith. Haifeng wanted to curse in his heart. His brother really wanted it again and again. But he felt that the power of faith wasn't enough. What a bastard. All the power of faith. Let's play another round? How about it? The more it was like this, the more Haifeng believed that although this guy was strong, he probably used some secret method. That was why Hai Wuxin was so anxious to call him down. If he didn't do it well, he might lose. Lin Fei had to admire Hai Wuxin. He was indeed quite resourceful. He made his big brother take out so much power of faith with just a little bit of effort. So much power of faith was much more than the two puppets he had defeated just now. Maybe with the help of this power of faith, he could break through to the 50th level. This power of faith was very attractive to Lin Fei. He was standing expressionlessly. There were no emotional fluctuations. I have to ask my men about this. Otherwise, I can't do it. Hai Wuxin's question was different from other people's. Can we play another round? If you can, you will be greatly rewarded. Choose for yourself. Wasn't he asking the other party to fight to the end? Haifeng was overjoyed. His brother was still a little inexperienced. He was tempted by the power of faith that he took out. It was indeed cheap. However, he didn't think too much about it. I've decided to play another round, but this will be the last one. The more it was like this, the more Haifeng believed one thing. This guy must have used a secret method. That was why he said such words. He probably wouldn't be able to hold on for this round. Big Mountain, go up and follow him. Remember, you must show mercy. Yes, I will definitely show mercy. I'm really not strong. A guy as burly as a mountain flew out. Chapter 48-89. As soon as this burly guy came up, everyone realized that he was definitely a powerful existence. They didn't know if Hai Wuxin's subordinate could handle him. Although they hadn't fought before, they could more or less see that he was powerful. He was definitely powerful, but they didn't know how strong he was. As soon as the guy called Mountain entered, he instantly transformed into his original form. It turned out to be a dark, liquid-like existence. It made people feel very different. In an instant, it turned into a ball and directly wrapped around the opponent. This action was very fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Some people on the scene had already exclaimed, "This is the legendary Devourer Sea Beast. I heard that when it cultivates to a very high level, it can even swallow the sky. No way, this is the Devourer. I've heard of its existence before, but I didn't expect it to really exist. Doesn't that mean that ordinary people can't handle this guy's power? The guy inside is really unlucky." As soon as this guy transformed into his original form, he instantly wrapped the entire void. It was as if he had let out a satisfied burp and directly swallowed it. This kind of fighting style was really beyond everyone's expectations. It was also beyond Hai Wuxin's expectations. However, he was very confident in this senior. Even if there was a sea beast like the Devourer, he still wouldn't have any advantage. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother. He can even find such a sea beast like the Devourer. If he is trained, he will definitely become an indomitable helper in the future. Hai Wuxin's expression also changed slightly. Haifeng didn't hear the meaning behind it. He just felt that the other party was envious. After all, he had spent a lot of money to find this Devourer. Fortunately, everything went as he expected. The Devourer was still very powerful. If it was any other time, Haifeng certainly wouldn't send Mountain. However, the guy in front of him was too strong. Such an existence would definitely affect him. Therefore, he might as well subdue this guy first. Anyway, he didn't prepare such a trump card. Besides the Devourer, he still had another one. This guy doesn't have much combat power. I'll eat him in one bite. I'll be able to digest him completely in a day or two. Big Mountain also returned to his human form, patting his stomach with a look of enjoyment. Hai Wuxin's expression changed slightly, which made Haifeng even happier. I'm sorry, Big Mountain's appetite is too good. I didn't expect him to use his main body mystique when I asked him to attack just now. I'm really sorry. Haifeng was overjoyed to have swallowed this guy in one gulp, and the faces of the other brothers and sisters also sank. The situation wasn't looking good. He didn't expect one of them to be killed just like that. They wanted to see their big brother's sorry state. There was a loud bang. The Mountain, who had just taken a step forward, instantly turned into a pool of blood that scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, the surrounding people were isolated by the array formation, so they were naturally not affected. Haifeng's face instantly darkened. His Devourer was actually dead. He had paid a huge price to get it, but now it was killed in front of his eyes. A figure walked out. Such a mystique is powerful, but it's still far from it. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, said faintly. This time, everyone couldn't stay calm, even Haifeng. His Devourer was killed by this person just like that. Big Mountain couldn't even withstand it. What was going on? Big Brother. I'm sorry, I didn't expect my subordinate to be so strong. It seems like you didn't nurture your Devourer well. I'll be taking these things away. Hai Wuxin smiled. He directly took away all the power of faith. Haifeng didn't say anything and could only let the other party take away all the things. Big Brother, I still have something to do today, so I'll be leaving first. If there's such a good thing in the future, you can inform me. I'll definitely come. Haifeng opened his mouth and let Hai Wuxin leave just like that. After Hai Wuxin left, the others also found reasons to leave. In the blink of an eye, this place was empty. Haifeng's face turned even uglier. The surrounding people all knelt on the ground. They could feel the master's anger. Arrange 2 assassins for me. I must finish this person tonight. He destroyed my 2 puppets and my Devourer. I'm irreconcilable with him. Those were Haifeng's 2 trump cards. But now, his trump card was destroyed just like that. How could he sit still? He definitely couldn't sit still. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin returned to the mansion just like that. Hai Wuxin also took out all the power of faith. My big brother is probably going to vomit blood this time. According to his character, I'm afraid he'll find someone to take revenge on Senior tonight. By now, Lin Fei had already collected all the power of faith. It was indeed a huge number. Being an assassin depends on who you're using it on. For me, it's useless. You can just pretend that nothing happened. Lin Fei returned to his room. Hai Wuxin was very happy. At least this time he could let his big brother have a good time. He was afraid that his influence among his brothers and sisters had increased a lot. Although it was all given by Senior, it was still beneficial to him. Those who didn't know would really think that he found a pretty good expert. Of course, the most important thing was to hit his big brother. That was the most important thing. Who didn't know what his big brother was thinking tonight? He just wanted to give everyone a good lesson. In the end, before the lesson was finished, he was taught a lesson by himself. He was happy. Hai Wuxin even opened a bottle of good wine. He drank more than half of it. If he wasn't afraid of Senior, he would really want to invite Senior for a drink. Staying in the Sea clan was indeed the right choice. I didn't expect to receive the power of faith so quickly. This power of faith should be enough for me to reach the 50th level. Lin Fei directly began to level up. In fact, it was really as Lin Fei expected. He directly rose to the 49th level. He was still a little bit away from the 50th level. Although he was more or less a little disappointed, at least he had risen by 4 levels. His big brother Hai Wuxin still contributed a lot to him. What a pity it's still a little bit away. If only I had a little more power of faith. It seems that I can only go for the treasury. Chapter 4890. To be able to break through to such a realm in one go, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. At the very least, his physical body was much stronger. His strength had become much thicker. He really had to thank that Haifeng. This guy had contributed a lot, but he didn't know when he would contribute again. He probably wished that he could kill him now. After all, he destroyed 2 of his puppets and destroyed the heaven-devouring mountain. He definitely suffered a huge loss. Not everyone could sit still. That night, just as Hai Wuxin had said, there were indeed people coming. 2 assassins had come. These 2 assassins were quite powerful. As soon as they arrived, they launched a fierce attack. However, as soon as they got close to Lin Fei, they were quickly killed by Lin Fei. Now, no matter how strong his physical body was, Lin Fei's speed was really strong. With just a thought, he broke through their bodies. They didn't even have the ability to resist and were turned to dust. Lin Fei casually dealt with the 2 of them like nothing had happened. But to Haifeng this wasn't good news. He had failed again. What was going on? He couldn't believe it. Why did he fail again? Was that fellow so hard to deal with? Or did Hai Wuxin arrange for people to lay a trap? He miscalculated again. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have acted so quickly from the start. In the end, he suffered a huge loss. It seemed like he could only wait for the last day. Only then would he be able to take revenge. At the same time, he remembered Hai Wuxin. He didn't expect that he would be schemed against. If he knew that this would happen, he would have been more careful. Now he didn't even have the chance to regret. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. These few days, some people were quite unhappy. That person was Haifeng. He suffered a huge loss in front of his brothers and sisters. Even though they didn't know whether or not he arranged for people to take revenge, they all knew what their big brother's temper was. He definitely arranged for people to take revenge. They probably suffered a huge loss. From the beginning to the end, he had suffered a great loss. Early morning. Everyone was heading towards the main hall. This hall was the gathering place for today. All the brothers and sisters had come. This was an event that belonged to them. As soon as they arrived, they were all looking for Hai Wuxin. They all knew that Hai Wuxin had caused their big brother to suffer a huge loss this time. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Hai Wuxin hadn't arrived yet. When Hai Wuxin arrived, everyone came up to congratulate him. At the very least, they were familiar with him. Of course, they also saw the man in black beside Hai Wuxin. Back then, it was this black-clothed man who made Big Brother suffer a great loss. He didn't expect that he would bring it here again today. It seemed like today was destined to be a fierce battle. First place was out of the question, but the other positions could still be considered. Not long after, Haifeng also had a smile on his face. As soon as he saw Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man, his expression immediately turned ugly. It was these 2 guys who caused him to lose 2 more killers. Although 2 assassins weren't a big deal, the thought of it made him feel quite unhappy. The change in his expression disappeared in the blink of an eye. He cheerfully greeted everyone. Those who didn't know would think that nothing had happened. Only they themselves knew that their big brother had really suffered a great loss. It was quite rare to see someone like this now. Big brother, you seem to have had a good rest these days. Maybe you can get first place today. That's really worth celebrating. The more Haifeng didn't want to see Hai Wuxin. He didn't expect that Hai Wuxin would take the initiative to come up. For a moment, everyone looked over. They had to admit it. In Hai Wuxin's opinion, at least not many people could fight against this big brother. Now their big brother had suffered a lot. Didn't they see that he had even lost 2 puppet warriors? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't have believed it. Very good. I have been resting recently and it's been quite good. It seems that you are very confident this time. Then we can have a good fight. I haven't fought with Big Brother for a long time. I hope we can have a good time this time. By the way, Big Brother, I don't know if you still have this power of faith. I'm almost done studying it. If you do, how about giving me some? After all, you are my big brother. It's useless to keep it. Don't you think so? Haifeng didn't have the power of faith. His expression was a little ugly. Why did he mention this? When the power of faith was mentioned, he thought of the 2 puppets in the mountain. It cost him a lot to make them, but they turned into ashes just like that. It was all because of this guy. Big brother doesn't have the power of faith, but I do. I really have some. I have some too. The other brothers and sisters enthusiastically brought the power of faith. Although it wasn't much, it added up. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. These brothers and sisters of the ocean race were really quite rich. They even had the power of faith. Although it wasn't much, when added together, there was a chance of breaking through to the 50th level. Brothers and sisters are the best. You all know that I need this power of faith. I won't stand on ceremony then. Hai Wuxin was very happy to be able to receive the power of faith. The more the better. It didn't matter how much he received. The more the better. When the time came, Senior would be happy and he would be happy. At the very least, the power in his body wouldn't explode with a bang. The feeling of dying at any moment was really, really bad. All the power of faith was collected and stored away. When no one saw it, he handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei casually kept it, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into honor points. However, this time he didn't upgrade it. He was prepared to wait a little longer. If he accumulated some more power of faith, he should be able to break through to the 50th level. Just thinking about it was shocking. The 50th level infinite god body. Everyone would definitely be shocked and amazed. The Sea God King is here. The ocean race in the past only had one name, which was the Sea God. However, only the first generation Sea God was the real Sea God. There were strong and weak Sea Gods among the later ones. Although they could use the power of the ocean race with the help of treasures, they were far inferior to the real Sea God. Even so, the human experts didn't dare to easily step into the ocean race. If they fought, the difference would be huge. Chapter 4891. The arrival of the Sea God instantly made everyone feel a sense of pressure. This was a supreme expert. Even Lin Fei could sense the aura of a supreme expert from him. This was the strongest expert he had ever seen. Even the great Tang Emperor seemed to be lacking compared to him. It was said that as long as the Sea God did not leave the sea, he would be invincible. In other words, he could be considered an invincible war god. An invincible war god like him, even though he had the word fake in front, was still a true invincible war god. This was the reason why the human race did not dare to attack. Unless an invincible war god came one day, then he would be a fake. With the help of other war gods, they would be able to contend against the Sea God King. Otherwise, no one would be able to defeat the Sea God King. The Sea God's King's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone was swept by his gaze. Lin Fei had already sealed up his physical body long ago. Aside from himself, no one could see through him with just a thought. This was where his strength lay. The Sea God King swept his gaze around and walked to his seat. He sat down. As he sat down, his aura was like a mountain, able to topple mountains and overturn seas. Even the surrounding void was faintly trembling. Powerful, powerful, powerful. I'm very happy that all of you could come. You didn't disappoint me. Some of you have gotten stronger and some of you have done very well. That's why I organized this small event. Let's all celebrate together. It's been a long time since we've gathered together like this. The Sea God King spoke unhurriedly. However, there was a lot of meaning in these few sentences. At the very least, everyone was a little surprised when they heard it. How can we not listen to Imperial Father? This child will come even if it's 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. Big brother Haifeng immediately said. The other brothers and sisters cursed this ass-kisser in their hearts. However, all of them started to agree with him. Who didn't want to show their face in front of Imperial Father? Originally, he still had a chance this time around. However, with his big brother Haifeng, the situation was completely different. If they wanted to perform well, it would probably be quite a headache. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Today I'll let all of you have a good workout. Whoosh. A grotto heaven world appeared just like that. This grotto heaven world was not big and there was actually an island inside. So. These brothers and sisters were directly led inside. Father has left a reputation token on this island. Whoever grabs the most reputation tokens and accumulates to the first place will be able to enter the treasury and take 3 treasures. The second place will be able to take 2, the third place will be able to take 1, and the 4th to 10th place will only be able to take 1 pill to improve their strength. Everyone instantly became excited. So. Rays of light flew in from the outside and landed on the island. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. Those who didn't have sharp eyes wouldn't be able to catch it at all. Remember, don't overdo it. If anyone is cruel and merciless, I will cripple him on the spot. The voice was neither light nor heavy, but it was filled with the might of thunder. Everyone knew that. If they were to really get into a life-threatening situation, they would definitely lose their lives. Don't doubt Father's words. Father's words carry enormous weight, and no one would dare to underestimate him. Lin Fei was also sent to a different place. He didn't expect this grotto heaven world to be so much stronger than he had imagined. It was extremely sturdy. In fact, Lin Fei could even feel a hint of danger in here. A figure actually came over just like that. It turned out that there were actually beasts on this island. This beast wasn't weak either. It was actually at the level of a heavenly god full circle, and it pounced straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fei punched through the beast. Another demonic beast came over. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei's surroundings had already been filled with demonic beasts. Some of these beasts were strong and some were weak. Some of them were even at the level of a war god. Lin Fei knew that this reputation token wasn't easy to get. This ocean god was quite interesting. He actually set up such a test. Not only did he need to be strong, but he also needed to team up. Lin Fei initially thought that it would be a one-on-one spar. But now, it seemed like it was going to be a huge battle. He just didn't know where Hai Wuxin had run off to. He had to find Hai Wuxin. It was fine if his performance was dazzling, but at least Hai Wuxin had to be by his side. If Hai Wuxin was chased away, it would be really troublesome. Lin Fei pounced over without using the power of the void. Otherwise, he would be able to kill all these beasts in an instant. What he needed to do now was to kill these beasts first. He had to create a path of blood first. As he was killing, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Fei actually saw a reputation token on a tree in front of him. He didn't expect this reputation token to appear just like that. He grabbed it casually. This reputation token actually contained honor points that surprised Lin Fei. And this reputation token was actually refined using the power of faith. At this moment, Lin Fei was smiling so widely that his eyes were about to squint. This was simply an unexpected surprise. This ocean god really had a lot of good stuff. It seemed like this time, if Hai Wuxin got the top 3 first place, he would be able to pick the power of faith. There was probably a lot of power of faith inside. Even if he didn't have these reputation tokens, it wouldn't matter. It would be a huge gain. Lin Fei casually looked at the record on the reputation token. It was actually 100. So this was a reputation token with 100 points. Lin Fei also understood one thing. If he wanted to stand out and take first place, the more reputation tokens he accumulated, the better. He just didn't know what the largest reputation token was. Lin Fei subconsciously felt that his reputation token should be the largest. 100 reputation points was really not a small amount. Lin Fei directly killed a path of blood and began to sense Hai Wuxin's location. After all, he had left a power seed behind. Others might not be able to find it immediately. But Lin Fei was indeed able to find Hai Wuxin easily. Oh no, he should be on the other side. Good fella, he ran quite far. I'm in the east and he's in the west. Luckily I'm fast. Finally finding traces of Hai Wuxin made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise he would have been quite worried. Without Hai Wuxin, everything would have to be pushed aside. Chapter 4892. Hai Wuxin's luck wasn't very good at this time. As soon as he came over, he was surrounded by a group of powerful beasts. This was an 8-clawed beast. The power of a single whisker was extremely strong, equivalent to a wargod's attack. If it was just one, it would have been fine. But now there were over 100 of them trapping Hai Wuxin within. Not to mention the other beasts outside. If that was the case, Hai Wuxin would more or less be able to struggle out. He was a war god after all. But while he was struggling, another group of people came over. When this group of people came over and saw Hai Wuxin, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. My good little brother, looks like our luck is pretty good. We met so quickly, but I don't know where that powerful expert of yours is. I really want to spar with him again. Big brother Haifeng came. Other than that, a group of beasts followed behind him. I'm quite sorry, we brought a lot of beasts along the way, now we can only rely on you to help share the burden. Even though Haifeng wanted to cripple his little brother at this time, he didn't even manage to snatch the prestige token. Naturally, he couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, he brought a group of beasts over. These were all quite powerful. This time, they instantly used their treasures. Disappeared. Therefore, these beasts that came over had their eyes on Hai Wuxin. Hai Wuxin didn't know how many times he cursed in his heart. He really was his good big brother. This was definitely hitting him when he was down. Just this 8-clawed beast alone was enough for him to suffer, not to mention that there were beasts that weren't inferior to the 8-clawed beast. If that was the case, he would definitely be in big trouble. As for where that senior was, he didn't know, but the only thing he knew was that the senior would definitely come to save him. And what he had to do now was to persevere and persevere. It was easy to say, but it wasn't easy to do. After all, the 8-clawed attack was a group attack. The densely packed attacks made it hard for him to defend. Even if he had a treasure, it would be difficult to block it, not to mention these beasts. This caused Hai Wuxin to be battered and exhausted. He had suffered a blow here and a blow there. In a short period of time, his body had been left with huge scars. He was in despair. Senior, when will you come? If I don't come over, I'll be completely annihilated. Die under the hands of these demonic beasts. At that time, even the Emperor Father would not say anything. In his eyes, he was at most a piece of trash. Trash was naturally useless. Perhaps this was what his big brother, Haifeng, was thinking. He had brought so many demonic beasts. He even felt that his big brother definitely knew that he was in this place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so many demon beasts over. He was simply a bastard. Another loud noise rang out. Hai Wuxin had a few more wounds on his body, and his whole body was on the verge of collapsing. At this time, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Of course, he knew that the activity organized by his father this time was not a small one. He had participated in activities like this several times. Every time he was surrounded by danger, and some even died in it. This time Hai Wuxin did not expect that it would be him. His luck was too bad. If it was other demonic beasts, it would naturally be easy to deal with. However, it was different with demonic beasts. The strength of this 8-clawed demonic beast was not ordinary. The most important thing was that this guy was too good at pestering people. He could not break free at all. Another whisker came out from one of the whiskers. Each whisker was definitely very difficult to deal with. Whoosh whoosh. A light came from afar with a whoosh. Just like that, it swept across this fellow's body. The sky full of whiskers fell just like that. A figure quickly rushed over. If it wasn't that senior, who else could it be? Hai Wuxin almost shouted the word, "Senior. Where did you run off to? I almost lost my life." He still had to pretend. This was something that Hai Wuxin knew. Lin Fei did not say anything. With a slash of saber light, these demonic beasts were killed very quickly. The 8-clawed demonic beast was quite cunning. With a whoosh, it rolled back into the sea. It really knew that it was in danger. Lin Fei did not chase after the 8-clawed demonic beast. After all, his request was quite simple. He just needed to rescue this Hai Wuxin first. "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that I would encounter such big trouble as soon as I arrived." Hai Wuxin was still quite excited. At least the senior came to save him. Otherwise he would really be finished. There was no need for the senior to do anything to him. Just the demonic beasts alone could destroy him. Your luck is indeed quite bad. Alright, now that you've been rescued, we can go look for this reputation token. Along the way, Lin Fei only found 2 reputation tokens. The rest of the reputation tokens were probably taken by many people. However, it did not matter. The sea god seemed to have expected this scene. Therefore, even if he snatched the reputation token, he would still have to persist in this grotto heaven for a day and a night. This gave Lin Fei an excellent opportunity. Naturally, Lin Fei would have the opportunity to snatch those reputation tokens. This grotto heaven world was not big. Even if they used treasures to hide, Lin Fei would be able to find them one by one. After all, he could sense these reputation tokens. This was also something that Lin Fei only knew previously. After all, the system absorbed and refined the power of faith. And the reputation token was made from the power of faith. This undoubtedly became an obvious drawback. Lin Fei thought that he would have to keep searching blindly. But now it seemed that he had thought too much. Relying on this little ability to find these reputation tokens was definitely not a problem. Now, let's go pick up the rest of the reputation tokens first. Hai Wuxin was slightly stunned. The reputation tokens could still be picked up, but they had probably been snatched clean by his brothers and sisters. However, Hai Wuxin did not say anything. Whatever the senior said was the truth. Perhaps the senior really had an unexpected discovery. It was better for him to listen to the senior. After all, it was a crucial moment now. There's one over here. There seems to be one over here too. Go and get it. Lin Fei could almost find these reputation tokens everywhere he went. It seemed that the sea god had given them out casually. Some entered the mountains, some were in the bodies of demonic beasts, and some were even in the bushes. It was really interesting. Hai Wuxin was completely convinced. The senior was indeed the senior. He was indeed different. If it was him, he would not be able to find so many reputation tokens. He would definitely not be able to match up to his brothers and sisters, or even his big brother. Chapter 48-93. Right now, Hai Wuxin was obediently following behind her senior brother. As long as the senior went, he would follow. This island was really quite dangerous. There were traces of monsters everywhere, and from time to time they would launch attacks. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as one or two monsters attacking. It was a large area. It could be considered a group attack. However, these methods were nothing in front of the senior. With a wave of his hand, they were instantly turned into ashes. This was also because the senior's strength was restrained. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any monsters that would be able to get close to them. Of course, the number of reputation tokens they obtained was also increasing. Senior, we've already collected 80,000 reputation points. Not only did Hai Wuxin put away the reputation tokens, he even tabulated the exact number of reputation tokens. He just didn't know what rank 80,000 reputation tokens could rank him. This was indeed a rather vexing problem. This was also a rather interesting small operation. No one knew if they had the most reputation tokens. Therefore, if they wanted to persist to the end, there was something else they had to do, and that was to snatch the reputation tokens from the other party's hands. This was also considered as another small test from the sea god. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to snatch the reputation tokens. This also allowed the sea god to better understand the level of strength of his sons and daughters. 80,000 reputation tokens is not much and not little. I reckon that they can be ranked in the upper echelons. However, they are still far from first place. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei knew that these reputation tokens were made with the power of faith, he really wouldn't have cared. And now, these reputation tokens had become a great helper. As long as Lin Fei sensed carefully, he would be able to sense the position of these reputation tokens. The more reputation tokens there were, the stronger the sense of presence they showed. This was like a bright light in the dark, it was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei wanted to laugh. The sea god really helped him a lot. It's alright, you just follow me. We can go find people now and ask them for these reputation tokens. I believe they should be very sincere. As for what this sincerity meant, Hai Wuxin naturally understood. If they didn't hand it over, a battle would be inevitable and they would be the ones to suffer. In a forest, there was a group of people fighting non-stop. Both of them were young masters, and they were fighting over the reputation tokens in each other's hands. One side was being suppressed. A single treasure was enough to greatly affect their strength. Bastard, I didn't expect you to bring this treasure that can suppress your strength. You are really tempted. The expression of the suppressed party changed drastically. Since you want to perform well in front of Father, you must do your best, understand? A treasure came crashing down with a loud rumble. If they could not withstand this smash, all of them would be injured. Not to mention protecting the reputation tokens on him. After a loud bang, the group of people was directly smashed into the air. One by one they fell to the ground. They didn't have much fighting strength left. Haha, now these external tokens belong to me. I think you should have at least 100,000 reputation tokens. After you give them all to me, I will be able to break through 200,000 reputation points. Just as he was about to take the reputation token, a ray of light rushed in. Then he felt like he was hit by a mountain. With a loud rumble, he was sent flying and smashed into the ground. I'm really sorry, these reputation tokens don't belong to you. They belong to us. That person was caught off guard and was directly injured. He felt like his physical body was about to collapse. After taking a pill, he finally calmed down. When he looked again, he finally knew who it was. It was actually Hai Wuxin. And that powerful expert beside him. They didn't expect him to find them so quickly. But how did he find them here? This was what surprised them the most. Hai Wuxin said, "Did you hear that? Hand over your reputation tokens right now. Otherwise, once the people by my side take action, you won't have a good time. Even Big Brother would have to behave himself, let alone you two." Everyone knew who Hai Wuxin was, but they really didn't expect Hai Wuxin to come at this time. And he was able to accurately find their location. But they couldn't say anything at this time and they couldn't even fight. After all, this person was quite strong. They all saw it for themselves. The experts around him were either injured or their strength was far weaker than his. Wuxia, don't you think this is too much? You robbed one of us and then another. When that time comes, everyone will be your enemy. Do you have the guts? Lin Fei directly came up and attacked in close range. He consecutively punched dozens of times, directly sending the person flying. I asked you to hand it over, so hand it over. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Fei didn't want to waste time, so he directly took it. The person panicked. I'll give it, okay? In this short period of time, Lin Fei swept through 2 families. He took their reputation tokens. In an instant he had 380,000 reputation points in his hands. This number was already not low. It would probably be a little difficult to get first place because in Lin Fei's senses, there were a few groups of people with a stronger sense of existence. In other words, they had more reputation tokens on them. So Lin Fei had to continue to work hard and get rid of the few biggest families first. Lin Fei followed along the way. No matter where they were all found by Lin Fei one by one. When they saw Hai Wuxia coming over, their expressions changed. Who didn't know that there was a great expert by Hai Wuxia's side? They didn't expect him to find them so quickly. Hand over the reputation token and everyone will be friendly. Otherwise, when we fight later, you will be injured. It's that simple. Hai Wuxia came over and snorted coldly, not giving them any chance to choose. Either they fight or they get injured. It's not that easy to get us to hand over the reputation token. Let's talk after we fight. Of course, they wouldn't hand over the reputation token so easily. Only after exchanging blows did they realize that they were too weak. When he attacked, it was really impossible to defend against his close combat methods. Even if they took it head-on, they would be blasted away after a few hits. This caused their faces to turn deathly pale. I told you to be honest, but you didn't listen. Who can you blame? Chapter 48-94. Along the way, no one could withstand Lin Fei's attacks. Even if they had some resistance at the beginning, they would become obedient later on because they couldn't withstand it at all. After all, Lin Fei's close combat skills were not something that anyone could withstand. At the very least, they couldn't. I already have 1,000,000 reputation points. Not long after, Lin Fei had gained 1,000,000 reputation points here. In Lin Fei's opinion, the first place should be in the bag. However, there was still one person who had a strong sense of presence. There was only one such existence on the entire island. If there was no accident, it should be Hai Wuxia's elder brother, Haifeng. This guy's methods were quite powerful. He actually got so many reputation points, it was estimated that he was on par with him. It's about time. Now we can go and catch that big fish. In this way we can take first place. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Finally he could go. As for Hai Wuxia, he was also very happy. He didn't forget the gift that his elder brother gave him. This gift was not light. If it weren't for his good luck, he would have suffered a big loss. At this time, he heard that he was going to find his elder brother, Haifeng. Hai Wuxia was happier than anyone else. In another place, Haifeng was not idle. He set up a powerful array around him. He didn't forget that powerful expert. As long as Hai Wuxia brought this expert, it was very likely that the final battle would be between him and him. Therefore, after Haifeng got enough reputation points, he brought people to set up a large array at the scene. He didn't believe that this time he couldn't stop this guy. Elder brother, the array has been set up. Does it really have that effect? After all, such an array is too rare. That guy's strength is also very strong. If the array doesn't work, we might give it to him. That's right. I heard quite a bit of commotion just now. Now the entire island seems to have become much quieter. If I'm not mistaken, that guy should have swept away quite a number of people and snatched their reputation. He might have found his way here. Don't worry, as long as he's here, he won't be able to leave this place today. This formation is a top-grade formation. In order to arrange it, I paid a huge price. As long as he's here, I'll let him experience what despair is. When the time comes, I'll directly cripple him. Of course, Haifeng did not forget the loss he suffered at the hands of his younger brother, Hai Wuxia. He had lost 2 puppet warriors and the Heaven Devourer. It could be said that the hatred in his heart had reached the heavens. Unfortunately, he could not make a move. Now the opportunity had come. As long as he could trap him, that guy would be able to cripple him. When the time came, his little brother Hai Wuxia would not have such an expert. Let's see how he would challenge him. At that time he would spit out all the things he had. Someone is already heading this way. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Hai Wuxia. Let's hide first. Haifeng also took a deep breath. He did not know how long he had waited for this day. Now it was finally here? Finally he could take care of this guy properly. Let's see who would stand beside him this time. Lin Fei chased all the way and was very sure that Haifeng was in front. However, it was very quiet in front. The more it was like this, the more he believed that this Haifeng should have sensed their arrival. He must have set up many traps. Wait behind me. Don't come in. I'll go in and meet them first. Anyway, the one they want to deal with is me, not you. Lin Fei knew what they were thinking. No matter what, he would let them get what they wanted. So he decided to give them a chance. Let them know. Hai Wuxin also stopped and did not follow over. He also knew that at this time it was useless to go over. There was no advantage to speak of. It was better to stand here obediently. Lin Fei walked over. Suddenly, in front of him, a gray fog shrouded over. A formation was activated. After it was activated, a terrifying power attacked. This power was very terrifying. An incomparably sacred aura? It was actually a terrifying crushing power. In front of this will, some of Lin Fei's methods seemed to be suppressed. At that moment, Lin Fei could tell that this was definitely a top-level formation. A super expert had fused into this formation. This expert had surpassed the level of the infinite god of war and contained a trace of the expert's will. So just now, he was instantly suppressed to the point that he could not move. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lin Fei's physical body directly exploded. No matter how strong the expert's will was, now Lin Fei's physical body had almost reached the 50th level of the infinite divine body. It was very powerful. He directly broke free from the expert's will. After cracks appeared, a punch across the sky directly penetrated the will. He completely regained his freedom. Cracks began to appear on the surrounding array formation. This formation was not so easy to deal with. Now, under Lin Fei's full-strength explosion, cracks began to appear on the surface of the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The formation was directly destroyed. The expert's will was turned into ashes. Then Lin Fei punched into the void. Haifeng and the rest who were hiding in the void fell directly. All of them were in a sorry state. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. They opened their treasures one after another to protect themselves. But they were extremely shocked, especially Haifeng. No one knew the power of this formation better than him. But now it was easily broken by the other party. He could not believe it. This person's physical body was so strong. He was clearly suppressed by the expert's will and couldn't move, let alone use any methods. But now that the formation was broken and he was injured, wouldn't it mean that all his efforts were in vain? Who are you? With your strength, it's impossible to be a guard by my brother's side. What is your purpose? Tell me quickly. Haifeng's reaction was also very fast. He finally knew that this person's strength was definitely strong. At the very least, he was a 9-stars war god powerhouse. Such a powerhouse following by his brother's side was definitely not a good thing. Who knows, he might be scheming something. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He reached out and grabbed and Haifeng flew over. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that you can hand over the prestige token now. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you to your younger brother and let him take care of you. After all, you made your younger brother very angry. He almost died in the mouth of that demonic beast. Lin Fei did not say anything. But to Haifeng this was not a good thing. His younger brother Hai Wuxin probably hated him. If he really fell into his hands he would probably suffer a lot. Chapter 4895. In order to deal with this mysterious expert, Haifeng had prepared a huge array. But now he knew that he was overthinking. This guy was far more powerful than he imagined. No matter what he did, he couldn't deal with this guy in front of him. On the contrary, his priceless array was destroyed just like that. Not even a hair was left. Not to mention that he had fallen into the opponent's hands. If he didn't hand over the reputation token, it was very likely that it would be given to his younger brother, Hai Wuxin. With the temper of his younger brother, Hai Wuxin, he might make him suffer a lot. Haifeng pondered for a while and knew what he should choose. You're good this time. Isn't it just a reputation token? I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Without any hesitation, Haifeng took out all the reputation tokens. After all, in front of this guy he really didn't have the leeway to struggle. Although he had some strength that could be compared with this guy, he felt that he was really weak. Too weak. The difference was too big. These reputation tokens flew over. Lin Fei instantly felt that these reputation tokens were indeed not small. It seemed that this guy really collected a lot of reputation tokens. Now it was simple. All of them fell into his hands. Since I got it, I have to give you a gift. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. Haifeng's expression changed slightly. Then a figure came over from behind. If it wasn't his younger brother, Hai Wuxin, who could it be? At this time, Hai Wuxin's expression turned cold and he laughed loudly. My good big brother, you didn't expect it, right? Now it's my turn to give you a gift. Don't worry, the gift I give you will definitely make you satisfied. Lin Fei struck out with his palm. This force turned into a cage, instantly wrapping Haifeng. It floated in front of Hai Wuxin. Just like that, Hai Wuxin brought Haifeng back to the seaside. There were still quite a number of monstrous beasts on the beach. These monstrous beasts were all hiding and were quite frightened. However, after Haifeng was thrown here, coupled with the smell of blood, it instantly attracted some powerful monstrous beasts. Haifeng's face paled a lot. Sure enough, he was still his good brother. He knew that he would send himself such a big meal. What is reciprocity? Now this is reciprocity. I hope you can remember it clearly. Needless to say, these sea beasts immediately surrounded them. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin were not in a hurry to leave this place. In the blink of an eye, he had a reputation token worth more than 2 million. Taking first place was already a given. He wasn't in a hurry to go out. He planned to wait for the night. At that time, everyone would be able to leave on their own. Hai Wuxin watched from afar as his big brother struggled to deal with these demonic beasts. It was too difficult for him to leave. His body was also left with many scars. If he had known that this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have used such a method in the beginning. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, it would be his turn to suffer so much? It was really bitter. How is it, my good big brother? This feels pretty good, right? Anyway, these monstrous beasts aren't very strong. At most, you will suffer a little. It's nothing much. It's just some superficial injuries. This time, Hai Wuxin could be considered to have been able to hold his head high. This guy schemed against him. Now look at what happened. No matter how he thought about it, this guy was unlucky. Just like that. Haifeng, this big brother, kept suffering. In the end, a force sent them out. Only then did the nightmare end. When they came out, they were back in the original place. In other words, in that palace. Everyone seemed to be in a very sorry state. At the same time, their eyes fell on their big brother, Haifeng. When they saw him, their expressions slightly changed. Because their big brother's face didn't look good, and he was also embarrassed. The only one with the best expression should be Hai Wuxin. They couldn't help but have this thought in their hearts. Could it be that their big brother also suffered a loss in the hands of Hai Wuxin? When they saw the man in black standing behind Hai Wuxin, they instantly understood what was going on. It was possible that their big brother also suffered a big loss. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. However, at this time, they knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the first place this time should be his little brother, Hai Wuxin. In fact, it was really like this. The reputation tokens in the hands of these people were all snatched away. Even if they had a few 100,000 points, they would only have a few 100,000 points. The most they had was around 350,000 points, which was far from what Hai Wuxin had. 2 million points of reputation token was really a huge number. Hai Shin looked at his son, Wuxin, and was quite satisfied. After all, they could clearly see everything that was happening inside. His son had found a good helper. Having such a helper would indeed bring a lot of benefits. Of course, he was also quite disappointed with his eldest son's defeat. No matter how he schemed, he didn't take into account the entire situation. A loss was a loss. Wuxin, you did pretty well this time. Everyone has a whole new level of respect for you. You can enter the treasury to choose 3 items. The sea god's words spread like wildfire. The other brothers and sisters were all envious. Especially Haifeng. It originally belonged to him, but now it was directly snatched away by his little brother, Hai Wuxin. His heart was filled with hatred. He hated that man in black for being so strong. He couldn't even get a top-grade great array to deal with him. Instead, he had lost a great array. This wasn't a small loss. Your big brother has always been a role model for you, but this time he really disappointed me. So, you can go to the water prison and face the wall for a year. 2 black shadows came out from behind. They said to Haifeng respectfully, "Eldest young master, come with us." Haifeng's body trembled, and he obediently followed along. The other brothers and sisters sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect their father to punish their big brother and make him stay in the water prison for a year. They couldn't even stay there for a day. Moreover, it was a year. This time, big brother was really going to suffer. Lin Fei just stood there quietly and didn't make any movements. However, he knew that Hai Shin must have been sizing him up just now. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't explode with too much strength. Although he was stronger than these people, he wasn't that much stronger. It was just that his body was stronger than theirs. This was also a small bright spot. Of course, there would be doubts. However, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. At the very least he had completed half of his mission. The rest was how to get in. Chapter 4896. This time Hai Wuxin was really in the limelight. After all, even his big brother suffered a loss and had to be locked up for a year. He was the biggest winner. Of course, when everyone looked at the black-clothed man, their expressions were even more different. They were all filled with envy and fear. If they had such an opportunity, it would be great. Unfortunately, they didn't have such an opportunity. Where could they find such an expert? If they knew this would happen, they would have found someone powerful even if they had to pay a huge price. Now, they finally realized the benefits of having a powerful expert by their side. Just like that, this time Hai Wuxin got the biggest benefit. He even got his father's commendation, which made him feel very proud. However, in front of his senior he was still well behaved. He was very clear about this senior's ability. If he wanted to destroy him, it would really be a piece of cake. No matter what, this time he was in the limelight. As for what would happen in the future, no one knew. In any case, he had already gotten what he wanted. The senior had already helped him to create quite a bit of an impression in front of his brothers and sisters. For the time being, his brothers and sisters wouldn't make any big movements. This was really great. At the same time, this news spread among the sea race. Everyone thought that the eldest young master Hai Feng would get the first place, but in the end he suffered such a big loss. This Hai Wuxin was very inconspicuous, but he actually stood up in an instant and even got the sea god's commendation. Therefore, in a short period of time, there were many people in Hai Wuxin's residence. All of them were here to visit. After all, Hai Wuxin had risen. At the very least, within this year Hai Wuxin wouldn't be in the limelight. Hai Feng wasn't so lucky. He would have to suffer for a year. In comparison, Hai Wuxin was truly unbelievably blessed. Lin Fei wasn't disturbed by anyone. He also knew that Hai Wuxin knew what to do. He also saw many experts coming over. They were all here to visit. One could imagine that Hai Wuxin had become a popular existence. As for whether the sea god was deliberately manipulating it, no one knew. Anyway, it had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He was thinking about how to follow Hai Wuxin into the treasury. That was the most important thing. If he didn't enter the treasury, how could he obtain the power of faith inside? Since even a prestige token could be forged with the power of faith, then the treasury would definitely contain real power of faith. As for how many there were, Lin Fei wasn't sure, but it was definitely not a small number. If he could get his hands on this batch of power of faith, his infinite god physique would probably be able to break through continuously. Then, the power of his physical body would also become stronger. This was also the person that Lin Fei was looking forward to, but Lin Fei didn't figure out any way. He couldn't possibly force his way through, right? Therefore, Lin Fei decided to take it one step at a time. At the very least, he had to get infinitely close to the treasury. That way, if a fight really broke out, he would be able to charge in immediately. With such an opportunity, he would be able to obtain the power of faith. If he really forced his way into the treasury, then it would be a huge problem. After all, this treasury wasn't as simple as he imagined. He heard that it was placed in the deepest part of the palace. Without the sea god's token, one couldn't enter at all. Those experts kept stopping him, coupled with the powerful formation, one could imagine how difficult it would be. Lin Fei didn't want to be rash. He was afraid that he would be stopped before he reached the treasury. That would really be a waste. At the very least, he had a chance now. At most, he was just one step away. To Lin Fei, this was nothing at all. In the end, Lin Fei decided to take it one step at a time. Only then would he have a chance. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Hai Wuxin to head to the treasury. Although Hai Wuxin was visited by many people, he was still well behaved in front of his seniors. He also had the sea god's token in his hand. Just like that, he brought Lin Fei to the treasury. Who didn't know that Lin Fei was a big expert by Hai Wuxin's side? As for Lin Fei's background, no one had figured it out until now. In any case, he was very powerful. Having such a great expert by his side was very normal. Once he entered the place that led to the treasury, Lin Fei knew that this treasury was indeed very important. There were many experts hidden in the darkness. They were all 8-star war gods and 9-star war gods. Apart from that, there was also a formation. There were actually many strong wills in this formation. Any one of these wills could transform into an incomparably powerful existence. An existence like this would definitely cause people to suffer. If it was just one, it would be fine. However, there were far more than one. Lin Fei was even more glad that he didn't barge in recklessly. Since this sea god could sit on such a huge ocean, he naturally had some ability. If there were no accidents, these should have been left behind by some powerful sea beasts. These sea beasts were very likely to have reached the level of invincible war gods. Even if it was just a will, after it exploded, it could have a certain impact on weaker people. Naturally, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of this kind of will. However, it would still more or less stop him. Moreover, there were so many wills here. One after another, they almost became a tiger blocking the way. He was afraid that his strength would be completely depleted before he even reached the treasury. The possibility of this was very high. Along the way, no one stopped him at all. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the treasury. There were actually 3 statues at the entrance of the treasury. These 3 statues were originally motionless. However, when Hai Wuxin came over, they instantly moved. Once they moved, Lin Fei could feel the power of these 3 statues. They were extremely powerful. They should be almost at the level of an invincible war god. In other words, these were statues of 3 invincible war gods. This kind of power was placed here as the final threshold. It was indeed enough to make everyone feel hopeless. This was the real deal. Moreover, the 3 of them stood side by side. Lin Fei could even feel that their power seemed to be connected. In other words, the power of the 3 statues could move back and forth. One of the statues could instantly explode with great power. This was indeed very powerful. In Lin Fei's opinion, this kind of method was also problematic. As long as he cut off the connection between one of the statues, the strength of the statue would disappear. In other words, he could enter the treasury. I came to the treasury to pick 3 treasures under my father's orders. Please open the door. Chapter 4897. Now it was up to him to see if he could enter. At least for Lin Fei, if he could enter, he would have a higher chance of obtaining the power of faith. Although Hai Wuxin would help him take the things out, it would not be as good as going in himself. The possibility of this was very low, so the only thing Lin Fei could do was to force his way into the treasury. However, this treasury was a little different from what he had imagined. After all, this was the treasury of the sea god. If one only looked at it from the surface, then one would definitely be wrong. Lin Fei knew this very well. His Majesty said that only one person is allowed to enter. The guard next to you can only wait outside. One of the puppets said with a stiff voice. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, this was the treasury of the sea god. How could an outsider be allowed to enter? Hai Wuxin also transmitted his voice over. Senior, what should we do now? Only one person can enter. The worst thing that could happen still happened. Hai Wuxin knew that this would happen, so he could only wait for Senior. In any case, he was now tied together with Senior. Then you can trick him into opening the door. When he opens it, I will force my way in. Then you can come in too. Lin Fei did not think at all. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to come here again. If he did not enter this time, he would not have a chance next time. No matter what, he had to go in. No one could stop him. Hai Wuxin said faintly, of course. Open the door, I will leave after taking the things. The 3 stone puppets suddenly shot out 3 rays of light. The 3 rays of light turned into a pattern and landed on the door. Soon after, another door appeared. What a wonderful method. If he really forced his way in and destroyed the 3 statues, it would be impossible to enter the treasury. This method was indeed quite novel. Lin Fei was also secretly glad that he had not used violence against them. Although he could destroy the 3 statues, it would be difficult to enter. Hai Wuxin flew towards the door. At this moment, Lin Fei moved. He used the great teleportation. Whoosh. However, when it got close to the door, it formed a defensive barrier. This defense seemed to be to prevent outsiders from entering. Lin Fei was not surprised at all and punched out. The ripple disappeared in an instant, and Lin Fei immediately entered the treasury. Just as Lin Fei entered, a voice rang out. Hai Wuxin also followed him in, and the door was closed again. Not good, that person broke into the treasury. Inform the elders immediately. Someone has broken into the treasury. It's one of Hai Wuxin's guards. The statues on this side immediately moved. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. He directly entered the treasury. Only great teleportation would be able to barge in. He didn't expect that there would be a barrier on the door. This barrier was quite strong, and without a certain level of strength, it would be impossible to break it. It was the same for the 9 stars war god. Lin Fei instantly exploded with the power of the infinite god body. With a punch, he broke the barrier and finally barged in. At this time, Hai Wuxin's face also paled. Do you know how long it will take for this treasury to be opened? Once he entered, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to search for the item, but asked Hai Wuxin. Hai Wuxin thought for a moment and said, I heard that after the door opens, it will only open if we want to leave. Otherwise it will take a day. Even if my father is here, it will be the same. This is because this was left behind by the first generation sea god. A day's time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, to Lin Fei it was more than enough. With such a day's time he would be able to make his infinite god body even stronger. However, it seems like my father can send down his thoughts. Hai Wuxin had placed all his hopes on Senior. Whether he could survive or not would depend on Senior. If Senior didn't do his best, then he would really be finished. Since it's rare for you to be here, you should pick a few good items. Don't worry, they won't take these treasures back. Lin Fei had already sensed the existence of the power of faith. After saying that to Hai Wuxin, he went straight for the power of faith. He wanted to see how much power of faith there was. Although he didn't know how much there was, he could clearly feel the existence of the power of faith. He could harvest this power of faith. There were rows of shelves everywhere in the treasury. There were boxes on the shelves and there were seals on the boxes. These were all seals that had been left behind by specialized people. Very quickly Lin Fei found the place where the power of faith was stored. There were many boxes here, and inside the boxes was the power of faith. Lin Fei reached out with his hand and broke the seal. He casually opened the box. Then a ball of power of faith flew out. The power of faith was much denser than before. In other words, after killing this alternative god of war, the amount of power of faith he collected was much more than he expected. It was really worth it this time. I didn't expect this ball of power of faith to be several times more than the power of faith I collected outside. Lin Fei didn't know how many alternative gods of war the sea god had killed. Needless to say, the strength of the alternative gods of war was exceptionally strong. Just look at the power of faith. The first thing he did was to refine the power of faith. Then he broke open the second box. It was the same power of faith. His face was full of smiles. The more power of faith, the better. When the time comes, the infinite god body will be greatly improved, and I won't be afraid of the sea god. Even if you mobilize the power of the Sea Clan, so what? Lin Fei was already confident. There were actually more than 10 of such boxes here. To Lin Fei he was already very satisfied to be able to obtain 4 or 5 of such power of faith. Now that he had more than 10 of them, it was definitely a huge gain. One by one Lin Fei kept the power of faith. They were quickly converted into honor points. Then without any hesitation he started to break through. Ding. Infinite God Body level 50. Ding. Infinite God Body level 50, activated Strength Weakening Domain, weakening the opponent's strength by 10%. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. This was good stuff. In the past, Lin Fei had guessed that the more he progressed, the stronger some of the abilities would be. Level 50 Infinite God Body is far from enough. Continue to improve. This time Lin Fei was going all out to see how many levels he could improve. He was afraid that at level 60 he would be even stronger. If that person came, he would probably be able to wipe him out. Chapter 4898. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin had just broken into the treasury. The people from the Sea God Palace also received the news. In an instant, a layer of fluctuation appeared in this area. Layer after layer of formations began to operate. For a moment, this place turned into a dragon's pool and tiger's den. As soon as the commotion came out, the higher-ups of the Sea God's side all came over. They also saw this change. Who can tell me what's going on? Why are the formations in the treasury activated? Could it be that someone broke into the treasury? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. I remember that today is the day that Hai Wuxin went in to choose treasures. Could it be that something happened? Other than the higher-ups of the Sea Clan, even some of Hai Wuxin's brothers and sisters came over one by one. After all, this time Hai Wuxin was in the limelight, so everyone wanted to know what treasures he would find here. 3 pieces. It was enough to greatly increase his strength. Now that this situation had appeared, it was indeed a little unexpected. Someone broke into the treasury. At this moment, a group of black armored guards appeared. When this group of black armored guards came over, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This group of black armored guards was specially tasked with guarding the treasury. Now that the black armored guards had appeared, it meant that someone had entered the treasury. I know what's going on. It must be the black-clothed man next to Hai Wuxin. That guy's strength is unfathomable. It's very likely that he broke into the treasury. Someone cried out in alarm. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand. Perhaps that was really the case. Many of his brothers and sisters were gloating. In the past, Hai Wuxin really didn't have the qualifications to compete with them. Although their strength was about the same, the helper by his side this time was too powerful. Until now, they still hadn't found out the details. It was as if a person had appeared out of thin air. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Now it was great. Daring to break into the Sea God's treasury, this person was really bold. No matter what happened after this, their younger brother, Hai Wuxin, was going to be unlucky. Without the black-clothed man, what was their younger brother, Hai Wuxin? They also knew that even if they couldn't enter the treasury for a while, their father could. How strong could the black-clothed man be? Hai Feng, who was in the water prison, also heard the news and fell into ecstasy. I didn't think that Hai Wuxin would have such a day. I knew that there was something wrong with that black-clothed man. His strength is so strong, it seems that he has his eyes on our sea city's treasury. But he didn't think that it would be so easy to enter the treasury. Even if he enters, he can't come out alive. No one has ever left this place. The originally Hai Feng, who was originally gloomy, had gone crazy. He could finally see the geography, but he was unlucky. Once Imperial Father made his move, no matter what happened in the end, his younger brother Hai Wuxin would definitely be thrown into the water dungeon and forced to face the wall for a year or 2 or even 10. If one were to stay here for 10 years, one could only imagine the feeling of bitterness and discomfort. If I stay here for 10 years, I can imagine the pain. I might be able to get out soon. Hai Wuxin was really nervous this time. But no matter how nervous he was, he still started to choose treasures. Apart from that, he also picked a defensive item. In addition, he chose a defensive treasure. Although he was still a little nervous, as long as his senior was here, he didn't have to worry so much. Crash! A ray of light instantly appeared in the treasury. An imposing and powerful will swept over Hai Wuxin just like that. Hai Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Father is here. This was the worst scenario. He was most worried that his father would come. Wu Xan was well aware of his imperial father's strength. As long as he came, he wouldn't be able to fight. He would be injured with just a thought. Wuxin, you actually let someone break into the sea god's treasury? What punishment do you deserve? Sea god's gaze swept over. Hai Wuxin spat out blood again? He swayed and sat on the ground. Get out here right now. A huge hand grabbed out into the distance. I will come out just because you told me to. Who do you think you are? Was it just a thought? Believe it or not, I can make you lose your thought in seconds. There was a loud rumbling sound. Before the hand reached out, the void was already attacking. The hand collapsed inch by inch. A figure stepped over. It was Lin Fei. Didn't I just enter your treasury? Is there a problem with that? Or are you saying that your treasury is only open to the Sea Clan? Sea God's gaze fell on the young man. I didn't expect you to be the one who dared to break into the treasury. Only someone like you would do that. Of course, Sea God had a deep impression of this person. He was really strong. He didn't expect that he would be able to break into the treasury. There didn't seem to be anything missing in the treasury. Apart from the power of faith, there was nothing else. This made the Sea God even more confused. Was this guy here for the power of faith? That thing was pretty useless. The Sea God had killed many different war gods in the past? Was that why he collected a lot of power of faith? There was no point in keeping it. But now all the power of faith had disappeared. Needless to say, it must have been taken away by this fellow. Not many things were lost in such a huge treasury. It was just that there weren't many treasures left. Not to mention the power of faith. The Sea God would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. No matter what, this guy broke into the treasury? That was provoking the Sea God, provoking the entire sea race. Since you're quite strong, why don't you just surrender? You might even be able to keep your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial. The Sea God looked at the black-clothed man quietly. Surrender without a fight? Forget it, I am a little interested in you. It just so happens that I've mastered my divine art. Let's see if I can kill you in one move. Lin Fei suddenly moved. He waved his hand and threw a punch. This punch was very simple. All the power was gathered into one point. However, when this point appeared, the Sea God's expression changed instantly. A magnificent ocean appeared in front of him. Hai Wuxin was shocked. Of course he recognized this move. This was the famous sea race defense. So what if you used a defensive move? If I say I'll destroy your consciousness, then I'll destroy it. There won't be a second time. There was a loud bang. This power directly penetrated the sea race defense. When it landed on the body of the Sea God, numerous cracks instantly appeared. Then the Sea God's silhouette collapsed. I told you, but you still don't believe me. Chapter 4899. The existence of such a will was not very strong for Lin Fei. The other party was only at the late stage of the 9 Stars War God. This kind of strength was indeed very, very strong. Unless he encountered a peak existence, ordinary 9 Stars War Gods would not be able to defeat him. However, when encountering Lin Fei, it could only be said that the other party was weak. In fact, Lin Fei did not even use any methods. He directly punched through the air and killed this will. The pupils of the originally injured Hai Wuxin constricted. He had really underestimated Senior's strength. Just like that, he easily killed his father's will. His heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. He was afraid that he had hugged a thick thigh. With such a thick thigh, what was there to be afraid of? The first thing he did was to flatter. Senior is mighty, mighty and domineering. The power of this will was not very strong, so everything was within Lin Fei's expectations. This guy would probably not come in so easily again. Destroying a will was not a big loss, but it was more or less a little unpleasant. Wait until tomorrow, let's go out again. See if there are any good things here. Let's take them all in one go. Don't leave anything behind. Lin Fei was not idle at this time. He was ready to see what good things there were to pack. It was rare for him to come here. As for what the sea god would think, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. At the same time, in a palace, the sea god's body trembled slightly. A trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Then they disappeared without a trace. The sea god's expression changed slightly. As expected, he is quite famous. He actually destroyed my will with a single move. At the very least, this guy is at the peak of the 9 stars war god level. The sea god has not seen such an expert in a long time. Previously, the sea god only went in to take a look. He wanted to know how strong this guy was. Now, it seemed that he was much stronger than expected. The peak of the 9-star war god was the so-called peak expert. In the entire sea race, there were only a few people with such strength, let alone daring to break into the sea race. This guy was indeed very bold. Your Majesty, such an expert has appeared in our sea race and he has a connection with young Master Hai Wuxin. Could it be that the human race has some ideas again? Or perhaps they send him to scout? A confidant beside him said in a low voice. The sea god had actually lost a strand of consciousness. If news of this were to spread, the entire sea race would be shocked. It doesn't matter if it was arranged by the humans or not. As long as the Oceanids are here, then there's no need for them to leave. Withdraw everyone and make them leave the Oceanids. Once they leave, then I'll make my move. It just so happens that I'm lacking a material. This guy is perfect for me to refine into a pinnacle puppet. The sea god laughed. It was really hard to find such a high-quality item. Especially when one's physical body had reached such a level. When the other party attacked just now, he didn't use any power at all. It was purely the power of his physical body. To be able to destroy his consciousness with a single punch, this kind of strength was really rare. Therefore, the sea god realized one thing more. This guy's physical body was definitely the best raw material. He could be refined into a puppet and a powerful one at that. Many of the sea race's higher-ups were outside the treasury. In the end, they didn't see any movement. Instead, they received a message. Everyone had evacuated. None of them recovered from their shock. What did their father mean? Was he going to let them stay inside? Although they more or less had some thoughts in their hearts, they still obediently withdrew. For a moment, the outside was empty. No one knew what their father wanted to do. Everyone knew one thing. Young Master Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man inside were going to be in trouble. As for how bad it would depend on the mood of the sea god, which was also the mood of His Majesty. In the blink of an eye. The next day, the door opened again. What they expected didn't happen. Senior, I'm afraid my father wants us to leave this place by ourselves and take action outside. If we do it here, the impact will be too great. Hai Wuxin could more or less guess his father's thoughts. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a smile. Since he wants us to go outside the sea race, then we can't fulfill his wish. We can take this opportunity to stroll around the sea god's palace, don't you think? For Hai Wuxin, such words were definitely full of shock. It was also full of shock. Strolling around in this place would infuriate her father greatly. Senior is right. We're already here, how can we leave so easily? Hai Wuxin naturally hoped that his senior would be as fierce as possible. He had snatched a lot of treasures inside. It was definitely an existence that would make others jealous. As long as he could withstand this, then relying on these treasures, he would be able to recruit many experts. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Now it was up to his senior. Lin Fei strode outside and Hai Wuxin followed behind. He was really like a little follower. When they reached the outside, all the formations couldn't stop Lin Fei's footsteps. With a rumble, they shattered. When they reached the outside, it was also empty outside and there were no attacks. Lin Fei knew that everything was as Hai Wuxin said. The sea god probably really wanted to make a move outside. Lin Fei naturally didn't care if they changed places. However, since the sea god wanted them to leave, then Lin Fei had to take a good look around here. Although this place was empty, there were still many people paying attention to the palace. They also saw Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man coming out. Their hearts were filled with doubts. Didn't His Majesty make a move? Logically speaking, His Majesty's will should let them experience what despair was. However, the current situation was really beyond everyone's imagination. Could it be that nothing had really happened? This was not in line with His Majesty's temper, which was also His Majesty's temper. How is it possible? They just came out like this. Could it be that nothing happened? Hai Wuxin is dead this time. He's definitely dead. Father will not let him go easily. And that black-clothed man is the same. He definitely won't have a good time. How dare he break into the treasury? Oh no, the two of them seem to be heading towards the Sea God Hall. Everyone saw that the two of them were heading towards the Sea God Hall. That was the most important place in the palace. What did these two people mean by this? Chapter 4900. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin walked towards the Sea God Hall. The Sea God Hall was where the Sea God lived. This was why there weren't many people here. But today there were many higher-ups of the sea race. They didn't expect the man in black and Hai Wuxin to come in this direction. At the same time they felt really smug. It seemed like they were courting death. Since they were here, it was impossible for them to leave. Once the Sea God made a move, he would definitely be able to suppress all of them. Along the way, although some people saw Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin, they didn't do anything. It was as if they had received the news. Lin Fei smiled. He knew that the Sea God had some other thoughts. He wanted to see what this guy was up to. Suddenly, Lin Fei took a step forward and punched. The power of this punch directly turned into a torrent, directly crushing over. No one expected that Lin Fei would actually make a move at this moment. The punch instantly created a large area of ruins. It crushed all the way towards the Sea God Hall. Suddenly, a bright light of power appeared in front of him, blocking the power of this punch even if it was like this. Because after layers of ripples appeared on the brilliant light, it was as if the light had disappeared. It collapsed with a loud bang. Then another layer of light appeared, followed by another layer of light. There were more than 10 beams of light. Only then did the power of this punch completely block it. Just this one punch was enough to make everyone realize what terror was. This man in black was too terrifying. He definitely wasn't one of Hai Wuxin's guards. This person was definitely a big shot. He might even be an old monster. You barged in like this, do you not care about the sea race? The elder flew over. He couldn't take it anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a figure directly collided with his body and instantly turned into a pool of blood. Even the Sea God didn't say anything. What right does a mere elder like you have to speak? If you don't want to die, then shut up. Lin Fei smiled faintly as if he had done something insignificant. However, for the other higher-ups, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. They were filled with fear and anger. But no one dared to make another move. He was killed in such a short time. That was an 8-star celestial god. Moreover, he was at the peak of the 8 stars war god realm. He was only a step away from becoming a 9 stars war god, but he was still killed by a single blow. This also made everyone realize that this guy was definitely in existence at the level of a 9-star war god. This was because those who had some ideas didn't dare to have any ideas at this time. If he were to rush out now, he would definitely be killed by this guy. They didn't have that kind of courage, so they all endured it. But for some elders it was different. Another beam of light shot out. As soon as the light appeared, the meteors in the sky immediately attacked. It turned out that a 9 stars war god had made a move. When everyone saw this 9 stars war god make a move, they were delighted. This time he could finally see just how strong this black-clothed man was. It's Elder He. With Elder He making a move, there won't be a problem. Each of these beams of light was filled with the power of a 9 stars war god. Even when they were about to reach Lin Fei, they instantly exploded with a terrifying chill. In this small area, a frozen land had actually been created. A chill instantly enveloped Lin Fei's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, as soon as the chill enveloped him, it instantly collapsed. Lin Fei's figure had already passed through the heavy beams of light. He arrived in front of the elder and pierced through him with a punch? All the defenses were useless at this moment. I told you if Poseidon doesn't make a move, then you have no chance at all. In any case, you are a 9 stars war god. What a pity. There was a loud bang. A 9 stars war god had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, the remaining high-level elders didn't dare to have any more thoughts. This person was definitely a demon. Killed 2 experts? From start to finish, it was just a punch. His opponent's physical body seemed to have become exceptionally strong. There were no problems along the way. Even when those beams of light bombarded his body, it didn't have any effect. This made them even more incredulous. Someone's physical body was even stronger than their oceanic clan's. This was simply absurd. Since you are so powerful, why do you have to make things difficult for them? Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Poseidon's voice drifted over slowly. Lin Fei also smiled. Did you see that? Fighting back and forth? You are the only unlucky ones. Wouldn't it be better to just stand there obediently? Look, an 8 stars war god is gone and a 9 stars war god is gone. Lin Fei smiled faintly and directly walked forward. Although Hai Wuxin was following behind, he also received a lot of attention. But at this time he puffed out his chest and walked forward. He also plucked up his courage. Just look at Senior. If even Senior isn't afraid, then what do I have to be afraid of? At least his father didn't make a move at this moment. Then one could imagine. He definitely had some idea. An elder He, a 9 stars war god, was killed in an instant. This also made Hai Wuxin believe in this Senior's strength even more. Absolutely unfathomable. Since that was the case, then why did he have to be so careful? Within Poseidon's hall, there was indeed a figure sitting. In front of him was a horizontal table, and below it was a row of horizontal tables. The entire space was empty. No one dared to enter at this moment. Lin Fei directly walked in. He glanced at Poseidon. Poseidon's gaze also looked over. I really didn't think that my oceanic clan would have such a powerful expert. This Poseidon didn't make a move. Lin Fei didn't think that he was afraid, but that he had some idea. If they were to really fight, they would have to fight it out first. I'm used to keeping a low profile, so I came to be a guest of the oceanic clan. At the same time, I'll enter your oceanic clan to see what you have. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei had already entered and casually sat down in front of Jianghu. Since you invited me in to drink tea, don't tell me there's no tea. Otherwise, I'll be very unhappy. If I'm happy, I'm afraid I'll tear down your Poseidon's hall. Believe it or not. Poseidon looked over and laughed loudly. With a clap of his hands, a teapot flew over unhurriedly. However, Lin Fei could tell with a single glance that there was a tremendous amount of power contained within it. The power that erupted from it was definitely at the pinnacle of the 9-star war god level. Indeed, this fellow was only a step away from becoming an invincible war god. If there's tea, then we can talk nicely. Chapter 49:01. The sea god didn't do anything. Instead, he invited this guy inside to drink tea. Indeed, no one dared to believe it. Could it be that this fellow was really that strong? If they fought here, wouldn't they be able to defeat him instantly? Hence, everyone was waiting for the sea god to make a move. Once he made a move, he would suppress this guy. That way there wouldn't be any trouble. Lin Fei drank his tea unhurriedly. He wasn't afraid of the sea god at all. He didn't have to worry about the tea being poisoned. If this guy did something, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he knew that such a big shot wouldn't bother with such small details. I've drunk a cup. What does the sea god have to say? If not, I'm leaving. Lin Fei put down the cup. The sea god laughed. You're more daring than I thought. You stole something from the treasury and drank my tea. It's rare to see someone as daring as you. Of course it's rare to see someone like me. I heard that there are many things in the treasury, so I came to take a look. Could it be that the sea god can't take it anymore? If you can't take it anymore, then let's fight. Actually, I want to fight with you to see who's stronger. Lin Fei was fearless now. Even if the sea god could control the power of the sea god, his strong body could still take it. Hence, he wanted to know the limits of his body. The sea god laughed. You do have the right to fight with me. However, I still hope that you can work under me. The sea god race lacks an expert like you. Roping him in. He was roping him in. Even Hai Wuxin was startled in his heart. Father actually roped in such a senior. However, would the senior agree? He felt that the possibility was very low. As long as the senior didn't agree, there might be a huge fight later. The possibility was very high. There's no point in roping me in. I'm not interested in working for others. So let's have a fight first. Otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable and I'll have one less regret. Don't you think so? The sea god felt that this guy in front of him was getting more and more interesting. Don't tell me you think you can contend against me with this body of yours? You should know that even human experts have to lower their heads when they come to the sea race because they are not my opponents. Do you think you are my opponent? Lin Fei laughed. They are them, I am me, I am completely different from them. With his own physical body, how many people could withstand it? No one could withstand it at all. The sea god felt that this person in front of him was becoming more and more interesting. He was truly audacious and incomparably arrogant. Even the experts of the human race wouldn't dare to say such words in front of him. How could a brat like him dare to say such words? How about we play a game? Let's go outside and fight. If you lose, you'll have to work for me for 1,000 years. The sea god looked over. If I lose, you can make a request. I'm a straightforward person. Lin Fei knew that the sea god had his own thoughts. This bet is quite interesting. If I lose, I'll work for you for 1,000 years. If you lose, you can let me make any request. Interesting, really interesting. I'm just afraid that if you lose, you might not agree to my conditions. Since I can be the sea god here, I'm naturally not like what you think. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. It's very simple. If you really win, do you think my sea race can stop you? Lin Fei laughed heartily again. Alright then, let's have a duel. However, if I win, I don't have too many requests. I just want to go to the real treasury of your sea god. Don't think that I don't know that the treasury I entered was just used to deceive outsiders. It wasn't the real treasury. Lin Fei laughed heartily again. You're quite amazing to be able to see this. As you wish, if you win, I'll let you go to the real treasury and allow you to choose the things inside. You don't have to worry. I'll go to your treasury and choose some powerful treasures. I'll only choose things that I can feel. No matter how powerful they are, it's useless if I can't feel them. This time, it was the sea god's turn to be a little surprised. He couldn't even see through this guy. Does he really think he can defeat me? Then let's go outside and have a fight. The sea god tore open the void with a whoosh. Lin Fei also tore open the void and followed. In the blink of an eye, only Hai Wuxin was left. Hai Wuxin didn't know what the final result would be. He could only pray. Senior, you must win. As long as you win, my status in the sea race will become very high. Even my brothers and sisters will have to step aside. Even my father, the emperor, will look at me in a new light. He prayed. He flipped a cup and poured himself a cup of tea. He wanted to drink it to calm himself down. One had to know that he was truly audacious this time. As for the final result, he could only rely on Senior. If Senior couldn't win, then he could only blame it on his bad luck. If Senior won, then it would be different. The two of them tore open the void one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the ocean. At this moment, the two of them continued to fly forward. The two of them were extremely fast. Everywhere they passed, the sea beasts dove down. They could sense a very dangerous aura from the two of them. In the end, the two of them arrived at the depths of the ocean. They landed on an island. There was a violent storm, lightning, and thunder. It was a very dangerous place. From time to time, they could see sea beasts flipping over. However, at this moment, they were very quiet, as if they knew that the two of them were very dangerous. If they made a move, they might be wiped out. I can still give you a chance. Do things for me for 1,000 years. During this period, there will definitely be benefits that you can't imagine. The sea god said once more. Lin Fei shook his head. Let's just fight. Cut the crap. After we fight, I still have to go back to pick the spoils of war. Don't you think so? The sea god raised his hand. As you wish. Swoosh. The seawater in the sky surged over. The flowing water turned into giants. On the other hand, sea god quickly distanced himself. Ripples appeared in front of him and turned into a boundless defense. This guy seemed to know that Lin Fei was a close combat expert, so he set up a huge defense. The giants that were formed from the ocean were quite strong. The moment they appeared, they were already at the level of a 9-star war god. One saber light followed by another. They were densely packed. Chapter 4902. The giants formed by the seawater were indeed very strong. Each of them had the strength of a 9-star war god. There were a total of 10 giants. When the giants attacked together, the power was very strong. Of course, to Lin Fei this was just a small test. We're all adults. There's no point in using such a small move. Lin Fei laughed. Then, his figure flashed and he collided with one of the giants. With this collision, the seawater giant collapsed instantly. Then, he collided with another giant. Lin Fei was purely using close combat techniques. 2 giants collapsed consecutively. Then the third one collapsed. In the blink of an eye, all the giants collapsed. Seems like your small test is useless. You should show me some real skills. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose badly. Poseidon obviously didn't expect to use such giants to suppress his opponent. The possibility of that was very low. Your physical body is indeed very strong. To be able to block this move, you are indeed qualified to fight me. Then I'll let you use another move. Let's see if you still have the ability to do so. Instantly, a tornado came up from below. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was trapped in the tornado. The tornado turned into an endless stream of attacks. The attacks that covered the sky didn't stop at all. It was all the power of the seawater. Every drop of the seawater turned into an attack. This move became very terrifying. Even Lin Fei had to admit that this move's killing power was indeed very strong. It gathered the power of the entire ocean. Every drop had the strength of a 9 stars war god. It wasn't far from the invincible war god level. Even a 9 stars war god would be injured and vomit blood in an attack like this. Bang 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 bang. Every drop of water landed on Lin Fei's body. Every drop of water left a white mark on his body. These white marks increased and covered Lin Fei's entire body. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a powerful technique. As expected of the ocean god, you are different. Even your attacks are so overbearing. It seems I made the right decision to fight you. The seawater did not cause any harm when it landed on his body. Only white marks were left behind. However, to the distant sea deity he could easily grasp every attack. When he saw the marks left behind he was secretly shocked. This fella's physical body was incomparably tough indeed. Even he couldn't cultivate out a physical body like this. He really didn't know what kind of cultivation technique this guy cultivated. Isn't his physical body a little too strong? The number of times he had used this method could be counted on one hand, because there was simply no one who could withstand it. This was also the reason why he did not leave the sea race. As long as they were in the sea god was an invincible existence. He was equivalent to an invincible god of war. But now, this guy could actually withstand his attack. It was indeed rare. But this was just the beginning. The strength would only get stronger and stronger. He didn't believe that this guy's physical body was that strong. Of course, he also hoped that this guy's physical body was as strong as possible. If that was the case, then his dream would come true. There was a pung. Lin Fei's body actually pierced through the tornado. He came out directly. In the blink of an eye, he was near the sea god. When his fists and legs landed, many ripples appeared. Then it shattered. Your methods are really strong, but I am not a blockhead. I will stand there and let you hit me. I will let you have a taste of my strength. There was a walla sound. He used the Great Cold Ice technique right away. The current Great Cold Ice technique was much stronger. Of course, it only froze the defenses for a short period of time. In that short period of time, Lin Fei's physical strength played a huge role in this battle. Lin Fei's fist punched towards the sea god's body. At that moment, the sea god's image shook, leaving only an afterimage. Then another person appeared in the distance. With a single punch, Lin Fei blasted the illusory image away. I told you that I am invincible in this ocean region. Walla walla. One figure after another condensed and appeared. These figures were exactly the same as the sea god. Even their auras were the same. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sea gods appeared on the surface of the ocean. Do you see that? This is my ocean clone. If you have the ability, then kill me. I want to see how long you can kill for. All the sea gods spoke up at that moment. Their voices were orderly and there was no difference at all. Following which, the ocean rumbled and a wave came crashing down. A hand grabbed down. This palm could easily crush everything. This move was already the strength of an invincible war god. That was right. The sea god had already used his invincible war god technique. He wanted to capture this fellow first. His techniques couldn't deal with this person, so he only had the strength of an invincible war god. Lin Fei raised his head and threw a punch at him. He wanted to see how strong this invincible war god was. With this punch, the seawater palm instantly spread out. It pressed down on Lin Fei's strength like a mountain. This punch only caused ripples to form on the seawater palm before it collapsed. He actually withstood it. The palm continued to press down. Lin Fei could already feel the impact on his body. He flipped and many cracks appeared. Streaks of blood started to spread. This situation was much better than what Lin Fei had expected. Sea God, is this your combat strength? If this is your combat strength, then I can only say that it is too weak. It isn't as strong as I thought. Of course, it is enough to bully others. The palm got closer and closer. The cracks on Lin Fei's body increased. This was the strength of an invincible war god. The sea god had been paying attention. After all, the strength of this palm had indeed reached the strength of an invincible war god. He wanted to see how strong this fellow's physical body was. It seemed like it was within his expectations. He wasn't as strong as he had imagined. At least an invincible wargod's technique could injure him. If even an invincible wargod's technique couldn't injure his physical body, then it would be quite troublesome. Then you should take it first. Anyone can brag, but I don't have the strength. The palm was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Lin Fei's palm met the attack head-on, colliding heavily with the invincible war god's attack. With a whoosh, a torrent swept out. The seawater beneath Lin Fei instantly evaporated. Lin Fei's body remained as still as a mountain, and the palm strike also dissipated. How is it? Not bad, right? Now it's my turn. Chapter 4903. The ferocious attack from before still couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. This made the sea god's expression turn extremely ugly. He controlled the power of the sea, but even the ferocious power just now couldn't make the other party's body collapse. It was as if he had an indestructible body. This was the scene that the sea god couldn't accept. When did the human race have such a powerful body refinement expert? In his impression, body refinement experts couldn't withstand a single blow. Under his powerful technique, they would be turned into ashes sooner or later. Swoosh. Lin Fei had already made his move. He directly used the so-called spiritual projection. For any physical body, it would definitely be top-notch. However, the sea god was the sea god after all. He was quite powerful. Layers of defense appeared in an instant. Every doppelganger was exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell them apart. Didn't you want to use a big move? Then let me see how capable you are. How dare you boast in front of me? I, the sea god, am not that easy to deal with. So many sea gods had appeared, and every one of them had the manifestation of his power and the aura of his soul. Not everyone could find him. The sea god's main body was also very cunning. He hid in the most inconspicuous place. He might not even be able to see clearly. However, in an instant all the clones collapsed. The sea god's entire body shook. Then a figure appeared. I don't know how my move feels. Finding people is really easy for me. The sea god's figure quickly faded and appeared in the distance. Just a moment ago he was already severely injured. Cracks appeared on his body. How did you find my main body? That's impossible. This is a secret technique of the sea race. Even human experts can forget about finding it. The sea god was really shocked at this moment. He didn't expect his body to be seriously injured by the other party. This move couldn't be expanded at all. Fortunately, he controlled the power of the sea. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have been stable just now. Didn't you say that my moves weren't powerful enough? That's why I came up with something more powerful. Now let's see how it tastes. Have you experienced what it means to taste it? Lin Fei smiled and stopped moving. The sea god also began to reveal a fearful expression. Even his fleshly body could not withstand a single blow from the other party. If he were to continue like this, his fleshly body would definitely sustain more and more serious injuries. Youngsters nowadays are really powerful. Even my killing move can't do anything to your face. Forget it, let's call it a draw. How about it? As soon as the sea god's voice fell, Lin Fei's figure once again penetrated the sea god's body. Once again it was a mental projection. Nothing much. Then he instantly launched a fierce offensive. Between his punches and kicks, layers of power burst forth. The void exploded in an instant. Even though the sea god's defense covered the sky, it was still penetrated by Lin Fei. That was just the beginning. Now it's time to warm up. I haven't even beaten you up to my heart's content, so how can I stop? Don't you think so? At least we're out and you're an invincible god of war. No matter what, you have to show the demeanor of an invincible expert. Lin Fei laughed. Rays of light instantly exploded from the sea god's body. The light was filled with divinity. It directly bombarded Lin Fei's body. This time Lin Fei did not dodge at all. He directly took the light head-on. His hands didn't stop moving and landed on the sea god's body once again. Lin Fei advanced while the sea god retreated. They kept retreating. The seawater kept collapsing. No one was more helpless than the sea god. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful guy. The feeling of being punched was really unbearable for his body. Even if he wanted to escape, the other party would instantly catch up. His speed was unparalleled. As they went back and forth, the two of them fought hundreds of millions of miles away. Their methods were really simple, one attacking and the other defending. The sea god wanted to attack but he didn't have the time. Lin Fei's methods were too intense. He didn't stop at all and his strength seemed endless. What was frightening was the opponent's ultimate move. It could casually pierce through his body. This made him feel what terror was. What do you want? Could it be that you want me to bring you down together with me? I am the sea god. Punch after punch, the sea god's face was already swollen. His fleshly body split open. Cracks appeared on his body and blood flowed down from the cracks. His face turned a little white. The sea god could only defend passively. This was even using all his defensive strength. But the strength of his fists was really terrifying. He could even feel that a portion of his strength had been weakened. This was the most shocking thing. Just what kind of background did this guy have? Another punch was thrown at him. The sea god blocked, but this time, the power on Lin Fei's fist exploded and his strength increased by a huge amount. Instantly, it pierced through the sea god's body. His physical body exploded with a bang. Then the sea god's body condensed once again in the distance. His aura became much weaker. He opened his arms to block. Wait, you won this time. I won't pursue the matter of you entering the treasury anymore. How about it? Could it be that you want me to fight to the death with you? Then come at me, I still have a lot of confidence. The sea god didn't want to fight this fellow anymore. The other party's fists were simply too ferocious. It was truly impossible to defend against such a person. If not for him grasping the power of the ocean race and having the strength of an invincible war god, he would probably be killed right away. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death in front of the other party. He wouldn't even be able to withstand it. When did such a terrifying fellow appear? The sea god decided not to attack anymore. Even though he still had some treasures that could unleash great power, the sea god didn't have much confidence. Even if he used it, if he couldn't do anything to this fellow, he would be the one to suffer. He might as well see if he could negotiate again. After the fight just now, Lin Fei was indeed a little more confident in his own strength. The pseudo-invincible war god sea god was indeed very strong. His defense was also very strong. This kind of person was perfect to test the strength of his body. The strength that Lin Fei could unleash was definitely at the level of a 9-star war god. He could even go one step higher and reach the level of a pseudo-invincible war god. Even a 9-star war god wouldn't be his match. He could kill them right away. Then you can continue, but I need something. If you have it, then let's stop. If you don't, then don't hold back. Let's continue. I can't do anything else but recover quickly. Chapter 4904. Of course, Sea God didn't want to continue fighting. To him, there was no benefit to continuing. Instead, his body would get more and more injured. For example, when he flipped over just now, his physical body had exploded once. Of course, to him, it was just an injury. If he exploded more times, then he would definitely be killed by the opponent. Even if he could mobilize all the power in the ocean, it would be useless. Then just say what you want. As long as I can take it out, I will naturally give it to you. If you force me too much, then I will fight you to the end. I don't believe that your body can be that strong. After that fight, to Lin Fei it didn't consume much energy at all. This was the benefit of having a strong body. It was a normal method. It would be different if it was a large area. It's nothing, I'm just interested in faith power. I've studied faith power for a long time. I think you should be able to take it out. Don't tell me you don't have it. If you don't, then I'm sorry. I've decided to continue. With such combat power, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. It all depended on whether or not this guy would give it to him. He had a feeling that Sea God should have taken in a lot of faith power. Things like this were dispensable and of little value to him. The Sea God definitely had a collection of them. He should have killed quite a few otherworldly war gods in his hands. The Sea God was very surprised. He was already prepared to be ripped off by the other party. After all, this guy was too hard to deal with. He finally understood why he dared to come to this place. The other party's strength was indeed formidable. You actually want faith power? Do you want to use faith power to break through from the war god realm to the invincible realm, and then become a lower god from this realm? Sea God couldn't help but exclaim. Such a method could be considered an alternative method, but no one had ever practiced it. Because it was too difficult. He didn't expect this person to use such a method. Using faith to become a god. Why do you care what method I use? I'm just asking if you have it. If you don't, then I'll do it. Lin Fei snorted coldly. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to say it. No matter who heard it, their imagination would run wild. Even the sea god was the same. In fact, that was indeed the case. I'll give it to you. The sea god was glad that he still had some power of faith. These were all useless things that he had placed there. If this guy hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it for a while. Balls of faith power flew over just like that. All the power of faith fell into Lin Fei's hands. The value of each of them was much higher than the ones in the treasury. Now Lin Fei was even more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. As expected of an overlord. You have collected so much power of faith. If so, let's end this battle. After all, there won't be any good days if we keep fighting. Don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. In the blink of an eye, the power of faith was converted into honor points. The sea god heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't continue fighting, it would be fine. Right now, he just wanted to find a place to recover from his injuries. It was really difficult to deal with this guy. By the way, Hai Wuxin is my man. I don't think you will punish him. If I find out that Hai Wuxin doesn't have a good life in the Sea Folk, I don't mind coming to the Sea Folk again. At that time, it won't be as simple as fighting for a while. Lin Fei didn't forget about Hai Wuxin. Although he wouldn't take him away, he had to let him have a good life here. The sea god didn't know why this guy said that. No matter what, he knew how to answer. Wuxin is my son. It's his honor to work for you. I definitely won't do anything to him. He's still Hai Wuxin, still my son, and still has a position in the Sea Folk. That's what you said. If I come back and see that Hai Wuxin doesn't have a good life, I will do it again. This was something that Lin Fei could do. Whoosh. Lin Fei disappeared from the surface of the sea. The sea god couldn't sense how he left. In his heart he was secretly startled. Sure enough, this guy's methods were much more powerful than he had imagined. He couldn't sense such a person. If he came to the Sea Folk, it would definitely be a big problem. It seemed that he had to go into seclusion and try to break through and become a real invincible god of war. Lin Fei used greater teleportation to return to his original location. He saw Hai Wuxin. When Hai Wuxin saw the senior who had returned, his face lit up with joy. The people outside also saw the figure and they were all shocked. Could it be that something happened to father? Everyone was uneasy, but they didn't dare to say anything. The person who could fight with His Majesty was definitely on the same level. They didn't dare to offend someone who could come back first. Lin Fei closed the door with a wave of his hand. I've already fought with your father. Senior will definitely win. Hai Wuxin still had a certain level of insight. She had really guessed it. His heart was filled with ecstasy. He finally had a thick thigh to lean on. I'm going to leave the Sea Folk. Before I leave, I'm going to take away the thing I left in your body. I've already told the sea god that even if I'm not here, he won't do anything to you. At the same time, I'll leave you a bit of power. This power will allow you to kill a 9-star peak war god. I'll leave you 3 of this power. After all, you've helped me a lot. Hai Wuxin was shocked. Senior is going to leave. Luckily, he left me 3 powers that can kill a 9-star peak war god. This is definitely the biggest reward. With this kind of power, even a 9-star war god would have to be polite to him unless he wanted to be killed. Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior. What do you want me to do? Even now, Hai Wuxin didn't dare to have any thoughts. Just like before. It's nothing much. If you want, just pay attention to the power of faith for me. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed out, pulling out the power seed. He put it away. It quickly turned into 3 streams of power and floated in front of Hai Wuxin. The 3 streams of power quickly entered his body. He was even more impressed by Senior Wu Yu. Hai Wuxin was able to easily control these 3 streams of energy and unleash an extremely powerful might at any time. When he raised his head, the senior was already gone. I need to train hard and increase my strength as soon as possible. Only then can I follow Senior's footsteps. Chapter 4905. Lin Fei teleported a few times and left the sea area. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down in this sea area. After all, the sea god had suffered a loss. Although he had given out the power of faith, who knew what was wrong with his brain? If he came up with any ideas, it would be quite troublesome. After all, if the sea god really wanted to die together with him, although Lin Fei was very confident in his physical body, it was difficult to guarantee that the sea god's method would be very dangerous. Hence he chose to end things peacefully. Anyway, it was enough for Lin Fei to get the power of faith. He left the sea area. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to land. After a few more teleportations, Lin Fei came to a deep mountain. There were a few strong auras in this deep mountain. Lin Fei did not care about them. He just released a little of his physical strength and crushed all the way. Then the auras became quiet. Lin Fei knew that they were afraid of his physical strength and became obedient. This was naturally what Lin Fei wanted to see. I can take advantage of this time to upgrade the remaining infinite divine body. I can also rest for a period of time. For Lin Fei, this trip was very rewarding. At the very least, his infinite divine body had been greatly improved. Such an improvement made Lin Fei very satisfied. This improvement made Lin Fei's infinite divine body several times stronger. After all, the power of faith obtained from the sea god was very rich. In other words, the war god he killed was more ferocious. This was also the reason why it was so rich. Compared to the previous power of faith, it was indeed on a different level. It was a top-grade power of faith. It seems that the effect of the power of faith this time is beyond my imagination. I didn't expect my infinite divine body to be upgraded to the 75th level in one go. It's a huge improvement. Even Lin Fei was extremely shocked at this time. To be honest, he did not expect that the power of faith he obtained from the sea god would allow him to rise to the 75th level in one go. Every time he leveled up, his fleshly body would undergo a huge transformation. Every time he leveled up, his strength would also increase greatly. Now that he had reached the 75th layer, Lin Fei could clearly feel how powerful his physical body was. Right now he was a genuine invincible god of war. Of course, even if an invincible war god was in front of him, Lin Fei would still be able to beat him to the ground or even kill him. This was because his invincible god of war wasn't something that other invincible gods of war could compare to. The current Lin Fei was equivalent to several everlasting war gods. Although he hadn't really fought against an invincible god of war, he had only fought against the pseudo-invincible god of war, the sea god. Lin Fei had a rough idea. At the very least, he would be fine if he were to encounter 7 or 8 invincible war gods at the same time. Ding. Congratulations to player physical body stage 75. Special faith quest activated. Do you accept? The system, which had been silent all this while, actually made a move again. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He had given himself a quest. It was a faith quest, which was quite rare. Will there be any rewards for accepting this faith quest? Lin Fei didn't directly accept this faith quest. He had to ask properly lest he was cheated by the system. One had to know that the system sometimes cheated people without blinking an eye. If you accept this faith quest, once you complete it, you will receive a large amount of power of faith as a reward. Lin Fei's heart was moved. One had to know that it wasn't that easy to find some power of faith in this world. As he continued to level up, Lin Fei felt that it would be even more difficult. Now that a faith quest had popped up, Lin Fei felt that it was quite useful. At the very least, once he completed the quest, he would receive the power of faith as a reward. This was much more convenient than running around by himself. Then I'll accept this quest. Lin Fei wanted to see how difficult this faith quest was. He couldn't possibly say that he had reached the death level. If that was the case, then the system would be a bit of a scam. Ding. Faith quest activated. Control the first level of the Great World of the Gods. Obtain the reward of increasing your physical body by 30 layers. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the Great World of the Gods had a total of 3 levels. Right now he was only at the first level. The strongest was at the Invincible War God level. It was said that those who surpassed the Invincible War God level could only be considered ordinary in the next level. He didn't expect to receive such a quest. This quest was really difficult. However, when he thought about the reward of completing this quest, Lin Fei was a little tempted. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the higher the levels, the harder it would be to increase them. Now that he could obtain 30 layers in one go, it was really tempting. Fortunately, this quest didn't have a time limit. It was also a chance for him to relax. If that was the case, it wouldn't be like this now. It would definitely put a lot of pressure on Lin Fei. Wanting to control the first level of the Great World of the Gods was quite stressful for Lin Fei. The entire continent was divided into 4 parts. Right now, Lin Fei was in the Jiangnan region. In the middle was the central continent, and at the top was the northern wasteland. Therefore, if he wanted to conquer them one by one, he would need a lot of time. Of course, this was no different from when Lin Fei agreed to that senior's quest. Taking control of this continent seemed to be a double reward. Looks like I still need to obtain faith power and complete quests. Let's start from the Jiangnan region. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei decided to start from the Jiangnan region. There were indeed many experts in the Jiangnan region. He should be able to obtain a lot of faith power here. The Great Tang Empire shouldn't have much faith power. There were also the Great Qin Empire and the Great Manufacture Empire, these 2 powerful empires. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Swoosh. Lin Fei left the mountain range and went directly to the Great Tang Empire. When he was halfway there, Lin Fei discovered that the entire Jiangnan region seemed to be a little different. The 3 superpowers seemed to be preparing for a huge war. Soldiers were being mobilized everywhere. If it was just one city, it would be normal. However, every city was basically the same. Lin Fei knew that a war was about to break out in Jiangnan. Could it be that something had happened? On the way, Lin Fei realized that war was unavoidable. Once again he arrived at the Great Tang Empire. Lin Fei suddenly furrowed his brows. He could sense a sinister power. It's in my southeast direction. It's not far, only a few 100,000 kilometers. Chapter 4906. On the way to the Great Tang Empire, he reached the border. Lin Fei actually felt an evil aura. This evil aura was very obvious, like the moon in the night. It was so obvious that it was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei directly went in this direction, which was a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was a very quiet small village with a very leisurely atmosphere. However, Lin Fei could feel an evil aura here. This evil aura was hidden in a very deep place. Lin Fei came down. He could feel that these evil auras came from the village in front of him. There were no experts in this village. When Lin Fei came over, they were all villagers, so there was no problem at all. This made Lin Fei quite curious. He didn't expect that such a place could be occupied by demons. "Young man, what are you doing here? Are you here to look for someone?" By the time Lin Fei arrived, some people had already surrounded him. Their expressions were very natural, as if they were asking about Han Fei. Lin Fei suddenly sneered. "I feel that your village is a little different, so I came to take a look. I think there should be no mistake." "How can our village be different?" "Young man, you should be mistaken." A person who looked like the leader came over. The evil aura on his body was even stronger. "There's no need to hide. I know you have an evil aura on you. Just show your true form." Lin Fei gently stomped his feet. There was a rumble. A wave of physical strength swept out, and the surrounding villagers were instantly defeated. In midair, all of them had turned into demons. That's right. They were demons. Demons in human form. They exuded a fierce aura. They directly pounced on him. Each of them took out their weapons and slashed at him with streams of light. Lin Fei snorted coldly. All the demons instantly collapsed, leaving only the guy who looked like the leader. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed him. This person's entire body erupted with demonic divine light, but he still couldn't withstand Lin Fei's casual grab. He easily caught it in front of him. "If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Why are there so many demons here? Tell me, where did they come from?" Lin Fei had never encountered such an aura since he came to Jiangnan. He didn't expect to encounter the aura of a demon here. The strength of this demon was not weak. It was estimated that the people in this village had been wiped out by them. Then they transformed into the villagers. If it wasn't for the demonic aura on his body, not everyone would be able to detect it. The demon instantly transformed into its original form. However, it was still useless. Lin Fei directly squeezed it to death. "If I were you, I would be honest." Lin Fei tightened his grip. Cracks appeared all over the demon's body. In an instant he was covered in blood. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you, all right? I'm the vanguard under the general. We crossed the crack and came to the great world of gods to invade this place. We're just the first batch of vanguards." This situation made Lin Fei frown slightly. Now that even demons were here to cause trouble, his mission would not be easy to complete. Originally, Lin Fei thought that he would be able to obtain this reward after conquering the entire great world of gods. Now that demons had appeared, wouldn't it mean that they were sharing the reward with him? This was definitely something that Lin Fei couldn't allow to happen. "I'm not the only demon vanguard like us. There are many other demon vanguards coming here. Seeing that you're quite strong, why don't I introduce you to the general? I guarantee that you'll be able to enjoy wealth and splendor." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon vanguard immediately turned into a puddle of blood. It no longer existed. How could Lin Fei give this guy any chance to talk nonsense? Then another force crushed the entire village. In an instant, the entire village was turned into ashes. Not a single person remained. Lin Fei furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, this was not good news. The demons had come through the crack. He really did not know how they managed to get here. It seemed like the demons were involved in the war between the three empires. The demons had probably contacted the Great Qin Empire or the Great Zhao Empire. They were preparing to turn the Jiangnan region into a base camp. Lin Fei's thoughts turned quickly. Other than this explanation, he really could not think of another one. Then Lin Fei left. Then he sensed the auras of a few demons. Some were strong, some were weak. However, this time Lin Fei did not care about them. To him, it was enough as long as he knew that there were demons. He was prepared to see what the Great Tang Emperor wanted. Not long after, Lin Fei arrived at the Great Tang Empire. He arrived at the Great Tang Empire. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Damn, he could actually sense the aura of demons here. It seemed that there were demons here and they were hidden very well. If one was not especially strong, they would not be able to sense them at all. Lin Fei arrived at the imperial palace of the Great Tang Empire without much trouble. As soon as he arrived at the palace, a figure came out. It was none other than the Great Tang Emperor. At this moment, the Great Tang Emperor was very happy to see Lin Fei return. He had always been worried that something would happen in the merfolk. After all, the sea god was not someone to be trifled with. He was also an invincible war god, although he was only a pseudo-invincible one. However, this level of strength wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. "I knew that little brother would come back safe and sound." The Great Tang Emperor smiled. To him, it was the best that he could come out. This was a high-end combat power. I just came out, but I feel that your three empires are a little different. Are you going to start a big war? The great Tang Emperor smiled bitterly. This is actually strange because the Great Qin Empire is the one to start the war. I don't know what the Great Qin Empire is thinking. They are expanding crazily, and they even seem to have reached a partnership with the Great Zhao Empire. It is really rare. This made Lin Fei frown again. It was indeed not good news. The two empires were going to attack the Great Tang Empire. I also saw traces of demons. Mentioning this, the emperor's face became even uglier. These are indeed troubled times, Yi Zichen said.